Chapter 1. A cargo ship en route to Gotham. The dark cargo hold lay in silence, or at least it should have under normal circumstances. However, this was a container destined for Gotham, and the protagonists of our tale were four penguins, thus normalcy was a mere illusion. A metal cargo box atop the pile flickered with blinding sparks and the piercing sound of chainsaw. The good news was that the cargo hold was devoid of guards, ensuring that no one witnessed or heard this spectacle. The metal box was neatly severed by the chainsaw, precariously hanging from its frame. The severed metal was kicked inwards, and a small orange-yellow foot emerged from within, the source of the forceful kick. The four penguins swiftly emerged from the metal box, taking up a distributed formation, their wings raised in a posture reminiscent of human combat readiness. Through the gaps in the porthole, one could discern four penguins of varying heights. To the forefront, a penguin with a flat head stood in a subtle stance, guarding the other three. Skipper proclaimed, "Gentlemen, from Las Vegas to New York, I declare a flawlessly executed smuggling operation completed. This will add a splendid entry to our mission record." A scarred penguin with a tuft on its head, Rico excitedly shouted, "GRRR." A tall and slender penguin, Kowalski, remarked, "Oh, New York. New York, a familiar city," Kowalski said, closing his eyes in enjoyment. He then opened his eyes, touched the ground with his wing, and licked it with his beak, adding, "But it carries a hint of oil and the scent of the sea." Private covered his beak with his wing, taking two cautious steps forward as he gazed suspiciously at the dark hold. "But Skipper, is this truly New York? The New York I remember boasts a blue sky, beautiful butterflies, and Iron Man. Oh, and the sweet, soft rainbow slush from Central Park." At the mention of rainbow slush, Private couldn't help but chuckle softly, clearly recalling his anticipated rendezvous with that delightful treat. Private had nearly forgotten the taste of rainbow slush. Skipper rubbed his chin with his wing and called out, "Kowalski, analyze the current situation." According to their meticulously crafted plan, they should have already arrived at the Central Park Zoo. Yet it was obvious this was not New York. Kowalski produced an abacus, deftly calculating before swiftly climbing up to glance out the window. "Based on my calculations, Skipper, this ship is headed towards." Kowalski inhaled sharply. "Gotham's cargo ship." "Gotham?" Private exclaimed, retreating behind Skipper in alarm. "Gotham?" Rico echoed, fearfully clinging to Skipper's leg. Kowalski glanced at the label on the adjacent cargo box, where the words "Destination" Gotham were clearly inscribed. He squinted and repeated, "Indeed, Gotham, Gotham?" Skipper rolled his eyes, mimicking the gasp of his inept companions. "Where exactly is that?" Rico released Skipper's leg, flapping his wings in a nonchalant manner, emitting a sound that resembled an uncertain hum. "To be precise, it is a city located in the lower right quadrant of New York City, modernized, imbued with technological prowess, Gothic in style, and exuding a cyberpunk essence." Kowalski speculated. "Are there hippies?" Skipper inquired. "According to my calculations." Kowalski retrieved his abacus, the beads clicking rhythmically as he replied, "No. I adore this city devoid of hippies. I hereby declare Gotham to be our new home," announced the flathead penguin, issuing a new command. Skipper, the leader of the Penguin Special Ops, possessed experiences and wisdom that far surpassed those of his fellow penguins, matched only by his formidable combat prowess. "Excellent idea, but we must relocate our asset from the Central Park Zoo in New York," Kowalski concurred. Kowalski, a scientific penguin capable of performing supercomputing with his abacus, was one of Skipper's most ardent admirers, typically obeying his orders unless they pertained to scientific matters. "Gayo," Rico vocalized, either in affirmation of their new home or in support of Skipper. Rico, Skipper's devoted fan, never disobeyed his commands unless he had switched bodies with an alligator. He could expel various weapons from his mouth, including bombs and even photographs of Skipper. "What items do we have?" Skipper asked. "Your coffee mug, monster truck, Private's peanut brittle, Rico's Barbie doll." Kowalski began listing from his notebook. Skipper leaned closer to Kowalski and whispered, "Leave Rico's Barbie doll behind. Real men do not require such frivolous items." "Understood," Kowalski replied. "Ahem, and my Abacus 2.0, calculator, brain converter, brainwave enhancer, antimatter energy core, thermal evolution furnace, and so forth." "Very well, first locate a base in Gotham, then return to New York to retrieve our belongings." "Hey, wait a moment. Skipper, are you all insane? Moving to Gotham? This is Gotham we're talking about." Private flapped his wings, exclaiming, "I'm not even sure if Gotham has rainbow shaved ice." Private, also known as the Soldier, aptly named, was the youngest recruit among them, excelling in cuteness and insubordination. I'm quite certain there is nothing wrong with my hearing. Rather, you private appear to have an issue, Skipper remarked. Gotham, the legendary city with the highest crime rate in America, where criminals and lowlifes are rampant, and people continue to flood into this perilous city. It is extremely dangerous, Skipper private warned. Skipper stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned to Kowalski and Rico, stating, gang wars, gunfire, and explosive cyberpunk. My friends, this sounds like an ideal habitat for penguins. What? Privet furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Skipper's thought process. Oh, relax, kid, Skipper said, patting Privet's plump shoulder. It's nothing. Being a goose inevitably comes with its share of dangers. And for that, I apologize. Realizing that persuading Skipper was futile, Privet sighed, only to suddenly notice the label on the tin box they were inside, which still indicated a destination of New York. Skipper, this ship is headed to New York. It merely passes through Gotham. Privet exclaimed with excitement. Skipper sighed regretfully. Oh, fellows, it appears we must return to New York. We cannot forsake our homeland. He glanced at the window and then suddenly added, but if we reach Gotham first, it wouldn't be considered forsaking it, would it? Kowalski replied, good idea. Kowalski, note that in the records we are commencing our operation. The four penguins slid across the floor on their bellies, propelled by inertia as they approached the skylight to leave the cabin, just as they had done countless times before. However, at the moment they were about to step through the window, they were suddenly covered by a descending iron cage. What the hell? Skipper exclaimed, gripping the bars of the cage, astonished at the sight outside. Is it an enemy attack? Kowalski pulled out his abacus and calculated again. This can't be. According to my calculations, there shouldn't be any of our natural enemies here. Could it be that my calculations are flawed again? Kowalski lamented, tapping his head with the abacus. Damn it. Can't the father of science and computation ever be on my side, even just once? Calm down, cowboy, Skipper said, raising his wing and giving Kowalski a gentle smack on the back. Wincing, Kowalski stood up again. Thank you, Skipper. What do we do now, Skipper? Privet asked nervously, nibbling on his wing. Skipper narrowed his eyes at the approaching figure. Do not worry whatever he seeks from us. Our answer will always be an emphatic no. Not a clue. A customs officer approached, drawn by the noise triggered by the cage. He was taken aback to see the four penguins inside. He hadn't expected to catch penguins here. These cages were intended for those attempting to smuggle themselves from other continents into the United States. Penguins? The customs officer gazed at the four chattering little creatures, instantly captivated by their fluffy charm. Oh, what adorable little fellows. Unable to resist, the customs officer remarked, you must be the little ones being sent to the Gotham Children's Zoo. Although I'm unsure how you escaped from your cage, sadly, you cannot leave. He cradled the cage and returned it to the cabin. Privet feigned disappointment, saying, it appears we are destined to remain in the cabin until. He couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Back to New York, Privet remarked, his eyes twitching as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. His companions had already leapt from their enclosure, exploring their new abode, which had brought them to a zoo in Gotham. Or perhaps we've arrived in Gotham, Kowalski interjected. Privet hung his head in disappointment. I utterly despise Gotham. Wow, Gotham actually seems quite splendid, Skipper sniffed the air. It smells of gunpowder and ammunition. Look at our Rick, he's already intoxicated by the scent of gunpowder. Commonly referred to as being high, as Skipper had noted, Rick was excitedly flaunting his tail feathers, meandering around their new home and occasionally letting out maniacal giggles. The differences between their new residence in Gotham and their former home in New York were minimal. There remained a circular platform at the center, encircled by a pool of water, though Gotham's central playground for children was undeniably more opulent than that of New York. The circular platform was no longer the crude concrete slab they had known in New York. Instead, it was adorned with a layer of soft, artificial snowflakes, and the colors beneath the water simulated an Antarctic underwater landscape. White ice floated upon the surface, and a narrow strip of land provided just enough space for them to perch. It appeared far more luxurious than their former base in New York. All they lacked was a secret hideout. Skipper dipped his little feet into the pool. Oh, it's a bit chilly. I can assure you that the architect of this penguin exhibit knows nothing about penguins. Kowalski observed Skipper and replied, to be precise, the penguins he knows not are us, the four of us, distinctly unique. But who wouldn't adore our new home? Privet chimed in. Good lad. It seems you've liberated yourself from your troubles, Skipper remarked. Oh, undoubtedly, Skipper. Privet chuckled sweetly, cradling his coveted rainbow shaved ice. Who would have believed that this penguin exhibit had been constructed as if in anticipation of Privet's arrival, with an ice cream shop situated just outside? Chapter 2. The penguins circled the modest interior of the penguin exhibit, But we must express our gratitude to Gotham for erecting this penguin sanctuary and to the visionary who established the ice cream shop outside, Skipper proclaimed. Let me see, Bruce Wayne. Outside the penguin exhibit stood a statue, an inscription honoring the wealthy benefactor, Bruce Wayne. The antiquated yellow bronze statue obscured their view of the statue's face. Bruce Wayne. This man has secured eternal privilege and everlasting respect among penguin agents, Kowalski intoned in a deep voice. Skipper raised his wings in a gesture of salute. Salute. The remaining 3 penguins promptly mimicked Skipper, saluting the statue in unison. Then, Skipper gently stepped upon the surface covered in artificial white snow, unable to suppress a softening of his expression. Oh, it's as soft as being in mother's womb. Kowalski peeked out from behind Skipper, resembling an emotionless, staunch figure. He stated, in truth, we are born from eggs and can only exist within their shells. Naturally, this remark earned Kowalski a slap from Skipper. Dow. Kowalski whimpered, cradling his beak as he gazed at Skipper with a look of indignation. Skipper inquired, Kowalski, how long would it take to establish a base underground? Upon receiving the command, Kowalski promptly produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere. He compared the base blueprint with a ruler and compass. According to the blueprint, each centimeter corresponds to 1 meter in reality, that if we establish a right-angle coordinate system for spatial comparison, constructing an underground base identical to New York would take approximately 2 hours. Skipper rubbed his beak beneath what humans refer to as the chin. 2 hours is acceptable. Skipper continued. What if I were to add laser defense systems and a self-destruct mechanism capable of obliterating the entire zoo? Jew! Rick exclaimed, dedicated explosion chamber. You shall have, Rick, Skipper said indulgently. I want a swimming pool. Privet exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Actually, there's a pool just outside the base, Kowalski pointed out. Privet adopted a pitiful expression, prompting Skipper to elbow Kowalski in the stomach. Our beloved Privet will have a swimming pool. Won't he, Kowalski? Yes, Kowalski replied, clutching his stomach in discomfort. How long will it take with these additions? Skipper queried. Kowalski retrieved an abacus to calculate. Approximately 2 days and 10 hours. That long. The blue tiles required for the pool are rather difficult to procure. Building materials in this regard are under strict scrutiny lately. You understand? Skipper, Kowalski explained. Skipper inquired, what if we exclude the swimming pool? Kowalski tapped the abacus a few times before responding. It would take about 2 hours and 10 minutes to complete. Skipper glanced at Privet's pleading and forlorn expression and ultimately relented. All right, fine. 2 days and 10 hours for the swimming pool plan. Privet, reconnaissance Rick, drilling and protective equipment, Skipper commanded as he extended his hand towards Rick. Rick spat out a drill and 3 helmets, ready to commence construction of the base. Just as they donned their helmets and prepared for work, Privet, tasked with scouting, leaped down from the railing. Report, Skipper. Someone is approaching. Quick, quick, hide those items. Kowalski swiftly gathered the drill and helmets, while Skipper pried open Rick's beak, stuffing the helmets and drill inside. Sated, Rick emitted a burp, his expression reflecting a modicum of contentment. Just as they finished tidying up, the humans arrived at their exhibit. 4 penguins, with their flippers clasped behind their backs, were drawing circles on the ground and whistling, pretending as if they had done nothing at all. However, the 2 humans paid no attention to the antics of the 4 penguins in the enclosure, or perhaps it was simply that they were not there to observe the penguins. The visitors were a boy and a girl, both clad in matching black uniforms, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. They were students from Gotham Noble High School, located adjacent to the zoo. The Gotham campus was conveniently arranged. To the left lay Gotham Elementary, to the right was the high school, diagonally above was the kindergarten, and diagonally below was the university, with the Gotham Children's Zoo situated in the center. Gotham Soul Children's Zoo. The establishment housed a limited number of animals, predominantly those deemed harmless and endearing by humans, such as the penguins. This zoo was a free establishment, funded by Bruce Wayne, Gotham's wealthiest benefactor, for his first adopted son, Dick Grayson, the spirited circus boy. Elementary school students frequently visited the zoo, while middle schoolers, in their rebellious phase, refused to admit their fondness for the adorable creatures. High school and college students had transformed this quiet zoo into a haven for confessions, especially during the serene hours after evening classes. A deserted zoo was indeed a splendid place for such intimate moments. This very moment. He was about to squander over half an hour in this zoo. A gift from Bruce to Dick. Tim Drake trailed behind the girl, his mind wandering with a myriad of thoughts, while his gaze wandered over the various animal exhibits. The four penguins continued to whistle and glance at one another, seemingly feigning innocence, as if they had committed some misdeed. Tim blinked slowly, captivated by the penguins' surprisingly human-like expressions and gestures. Just 2 days prior, when a classmate had confessed to him, there had been no penguins in sight, and the transport crates at the entrance had yet to be removed. Had these penguins just arrived today, each of the four penguins exhibited distinct characteristics. A stout penguin with muscular build, a tall and slender one, another with a scar on its beak, and a round-head one. The quartet whistled while stealing glances at Tim, only to quickly avert their eyes when they realized he was watching them, redoubling their efforts in whistling and avoiding his gaze. Witnessing the penguins' remarkably anthropomorphic display of guilt, Tim couldn't help but chuckle softly. The girl walking ahead of him heard his laughter and turned to glance back at him. In the golden rays of the setting sun, the boy with soft hair looked down at the penguins in the exhibit point. One of his hands rested against his lips, his slightly pinkened mouth curving into an enigmatic smile, exuding an undeniable charm and youthful allure. This moment. The expression on Tim's face stirred something within the girl, prompting her to finally muster the courage to confess her feelings to Tim Drake. She had harbored a secret admiration for him for an entire semester. Undoubtedly, nearly every girl at school held a fondness for Tim Drake. With his exceptional academic performance and striking good looks, he was the adopted son of Bruce Wayne and, at such a young age, already the president of Wayne Enterprises. It was hard to imagine any girl being indifferent to him. However, Tim Drake seemed disinterested in romantic entanglements. He had turned down every girl and boy who had expressed their affections, yet each one believed themselves to be the exception. Everyone fancied that they could share a unique bond with Tim Drake, transforming from an ordinary individual into someone extraordinary. Confessing one's feelings bore no risk. Who knew what might unfold? Tim Drake, I asked you here today because there's something I wish to tell you, the blonde girl said, nervously clutching her skirt. Tim had anticipated her words, but regrettably, he harbored no interest in romance at the moment. He lacked both the inclination and the time. For he was, on the surface, the president of Wayne Enterprises and a student at Gotham High. But in truth, he was Batman's sidekick, no, rather his assistant, also known as Robin. Most of his time was devoted to combating crime and aiding Bruce in managing Wayne Enterprises. Even if he had the luxury of time for romance, his partner would never be an ordinary girl. She would need to accept his secret identity and possess the ability to protect herself. Preferably, she would also be a masked vigilante. Guys, I bet a fish that this girl is about to confess, Skipper remarked with a teasing expression directed at his pupils. Ah, Rick responded with a mocking tone. Love, Kowalski pondered. Scientifically speaking, the excess secretion of phenylethylamine results in accelerated heart rate and rapid breathing, alongside dopamine production, which induces a state of euphoria. Come on, Kowalski, we don't need your scientific analysis right now. All we crave is sweetness and romance, Privet said, joining his flippers together and gazing dreamily at the couple. Yet, the humans were oblivious to the penguins' discourse, only hearing their endearing chirps and coos. Tim took a breath, preempting the girl's confession by saying, I'm sorry, Tiana. He quickly glanced at the name tag on the girl's chest, relieved that she was a member of the student council and had to carry it otherwise. He wouldn't have even known her name. I'm currently focused on my studies and work, and I have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship at this time, Tim said with a gentle smile, deliberately avoiding a direct rejection based on personal disinterest, instead attributing his decision to his academic and professional commitments. The girl, disheartened by the rejection, felt a pang of sadness, yet was not overwhelming. Tim's words indicated that he treated everyone equally, refusing all advances. At least the girl could take solace in the fact that the boy she admired would not fall into anyone else's hands. The girl, still unwilling to accept the situation, clenched her teeth and inquired, Will I have another opportunity in the future? Tim responded ambiguously, perhaps. Before the girl departed, Tim offered a gentle smile and added, By the way, your golden hair is truly beautiful. The girl momentarily froze, managing to force a smile before leaving. Oh, come on, that's just a man's excuse. All this talk about work and study is merely a euphemism for being indifferent towards a girl, Skibber remarked with a teasing tone. No, my perspective differs from Skibber's. I genuinely believe this individual is preoccupied with work, which is why he declines the affections of another, Kowalski asserted. With a wing shielding his beak, Skibber quipped, Oh, is that the reason you failed to pursue Doris? Because you were too busy with work? Skibber's words inflicted 100 points of damage on Kowalski, who then collapsed into Rick's embrace, weeping profusely. Privet waddled over to Skibber, shaking his round body. However, Male humans do not outright reject female humans, which implies there is still hope. And oh, there is no hope left. Men are all of this nature, Skipper replied, wearing a knowing expression. Privet retorted, as if he had first-hand experience of such men. After the girl departed, Tim regained his composure and cast a glance at the penguins, who huddled together, whispering as if to discuss how Tim's earlier behavior was truly unbecoming. Although Tim found their actions and expressions amusing, he did not dwell on them, choosing instead to return, for he still had the night patrol ahead. Chapter 3. At the entrance of a hotel in Gotham, the doorman yawned, his eyelids drooping as he lethargically performed his duties. The hotel was situated in a rather awkward location, near Gotham Academy, where most students either resided on campus or returned home, rendering the likelihood of them spending a night at the hotel exceedingly low. Even if a couple of deeply infatuated university students decided to book a room, they would opt for places with better confidentiality, those that did not require identification. For check-in, namely, budget accommodations. Consequently, this hotel's business had languished, resulting in the emergence of lazy attendants in the distance. A man clad in a khaki trench coat and hat, thoroughly obscured, was swaying his way toward the hotel, resembling either a drunkard or a troublemaker. Such occurrences were all too common in Gotham, where the majority of law-abiding citizens prefer to steer clear of trouble. The doorman was no exception. His eyes widened, appearing somewhat more alert as he internally prayed that the approaching figure was merely a passerby, not someone seeking to stay at the hotel. Yet, the more one wishes for something, the more it seems to manifest. The tall, lean man, dressed in a trench coat and top hat despite the summer heat, halted at the doorman's post. Sir, do you require any assistance?" The doorman asked awkwardly. After a few seconds of silence, the man emitted a voice reminiscent of machinery. "I require a single room. Thank you. Please present your identification," the attendant replied. Beneath the clothing and hat resided 4 penguins stacked atop one another. Upon hearing the request for identification, Skipper, perched on Kowalski's head, lowered his gaze. Skipper remarked, "Gentlemen, we are in need of some form of identification. The laws of Gotham are quite stringent." Following the command, Rico produced a card from his beak and passed it to Kowalski, who in turn handed it to Skipper. "Here you go." Identification, came the dry, mechanical sound from a man. This voice emanated from a text calculator held by Kowalski. The attendant took the so-called identification from the man's gloved hand, his expression a blend of confusion as he examined the sticky, oddly fishy-smelling subway card. "I apologize, sir, but this is a subway card that IT cannot serve as identification, and furthermore, this is a New Jersey subway card, which is ineffective in Gotham," the attendant stated, his face impassive. "Such troublesome humans, has he begun to question our identities?" Skipper said, suspicion creeping in. Could he possibly be a robot sent by our old adversary to surveil us? Kowalski, propose a plan. Kowalski swiftly retrieved paper and pen to draft a strategy. The optimal approach is to offer him a tip. Given human nature's inherent greed, a generous gratuity will surely grant us entry. Indeed, Skipper mused, stroking his chin. Provide me with a more forceful and intimidating plan. How about this? First, give him a tip, then grab his collar and exclaim, "Trash, so what?" Kowalski suggested. "Not bad. I like this one. Skipper, can we expedite this? I can hardly bear it any longer." Privet, standing at the bottom and supporting the weight of the other 3 penguins, groaned in distress. "Execute the mission." Rico expelled a pouch of coins from his beak. The pouch of coins collided with the attendant's chest, eliciting a pained yelp. "Your tip," Rico announced. The attendant peered into the pouch, discovering it filled with $1 coins, weighing a kilogram equivalent to nearly a week's wages. His face instantly brightened with delight. He could feign ignorance regarding the oddity and potential danger posed by the man before him. "Please, enter, Mr. Jack," the attendant respectfully invited the man into the hotel. "I appreciate his eagerness for money," Kowalski remarked, confident this was indeed the most effective strategy. The hotel receptionist appeared equally groggy, yet, adhering to professional decorum, she managed to inquire, "Sir, are you well?" After all, wearing a trench coat and top hat in Gotham's nearly 40-degree heat was undeniably peculiar. "Kowalski, what does she mean?" Skipper asked. Kowalski pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps they are merely extending their greetings to us?" "The weather tonight is splendid, with a bright moon and gentle breezes. It is indeed a lovely evening," the man replied, his words seemingly incongruous. The receptionist, barely keeping her eyes open, glanced at the man for a few seconds before pressing several buttons on her computer and handing him an access card. "Room C9 on the 17th floor." What did the man have to do with her? She was merely an employee. Once the man stepped into the elevator, the four penguins immediately shed their human disguises, with the exhausted Private collapsing onto the carpet, motionless. Oh, poor little Private must be utterly worn out. Fear not, soon there will be frozen fish to enjoy, Skipper reassured him. Upon hearing about the frozen fish, Private perked up, standing and smacking his beak. Frozen fish? Well, for the sake of frozen fish. Oh no, for the good of our mission, I can endure a bit longer. Their base was undergoing renovations, filled with dust and smoke, unsuitable for penguin habitation. Thus, they had procured 4 decoys and rented a hotel room to rest. We require 50 tuna platters, Kowalski stated into the communicator as he spoke to the delivery person on the other end. Understood, 50 tuna platters, the delivery person noted. Hold the vegetables, we only want the fish and sauce. The fish should be raw, not cooked. The delivery person displayed no hint of confusion regarding the peculiar order in Gotham. Saying little and doing much is one of the means of survival. All right, Skipper, the order is placed, Kowalski reported back. Skipper sipped his coffee and replied, well done. I can hardly bear these days without a stir any longer. It had been far too long since he had tasted genuine coffee. There were no coffee beans on the island of Madagascar, and they were forced to endure the incessant chatter of lemur. Julian. Now that they had returned to civilization, Skipper was eager to reclaim the daily ritual of a refreshing cup of coffee. That a cup of coffee and a delectable fish soaked in it had always constituted Skipper's breakfast. Woo! Exclaimed Private. Gout! Echoed Rico. The 2 black and white penguins sprang from their beds, soaring into the air, striking a dramatic pose before landing back on the bed, only to bounce up again. The 2 brothers treated the plush, springy mattress as if it were a trampoline, relishing their playful antics. Skipper wore a paternal smile, leaning slightly against Kowalski, his wing draped over him. Kowalski, look how adorable they are. Indeed, Kowalski replied, mirroring Skipper's paternal smile. Every moment of this is worthwhile. Out in the stillness of the night, 3 penguins lay soundly asleep. Skipper, with the tender smile of a loving father, gently lifted the nearly toppling Rico back onto the bed, tucking him in with care. The unfamiliar environment, coupled with the blaring lights and honking sounds that rendered the night almost indistinguishable from day, left Skipper, born of military lineage, wide awake. The heavy black curtains could not shield him from the glaring light outside. It was remarkable that these 3 unexercised penguins could slumber peacefully amidst such brilliant illumination and cacophony. They were still children. Although by conventional penguin standards, none of the 4 could truly be considered a child. To a kind-hearted, doting father like Skipper, his 3 little soldiers would always remain young. Driven by curiosity, Skipper squeezed behind the curtains, pressing against the window, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed outside. What on earth? He exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Dark clouds obscured the moon that ought to grace the sky, replaced instead by a glaring, bright light reflecting off the cloudso white lamp adorned with a bat motif. Of course, the source of Skipper's shock was far more complex than a mere lamp. Chaos had erupted. Downstairs the police were clashing with unknown assailants. Even from the 17th floor, Skipper could clearly see the flickering flames below, reminiscent of an electric fly swatter plunged into a box teeming with mosquitoes. The sparks from gunfire continued unabated, not ceasing even for a second. The cacophony of sirens emanated from helicopters above, attempting to disperse the nearby crowd. Yet in the very next moment, an RPG soared through the air, striking the helicopter and sending it spiraling before it crashed onto the roof of the hotel with a resounding thud. The entire building trembled violently. In Skipper's blue eyes, the flames reflected the chaos, as if he himself were the one wielding the RPG that had downed the helicopter. A flicker of excitement danced across his face, though he quickly regained his composure, unhesitatingly slapping himself across the cheek. He was no longer the desperate fugitive he once was in Denmark. He had forged bonds, and, unlike that haunted seabird Hans, he now had a family. The dreams of arms and warfare were no longer a fitting narrative for his life. As the building quaked from the helicopter's impact, the 3 penguins sprang to their feet, landing on the carpet and assuming combat stances. Who dares to ambush me? The still drowsy Kowalski demanded with seriousness. Rico spat out a stick of dynamite, his eyes ferociously scanning for potential enemies. Skipper extinguished the dynamite in Rico's flipper. Calm down, comrades, it's merely a minor incident. The aircraft collided with the building, Skipper reassured them. This is not an enemy attack. Kowalski and Rix let out a sigh. while Privet appeared utterly terrified, clearly shaken by the realization that the aircraft had collided with the building, placing significant pressure on the young rookie. Once they regained their composure, they distinctly heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions emanating from below. Rix, with a fervent expression, revealed her enthusiasm for all things explosive and destructive. "What is happening?" Kowalski inquired as he approached the window. Skyber replied, "The police are engaged in a confrontation with the We must evacuate this building before it gets demolished by either side." Kowalski, present the plan. Kowalski swiftly produced two options. Firstly, we could utilize soda-powered flying devices to escape through the window, though there is a 90% chance we would be riddled with bullets. Not bad. That's a rather high survival rate, Skyber remarked. Privet cast a terrified glance at Skyber, her large, soulful eyes evoking sympathy from both humans and animals alike. "Please, Skyber, we only have a 10% chance of survival. Can we perhaps contemplate alternative means of leaving this place?" "Very well. Who could resist your charm?" Skyber conceded, utterly melted by Privet's pleading gaze. Chapter 4. Regarding Skipper's compromise with Privet, Kowalski had long grown accustomed to Skipper's perpetual concessions to Privet. It seemed as though everyone was inclined to yield to Privet's whims. Occasionally, Kowalski felt a pang of injustice, for as a brilliant scientist, he found himself obliged to heed the counsel of a penguin devoid of his intellectual prowess, while also facing constant dismissal of his inventions. Privet, a mere recruit, possessing nothing but an adorable visage and a diminutive stature, yet somehow always favored, even by Kowalski himself. Despite these musings, Kowalski recognized that Skipper exhibited no favoritism. Rather, he was equally partial to each penguin, though Privet often resorted to playful antics to gain Skipper's attention, a tactic that Rick employed as well. The thought of Kowalski, an exceptionally intelligent inventor, resorting to such childish behavior was, indeed, unsettling. Kowalski retrieved his meticulously prepared alternative plan and cast a glance downstairs, where armed assailants were infiltrating the building. "Based on my calculations, they have taken this hotel hostage and are likely to engage in prolonged gunfire with the military and police," he stated. Skipper tilted his head, considering. "It appears our second option is to find a way to quietly extricate ourselves from the encirclement." "Precisely, Skipper. According to my assessments, this strategy affords us a survival probability of 90%, provided we remain undetected." "Oh, certainly. This should be quite simple for us." Rick squawked in discontent, flailing his limbs to express his dissatisfaction with what he deemed a lackluster course of action. He had been thrilled by the sounds of gunfire and explosions below, eager to partake in the chaos, only to have his excitement stifled by Privet's insistence on a safer approach. Naturally, he felt aggrieved. "Oh, Rick, my old friend," Skipper consoled. "You know we have long since disengaged from human conflicts." Rick emitted a dejected sound, lowering his head, appearing somewhat pitiful, much like a small dog longing for a walk in the rain. Kowalski observed the exchange with a familiar expression and whispered to Privet, "I wager that in a moment, Skipper will concede to Rick, but I will permit you to take one piece of equipment from them." "Only one," Skipper declared. "Yay." Rick brightened at this, for in his mind, the allowance of a single piece of equipment equated to the freedom to acquire all. How could he not be delighted? It would enhance his arsenal. "Let us move, comrades." Operation, no one will notice a penguin leaving this building. The assailants had seized control of the hotel in less than half an hour. The leader of the gang glanced out at the flashing police lights and the searchlights above, cursing under his breath as he exhaled a plume of smoke. "These damn cops, when will it end?" he bellowed in frustration. Initially, they merely intended to invade the territory of the penguin. Recently, the Roman gang had engaged in a transaction with him. A conflict arose between the Romans and another gang, escalating into a full-blown war half a month ago. To secure victory in this gang rivalry, and to successfully seize the assets and territory of their adversaries, the Roman, Carmine Falcone, procured a shipment of cutting-edge military weaponry from the Penguin to bolster his chances in this gang warfare. The Penguin, ever the shrewd and cunning merchant, deftly deceived the Romans into spending a considerable sum on a vast quantity of arms, claiming they were the latest models smuggled from United Nations forces, capable of easily turning the tide in their favor. However, the arms sold to the Romans were nothing but antiquated relics, mere junk, preying upon the ignorance of the Romans, who were blinded by their aggressive disposition. Many of the Romans' subordinates recognized these weapons as outdated merchandise from years past. Yet, due to their leaders' notorious volatility, none dared to voice their concerns. Who could predict whether the Roman would interpret their caution as a slight to his pride, and in a fit of rage, unleash violence upon them? Even if they approached him privately, it was likely that he would eliminate any dissenting voice to keep the knowledge of this secret solely to himself. Thus, they remained silent, allowing the Romans to bask in the false confidence that merely brandishing those weapons would intimidate their rival gang. However, the enemies of the Romans were not inclined to be swayed by their bravado. Upon discovering that the Romans' arsenal consisted of obsolete weaponry, they wasted no time in mocking the Roman gang. Enraged, the Romans unleashed an astonishing display of combat prowess, driving their adversaries into a panic. Had it not been for Nightwing and Robin arriving just in time to intervene, the Romans would have undoubtedly dispatched the leader of the rival gang. Robin's first inquiry upon encountering the Romans was why they wielded such outdated arms. Could the Romans tolerate being outwitted by the Penguin? In retaliation, they dispatched several squads to demolish various Penguin establishments, including some entertainment venues that doubled as fronts for illicit dealings. They even eliminated several of the Penguin's trusted associates and injured numerous clients associated with him. The Penguin's supremacy in Gotham's underworld stemmed not only from his extensive reach, but also from his insidious cunning. To their astonishment, the Penguin audaciously called the police, assuming the role of a victim. The police, having long been in ambush, responded in force. Dozens of patrol cars and several armored vehicles arrived at the scene. Who could withstand such an onslaught? A confrontation erupted between them and the police in the school district, ultimately leading the gang to take refuge in a hotel as a last resort. The ringleader of the rioters, resolute in their desperation, determined that they must acquire sufficient leverage to break free from the hotel before Batman arrived or the police breached their stronghold. Capture all the staff and guests in this hotel as hostages, commanded the leader of the assailants. His subordinates, following orders, aimed their firearms at the front desk, extracting information about today's occupancy from the computer. Although this hotel was situated in a relatively remote college district, it was not devoid of guests. Over a dozen rooms were occupied that night. The assailants promptly ascended the stairs to apprehend the occupants based on the computer data. A burly thug, armed and impatient, rapped on a door, bellowing, "Room service." This ruse often deceived pampered guests into unwittingly opening their doors, effective in most instances. However, today was evidently an exception. The thunderous landing of a helicopter on the hotel rooftop rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to remain oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Thus, the burly thug merely knocked a couple of times with little conviction, preparing to forcibly breach the seemingly sturdy door or utilize the key card provided by the front desk. Before he could execute his plan, the door swung open from within. The thug had time to ponder. It appeared the occupant was a compliant coward, a common archetype in Gotham, or perhaps they were simply oblivious to the situation. He pushed the door ajar, revealing a pitch-black room, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Scanning the space, he found no one present, which struck him as peculiar. If no one was inside, who had opened the door for him? The thought sent a chill down his spine, as if something cold and clammy were creeping up his back. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a horror film, where a malevolent spirit stalks its prey. The bravado he had moments ago evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming dread of the unknown. The burly man swallowed hard, the sensation at his back feeling all too tangible, even heavy. He could only reassure himself that it was a mere illusion, that it was not real. Yet, it was not an illusion. Rick was crouched behind the burly thug. Sensing the tension in the thug's muscles and nerves, Rick grinned, letting out a couple of soft chuckles as he exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of fish into the thug's ear. At that moment, the thug could no longer deceive himself into believing nothing had transpired. He screamed in terror, reaching back to grab Rick, hurling him away. Rick landed on the bed, bouncing twice. The thug's skin prickled with goosebumps. He had touched something cold and slimy. Shaken, he brandished his weapon, aiming it at the dark figure on the bed. His pupils dilated as he stared at the ominous creature. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He chambered a bullet, ready to unleash a barrage of fire. Meanwhile, Skipper, concealed by the door, swiftly threw a cleaning cloth that hung behind the door over the thug's face. Seizing the opportunity while the thug was momentarily immobilized, Rick slid off the bed and into safety. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Skipper, he chuckled awkwardly and admitted his discomfort. Skipper's quick reflexes had spared Rick from perishing beneath the cruel barrage of the bearded thug. After discharging an entire clip of bullets, the bearded man tore away the fabric concealing his face, gasping for breath as he stared in horror at the bed he had riddled with bullets. Skipper glanced at the bearded thug, mockingly commenting, "Oh, what a truly deranged specimen of humanity he is." As the chaos unfolded, the bearded man gradually regained his composure. Recalling the object he had hurled earlier, damp, slippery, and reeking of fish, in stark black and white. Could it be a penguin? Was it truly commonplace for a penguin to appear in a hotel room? Even in the traditionally innocent Gotham, such an occurrence was rare, akin to encountering a ghost. The only distinction was that a penguin posed far less danger than a specter. Before the bearded thug could contemplate further, he was rendered unconscious by a sudden blow. Unbeknownst to him, for Penguin stood atop the eaves above him, while Skipper descended, delivering a swift strike to the back of the thug's neck, knocking him out cold. All right, team, let us proceed with the plan. Skipper waved his flipper. The four penguins slid swiftly across the carpet, and after a couple of glides, Rick, as if recalling something, returned to the bearded man and consumed the discarded item. Sated, Rick dangled his tongue, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Oh yeah, Rick. Chapter 5. The four penguins glided rapidly on their bellies, employing impeccable coordination to neutralize all the thugs on that floor. Not through violent means, such as rocket launchers, chainsaws, or explosive devices, but rather through the simple act of rendering them unconscious with ordinary tools like hammers, baseball bats, and crowbars. The thugs stationed on that floor were oblivious to the presence of the penguins. They merely heard strange rustling sounds before witnessing a comrade collapse, lifeless. Stay alert. The enemy approaches. They gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings, unaware of the true nature of their adversaries. Their foes were none other than the elusive penguins. Just as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings, Privet descended from a light fixture above, knocking out one thug and swiftly lunging at another. With remarkable speed, Skipper ricocheted between the walls, incapacitating a thug with each leap. A slow-motion glance would reveal Skipper's precise landings on the enemy's necks, coupled with his momentum, enabling his flippers to deliver stunning blows akin to a well-placed strike. Observing Skipper's prowess, Privet couldn't help but applaud. Skipper was truly extraordinary. Having just vanquished a thug, Kowalski, clutching the brute by the neck, spun him around twice before letting him crash to the ground. Kowalski took a moment to enlighten the rookie, Privet, about Skipper. Before encountering us, Skipper had served in special forces, making him the most formidable among us, and indeed, beyond our ranks. As Kowalski elucidated, Skipper is a penguin of military pedigree. For quite some time, he operated as a mercenary alongside his partner, traversing various nations to assist animals and humans in need. However, an unfortunate incident in Denmark led to Skipper becoming a permanent fugitive there. Disheartened, Skipper hung up his boots, only to later embark on travels that brought him to Rick, where he met Kowalski and subsequently recruited Privet. The camaraderie among the trio revitalized Skipper's spirit, allowing him to assume the role of instructor and leader, training them into the elite penguin strike force they are today. It's worth noting that Skipper possesses a grip strength exceeding 2 tons. In a fit of rage, he could single-handedly lift a rhinoceros or an elephant. Thus, to incapacitate a human, particularly one unprepared, Skipper need only deliver a swift kick to the nape of the neck, eschewing the need for any hand strikes. My curiosity about Skipper's past is piqued, especially regarding the events in Denmark. Privet chuckled softly, covering his beak. Under Skipper's relentless onslaught, only one thug remained standing. Not due to his resilience, but simply because he was the last one left. The last survivor often bears the greatest psychological burden, as the saying goes. The sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn. Those who linger must witness their companions fall, one after another, until they are left alone, oblivious to the whereabouts of their adversaries. They are compelled to remain vigilant, anxiously scanning every direction, wishing for multiple pairs of eyes. The final thug, clearly grasping the situation, widened his eyes in terror and desperation, surveying his surroundings. In Gotham, there exists but one who possesses such elusive prowess. The thug's gaze fixated on the quiet corridor, thick with an eerie, fishy scent. In the shadows, where light failed to reach, something seemed to writhe. Perhaps in the next instant, Batman would emerge from the darkness. Just as the thug's thoughts crystallized, a shadow cast by the light took on the shape of a bat, as if Batman were hovering above him, hands clutching his cape in silent observation. Batman. However, should he dare to glance upwards, he would find not Batman, but a scarred penguin perched upon a light fixture, holding a piece of cloth that, when unfurled, bore a resemblance to Batman grasping his cape. Rick observed the oblivious thug below, narrowing his eyes and emitting 2 chuckles reminiscent of a villain's laughter. He covered the assailant with a piece of cloth and subjected him to a brutal beating. However, in the next moment, the assailant let out a guttural cry and hastily fled up the stairs. This was Dyer. He was making his escape. As he ran, he pulled out a walkie-talkie, shouting into it. Before the bat-themed thug could finish his statement, he was met with a flying kick from Kowalski. With a thud, Kowalski fell to the ground, while the assailant staggered and collapsed, unconscious. Well done, Kowalski, Skipper commended. Rick leaped down from the wall, voicing his grievances about Kowalski stealing his prey. Skipper raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Apologies, old friend, but that point goes to Kowalski. Kowalski curled up in excitement for snatching a point from Rick, clenching his wings tightly. Noticing the gazes of others upon his odd behavior, he placed his winged fist to his mouth, clearing his throat and feigning nonchalance. It's merely because that human was fleeing. I had no intention of competing with Rick. Yet, Rick perceived Kowalski's subtle intentions, crouching low and emitting a gurgling sound from his throat, adopting a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, on the other end of the walkie-talkie, the companion, sensing an abrupt silence, inquired, "What? Are you in danger? Respond quickly. What is that strange noise on your end? Is there an animal calling? Or is it machinery?" "Rick, take care of it," came the directive. Following the order, Rick unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the walkie-talkie to cinders. Downstairs, the leader of the thugs listened to the beeping sound from the disconnected walkie-talkie, his expression grave. He recalled the last words of his subordinate, "Bat." What else could be associated with bats in Gotham? There is but one bat in Gotham, and that is Batman, that bat freak. The bane of evil, the nightmare of criminals. Undoubtedly, Batman had infiltrated the building, and it was uncertain how many of his men had already been eliminated. "Damn Batman." The leader shouted to the remaining thugs, "Raise your guard, Batman has infiltrated." Meanwhile, Batman, stealthily navigating through the underground drainage system, pondered a question mark. He was still in stealth mode, having yet to engage any of the thugs, so how had he been detected? After a moment of silence, Batman concluded that proceeding directly might lead to his capture, prompting him to silently retreat and find an alternate route. Above, the Penguin S strike team had just completed their celebratory gesture and were now swaying towards the elevator, intending to descend to the first floor and exit the hotel. Outside the elevator, a thug on the first floor suddenly noticed the elevator moving and called out, "Skipper, someone's in the elevator." They had just confirmed that. Aside from the allies incapacitated by Batman on a certain floor, all other thugs were gathered on the first floor, along with the hotel staff and guests they had taken hostage. Thus, it was inconceivable that the individuals in the elevator were among their ranks. The sole possibility remained that the person inside was Batman. However, it seemed unlikely that Batman would be foolish enough to descend in the elevator, as it would render him an easy target. Yet, could it be that he anticipated their thoughts and deliberately chose to use the elevator, preparing for a confrontation? The leader of the thugs issued the command. All the thugs chambered their bullets, aiming their firearms at the elevator. The hostages, aware of what was about to transpire, crouched on the ground, burying their heads between their legs and covering their ears. Whoever was in the elevator would inevitably be riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, four penguins remained blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere outside. They stood listening to the soothing music emanating from the elevator, watching the numbers descend. "I wager that if the Blue Danube were played, it would be more fitting," Kowalski remarked. Suddenly recalling something, Skipper inquired, "Kowalski, has the surveillance footage been dealt with?" "Uh-huh," Kowalski replied, his expression a blend of pride and ease. "Rest assured, no one will discover our presence." "Leader, we could check the surveillance to identify the person in the elevator," one of the thugs suggested. "That's a viable option," the leader contemplated for a moment. Seizing the receptionist from among the hostages, he brandished his gun at her head, compelling her to review the footage. Trembling, the receptionist accessed the elevator's surveillance. "What is this?" The leader furrowed his brow, regarding the footage with suspicion. "Are you mocking me?" The screen, which should have displayed the elevator's interior, was obscured by a rough piece of paper. The paper bore a crude crayon drawing, reminiscent of a child's art, depicting what the camera should have captured. "I don't know. I don't understand how this happened," the receptionist stammered. "It wasn't there when I checked earlier. Doesn't this seem obvious?" It appeared that the individual inside the elevator had affixed the paper to prevent the terrorists from observing him, which was rather peculiar. For according to Batman's standard operating procedures, he would typically hack into the surveillance system, ensuring it displayed an empty frame or went black entirely, rather than resorting to a rudimentary drawing. There was only one possibility. This was Batman's provocation. Batman is mocking us, believing we are insignificant, brothers. We must make this arrogant bat creature aware that we are not to be trifled with. The leader of the thugs bellowed in fury. Inspired by their leader's fervor, the thugs' spirits soared. They gripped their weapons tightly, fixated on the elevator door, their resolve now stronger than before, having shed any earlier notions of retreat. All the while, Batman, utilizing his drone to eavesdrop on conversations within the building, remained vigilant. Someone was impersonating his actions. Hidden within the ventilation ducts, Batman could not suppress a muttered curse. He recognized the unmistakable enthusiasm of his admirers. This was not the first instance of such folly. These individuals, clad in the guise of the Dark Knight, had previously roamed the night in misguided attempts at justice. Lacking training and professional equipment, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were not confronting mere street thugs, but rather organized and disciplined criminals. Chapter 6. As the thugs held their breath, aiming their weapons at the elevator, it finally arrived at the ground floor. Their eyes remained fixed on the elevator doors, poised in anticipation of the imminent emergence of a dark, formidable figure, roaring with righteous fury. In most circumstances, bullets would fail to impede the embodiment of vengeance, the wrathful Dark Knight. Yet, the recent provocation from Batman had instilled in them a reckless resolve. Preparing them for a confrontation, they were no ordinary thugs. They belonged to the ranks of the earliest gangsters of Gotham, the Falcone mob. Their honor intertwined with their criminal endeavors. However, as the elevator chimed, heralding the imminent opening of its doors, the majority of the thugs faltered. Their hands trembled around their weapons, reluctant to display their fear. After all, their adversary was none other than Batman, the ruthless vigilante who had single-handedly dismantled the Joker's gang, leaving the clown prince of crime in critical condition. Engaging Batman was never merely a matter of firepower or advanced technology, no matter how formidable one might be. It was impossible to surpass Batman's own technological prowess, and Batman was already on the scene. Concealed within the frigid ventilation shaft above, he descended silently, unnoticed, having dispatched the two thugs guarding the exit. In hostage situations such as this, Batman typically ensured that the enemies near the escape route were neutralized first, thus clearing a path for the captives. Should Batman rescue the hostages first while the thugs sealed all escape routes, the panicked captives would only flee in disarray, ultimately falling victim to the criminals. Batman's success in discreetly eliminating the two guards was fortuitously aided by the individual in the elevator. The thugs had long assumed Batman had infiltrated the building, but they mistakenly believed that the one tampering with the elevator was the Dark Knight himself. Batman would soon convey a stern message to that individual, warning him not to attempt to play the hero in his Gotham. As the elevator doors slowly parted, the anticipated wrathful figure did not materialize. Instead, a small black and white creature emerged. It emitted a mechanical whirring sound, revealing a prominent metal wind-up key upon its furry black back. It was a wind-up penguin toy. It waddled forward along the straight path away from the elevator. For the very nature of a wind-up toy dictated that it would move ahead once its key was turned. Aside from this whimsical contraption, the elevator contained nothing else. This situation is rather peculiar. Could it be that this wind-up toy has summoned the elevator in a bid to escape this building under the control of marauders? Surely, they are not inmates of Arkham Asylum. They possess enough intellect to render such an occurrence improbable. Two marauders, positioned near the elevator, exchanged glances and gestured to one another, cautiously advancing towards the elevator with their weapons drawn. The moment they both stepped inside, they abruptly collapsed within the confines of the elevator. Unbeknownst to the marauders outside, obscured by the walls and ceiling of the elevator, a penguin hung upside down, having incapacitated the two marauders who had entered. They found it strange that their comrades had suddenly fallen without any visible threat. Meanwhile, the neglected wind-up penguin waddled into the midst of the crowd, winding down to its final rotation before halting in the center. In the next instant, a soft pop resonated, and a billowing cloud of smoke erupted from its plump little body. Instantly, the dense smoke enveloped the entire hall. This was no ordinary smoke. It contained a hypnotic substance. Many marauders nearby did not even have a moment to think before they succumbed, their tongues lolling as if they had been struck by a tranquilizer. Those further away experienced dizziness and weakness but did not lose consciousness, while even farther away, some reacted swiftly, scrambling to cover their mouths and noses with cloth to avoid inhaling the noxious fumes. In that moment of chaos, four penguins donned in gas masks leapt from the elevator. Kowalski surveyed the devastation outside and chuckled softly. This was not mere smoke. It was my latest invention, concentrated anesthetic smoke. The compressed smoke within my diminutive form was sufficient to saturate a space of 100 square meters, enhanced by the anesthetic I cleverly pilfered from a veterinarian. The effect is remarkable. Skipper rolled his eyes in response, mockingly imitating Kowalski's verbosity. Kowalski, assuming you are aware that we must vacate this building within 3 minutes before the smoke loses its potency, I trust you will refrain from boasting about your invention. How much time do we have left? Kowalski glanced at his watch and replied, considering the time we spent amidst the smoke, the time wearing gas masks, the time I took to introduce my invention, and the duration of the last 2 sentences, we have precisely 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Let us proceed. The flustered marauders were frantically seeking ways to evade the effects of the anesthetic mist or struggling to escape its disorienting embrace. No one noticed the four small figures gliding into the fog within the elevator. Batman, hidden within the ventilation ducts, caught a fleeting glimpse of the commotion while busy donning his gas mask as the cold air system began to siphon away the air from inside the building. Nature encompassed the thick, toxic fog. After donning his gas mask, he faintly discerned several shadowy figures emerging from the elevator, vanishing into the mist. Batman squinted. What could that be? His peripheral vision was too limited to capture the full scope. Yet, he was certain these were no mere humans. Though the precise nature of these entities eluded him, the speed of the four unidentified creatures was astonishing, and Batman had only caught a fleeting glimpse, leaving him uncertain whether that brief sighting even lasted a second. He activated the smoke scanner, endeavoring to detect the thermal signatures of the four beings concealed within the fog. However, this particular haze had been subjected to some specialized treatment. The scanner merely revealed a murky blur, failing to unveil the specifics hidden beneath the obscuring veil. The capacity to thwart Batman's smoke scanner was no trivial technological feat. A weighty gloom descended upon Batman. Gotham was once again besieged by an enigmatic and potentially non-human threat. What could it be? A monster? Or perhaps puppets controlled by a sorcerer? Once more, Gotham, his beloved Gotham, was under siege. Did the outsiders perceive his city as a mere prize? They brought nothing but chaos. He would capture these four unidentified beings. Anyone wishing to enter Gotham and add to the burdens of this precarious Gothic city would find themselves at odds with Batman. Yet, the Penguin's henchmen remained oblivious to the fact that the guardian of this city, Batman, had them in his sights as they darted through the crowd. Although the Penguin's crew rarely involved themselves in human conflicts, they still harbored a sense of justice. There was an incident where a thief absconded with a ruby necklace from the New York City Museum, only to be intercepted by the Penguin's crew while indulging in rainbow snow cones, leading to the thief being delivered to the police station. Humans may refer to themselves as rational beings, but they too are social and orderly creatures, capable of managing their own troubles, unlike the majority of animals confined to zoos. Thus, the Penguin's crew seldom intervened in human affairs, yet this did not imply a complete disregard. They could discern right from wrong among humans. For instance, the majority of those rendered unconscious by the anesthetic fog were indeed ruffians, opposing the police, vandalizing structures, and endangering innocent civilians, and potentially harming defenseless animals. Numerous stray cats and dogs inhabited the vicinity, subsisting on leftover scraps from hotels, their homes ravaged by gang violence, and their caretakers taken hostage. Was this not a cruel affront to innocent creatures? Therefore, the Penguin's crew did not mind dedicating a bit of time to dealing with these ruffians. The sudden onset of the thick fog had thrown the rascals into disarray. Amidst the thick smoke, the assailants swiftly covered their mouths and noses, inhaling only a minuscule amount of the anesthetic. Stumbling and grappling with their discomfort, they endeavored to escape the fog. Yet, within the grayish haze, shadows rose ominously, toppling one companion after another, accompanied by the acrid scent of marine fish. Outside the smoke, the remaining assailants could only discern the silhouettes of their comrades dwindling in numbers. Just as now, the Penguin strike team was unbothered by the prospect of hastening their slumber. After dispatching the remaining assailants still standing within the smoke, Skipper glided towards the hotel's drainage outlet, tugging at the iron bars in a bid to pry them open. The iron bars proved sturdier than anticipated, prompting Skipper to call out, "Rico." Their long-standing rapport enabled Rico to comprehend Skipper's needs without the necessity for explicit instructions. With a grunt, Rico expelled a stick of explosive with a lit fuse from his beak. He tossed the explosive into the drainage outlet, and moments later, a resounding bang echoed as the iron bars were blown skyward. Several penguins swiftly leaped into the sewer, vanishing from sight. When the smoke finally dissipated, Batman cast his gaze downward, observing a scattering of incapacitated assailants. Merely a handful remained from the original throng of nearly 40. Remarkably, those four unidentified figures had efficiently eliminated a significant portion of the adversaries. Furthermore, none of the firearms that had been in the assailants' possession remained. Batman felt a surge of frustration. He forced himself to suppress thoughts of the four enigmatic beings absconding with a substantial cache of military arms. A blatant violation of the law concerning theft and unlawful possession of weaponry. Setting aside the matter of their pilfered arms, they had effectively neutralized all those who still possessed the strength to stand amidst the smoke. Somewhat reassuring news. Batman exhaled, albeit with trepidation, at least for the moment. It seemed that those four unidentified entities were aligned with the forces of justice, or perhaps they were merely obstructed by the assailants from exiting. Batman preferred the former interpretation, as it would simplify future negotiations. Of course, The distinction lay merely between him bellowing for them to vacate his Gotham and requesting their departure from his city. The leader of the assailants, not succumbing to the smoke, counted his remaining comrades. From the original 40, only a scant few stood beside him. However, even a few would suffice. As long as they held hostages, surely the police would pave the way for them. Yet, it appeared they might not have the opportunity for such hostage-taking, as Batman descended before them. Oh dear. Chapter 7. The four penguins, concealed in glory, strolled along the serene streets, unperturbed by the gunfire nearby. Clutching rainbow snow cones in their flippers, they ambled back towards the Gotham Children's Zoo, traversing a school district where the foot traffic was exceptionally sparse, leaving them unconcerned about being spotted by humans. Rico, how much did we earn tonight? Skipper did not forget that before departing, Rick had assailed every unfortunate thug who lay on the ground, armed with weapons. Given Rick's insatiable greed, Skipper could boldly surmise that none had been left unscathed. With a chuckle, Rick expelled a copious amount of armaments from his mouth, undoubtedly all seized from the hands of the fallen miscreants. As Skipper had predicted, Rick had absconded with all the weapons belonging to those he had vanquished. These would serve as our strategic reserves, to be utilized in confronting our adversaries, the apocalypse, melting glaciers, and a myriad of other challenges. Kowalski circled around the munitions, analyzing the situation. Gotham's astonishing degree of freedom was something that could scarcely be observed in New York City, he remarked. My decisions have never faltered. We have indeed chosen wisely in coming to Gotham. Skipper donned a knowing expression, arching his wing as he leaned against Kowalski. To articulate this penguin's behavior in human terms, it would be akin to draping an arm over another's shoulder in a casual embrace. Privet chuckled softly, his eyes alight with whimsical and joyous imaginings. We could trade these weapons for food on the black market, Privet proposed. This is our strategic reserve. Privet, are you truly suggesting we barter these treasures for mere sustenance? Skipper inquired incredulously. Food? No, they could be exchanged for materials. Our primary objective now is to enhance my technological prowess and explore further inventions, Kowalski asserted. Skipper glanced at Kowalski, questioning, your inventions? You mean those that are bound to go awry? I would rather barter food for Privet. Kowalski hastily amended his statement. Ahem. Enhancing my technological level means enhancing our collective technological advancement, enabling us to better tackle unforeseen events. Skipper, Privet called in a sing-song voice. Skipper, Kowalski whined pitifully. They both knew that Skipper could not resist their endearing antics and would inevitably choose one of them. At that moment, Rick, realizing his companions sought to usurp these prized possessions, immediately adopted a protective demeanor. He guarded the firearms, emitting warning sounds. No, Rick. They ought to serve a more meaningful purpose rather than languish in your belly, Privet gently implored, inching closer to Rick. Meaningful purposes? Yes, indeed, under my ultra-precise calculations. They could be exchanged for a wealth of materials and instruments, Kowalski coldly stated after performing rapid calculations with his abacus. Thus is the mind of a scientifically inclined penguin. Kowalski's thoughts were consumed by science and experimentation, while his brethren could only stand by. In Rick's eyes, it was these two siblings who were the true madmen, intent on seizing what he cherished. A threatening growl emanated from Rick's throat, perhaps signaling that in the next moment he might unleash a chainsaw from his maw. Then, they unleashed a merciless and frenzied chainsaw assault on their brethren. Noticing that Rick's current state was quite unstable, Skipper's expression darkened slightly. Rick, my old friend, you must remain calm. Before Skipper could finish, Rick's demeanor shifted dramatically. He curled up his body, displaying a woeful countenance, and whimpered pathetically at Skipper. Subsequently, Rick sat down on the ground, weeping like a pitiful child denied a coveted model airplane by his parents. Skipper paused for a moment, then turned and delivered a swift kick to Kowalski and Privet, who were preparing to seize the weaponry from Rick. As Rick had pointed out, those items belonged to him, and in circumstances deemed unnecessary, he had the right to possess them. Kowalski voiced his discontent. You are showing favoritism towards Rick, Skipper. That is unfair to both me and Rick. This would only encourage Rick's spoiled behavior, Skipper. Privet crossed his arms, visibly upset by Skipper's apparent bias. Kowalski looked at Privet in surprise. Was it not Privet who typically relied on Skipper's favoritism? Favoritism? Skipper's voice was filled with incredulity. He had never once considered himself to be biased. He prided himself on his impartiality. I do not favor any individual, gentlemen. We are soldiers, well-trained soldiers. Favoritism breeds discontent, Skipper stated with a serious tone, reminiscent of the lectures he often delivered to his wayward prot-gs. Not only was he their commanding officer, but also a distinguished officer who had successfully accomplished numerous missions. Kowalski appeared somewhat at a loss for words. he lowered his eyelids and replied in a calm tone. Very well, Skipper. If you had not been soothing Rick as if he were an infant while proclaiming fairness, I believe you could have gained at least 30 more credibility points. As Kowalski spoke, their commander stood beside Rick with the tenderness of a loving mother. Skipper not only shared his rainbow snow cone with Rick, but also, while Rick sobbed with his mouth agape, extended his wing into Rick's mouth, allowing him to suck on it. It was reminiscent of a mother pretending her finger was a pacifier for a crying baby. This approach proved remarkably effective on little Rick. After receiving double the snow cone and the comfort of sucking, he quickly quieted down. As I mentioned, these items rightfully belonged to Rick now. Having achieved his objective, Rick promptly ceased his earlier lamentations, and under the somewhat resentful gazes of Kowalski in private, consumed the double portion of rainbow snow cone. Rick hummed a cheerful tune as he devoured the weapons one by one, finishing with a burp, thus maximizing his provocation. And as they stealthily infiltrated the zoo, they labored tirelessly for much of the evening. At last, Kowalski announced that 2/3 of their base construction had been completed. This signifies that, aside from a few minor facilities such as Privet's swimming pool, Rick's explosives room, and their clandestine subterranean storage chamber, everything else had been erected. The first completed section was their accommodation area, the place where they would reside daily, dine, and enjoy family movies, meaning they would not have to seek alternative sleeping arrangements tonight. The second finished construction was Kowalski's laboratory, a purely self-serving endeavor. Had this penguin named Kowalski lacked a well-equipped lab, his very essence would have been shattered. The third was Skipper's private collection room, intended to house the spoils of Skipper's past victories over adversaries, along with his various collectibles. Following this was the strategic emergency conference room for storing weapons, strategic supplies, and monitoring the entire zoo area, as well as the self-detonation device chamber and the garage for the monster truck. They managed to complete these projects in just 2 days, totaling 30 hours, showcasing their commendable efficiency. Once all was accomplished, dawn broke, and 4 hungry penguins floated on the water, awaiting the arrival of their caretaker. However, before the caretaker appeared, they were greeted by 2 humans, one familiar and the other unknown. Another pair, a male and a female, donned the same school uniform. The female, with flushed earlobes, walked ahead, while Tim, his face turned away from her, displayed signs of impatience and distress. He mourned internally for the time he felt was wasted. Spotting this familiar face, Skipper, floating on the water with his hands behind his head, wore an expression that spoke of past triumphs in both love and career. Raising an eyebrow, Skipper teasingly remarked, "A popular boy, I understand that feeling. I have experienced it myself." Skipper was a remarkably charismatic penguin. His exemplary leadership qualities captivated not only his peers, but also various females who found him enchanting. What do you mean? Kowalski glanced at Skipper. Are you referring to your pursuit of Miss Falcon, or your infatuation with the bleached Marlene? Stung by Kowalski's words, Skipper let out a huff. As for me, I shall never be swayed by women. Only science and calculation are eternal truths, Kowalski asserted firmly. Skipper had not intended to poke at Kowalski's sore spot, but given Kowalski's bold declaration, he felt compelled to respond. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Doris, Skipper calmly uttered the name. 3. This was Privet, lying beside Skipper, eyes closed, basking in the Gotham morning sun. 2. Rick rolled over on the water's surface, burying his head underwater, producing sounds from beneath the surface. 1. Naturally, this was Skipper. As the countdown concluded, the previously resolute Kowalski, who had professed unwavering devotion to science, burst into tears. Doris, why did you not choose me? As she wept, she repeatedly struck her head against the faux snow mountain. Doris Skipper sighed. I have long maintained that she is ill-suited for Kowalski. She merely inflicts pain upon him. Doris, a dolphin and the sister of their longtime friend Dr. Blowhole, is a strikingly beautiful female dolphin and the object of Kowalski's unrequited affection. Doris has never openly expressed her feelings regarding Kowalski's pursuits. Rather, it is as if she is playfully toying with him. Or perhaps she has subtly rebuffed him in the past. Kowalski, oblivious to the nuances of the situation, remains as he always has. It is worth noting that Doris once dated Skipper. It was her initiative. That evening, they did nothing beyond sitting by the sea, chatting and sipping drinks. While Doris implored Skipper to refrain from provoking Kowalski, Skipper would never betray a brother. However, the clandestine rendezvous with Doris weighed heavily on Skipper's conscience. Naturally, only Doris and Skipper were privy to this secret affair. Hearing the chattering sounds from the penguin enclosure, Tim glanced over to see a tall, slender penguin amusingly bobbing its head against the ground, which instantly brought a smile to his face. These penguins were remarkably anthropomorphic. Chapter 8. Under the watchful gaze of 4 penguins, Tim once again declined a girl's confession of affection. His rejection mirrored the words he had spoken the previous day. He simply cited his dedication to his career and studies as a formal excuse, followed by a compliment about her hair or eyes to provide her with a graceful exit, preventing any undue embarrassment. Such a response demonstrated a high emotional intelligence, achieving his goal without causing excessive sorrow to the rejected girl, a commendable act of public relations. As Skipper mused silently, unable to resist, Skipper raised an eyebrow and whistled, tinged with a hint of mockery. In less than 2 days since our arrival in Gotham City, he has already turned down 2 human females expressing their affections. What a discerning human. Upon hearing this, Kowalski quickly detached himself from the pain of losing Doris. He produced an abacus, gesturing animatedly at Tim, only to hastily tuck it away when Tim turned to look at him. By my calculations, if this human were an animal, he would severely disrupt the social ecology. Typically, it is male animals who display their strength to attract females. This human, however, is quite the opposite. Privet circled Kowalski, swaying his little feet. In a soft voice full of dreams and aspirations, Privet remarked that, by human standards, he was exceptionally handsome, making his popularity entirely understandable. He rejected the advances of the females simply because he was waiting for his true love, a girl who would make his heart flutter, with whom he would eventually share the joy of hatching eggs. Privet's mind wandered with these delightful associations. In what should have been a tale of Tim Drake, it transformed instead into a sweet love story between Privet and an unfamiliar female creature. The moment Privet's words fell, Skipper delivered an unhesitating slap, jolting him back to reality. "Oh, soldier, abandon your ludicrous notions," Skipper remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Tim Drake, who appeared harmless yet observed them with a veiled gaze. "I have a hunch. This human's identity is far from ordinary. What identity could possibly be complex?" Privet could not help but chuckle. "Do you suspect him to be an undercover agent? Or a ninja assassin?" The mere mention of a ninja assassin ignited Rick's excitement, prompting him to eagerly fixate on Tim. Should Skipper issue the command, he would leap forth to confront this so-called ninja assassin. "That is merely Privet's conjecture," Kowalski interjected. Rick let out a disappointed whine, releasing his tightly clenched fists. "No, neither of those." Skipper flapped his wings against his fluffy white belly. "My intuition tells me he harbors a secret identity, perhaps a superhero or something of that sort." Upon hearing Skipper's assertion, the remaining 3 penguins exchanged swift glances, with Rick and Privet restraining Skipper, while Kowalski hastily pried open Skipper's beak, allowing a drop of saliva to escape. After a meticulous examination, Kowalski replied, "Skipper, you are merely experiencing a stress response." "Do you believe my intuition to be a mere stress reaction?" Skipper inquired incredulously. "It has never failed, not even when Julian was wrongfully accused." Kowalski struggled to stifle a laugh, ultimately succumbing to mirth, clearing his throat to regain composure. "Skipper, how can we trust you? With no evidence, merely your word?" Rick chimed in with a series of mocking squawks, clearly ridiculing Skipper's claims. "Stop laughing, Kowalski. I have always said that our leader possesses an incredibly vivid imagination." Privet's jest would have been better received had he not laughed while saying it. Furrowing his brow, Skipper found himself at a loss for words. As Kowalski noted, he could not assert another identity based solely on instinct. Thus, Skipper remained silent, patting his unruly belly. His intuition resided within. Meanwhile, Tim found himself amused by the anthropomorphic interactions of the 4 penguins in their enclosure, chuckling several times. Had he truly witnessed 3 penguins mocking another? It was not until the female penguin that had shown him affection wandered off that Tim contemplated retrieving a few coins from a distance. He fed the automatic feeder outside the penguin exhibit. As treats cascaded through the chute into the penguin enclosure, Skipper shouted a warning, prompting the 3 penguins to swiftly retreat behind the faux snow mound, taking up defensive postures. Beware of the enemy ambush. Perhaps it was the audacity of youth or the fact that Privet sensed no malice in Tim that emboldened him to venture forth. What was this? The substance floating upon the water's surface resembled a gelatinous mass, akin to jelly. He sampled it. Delicious. It was frozen fish jelly. Upon hearing Privet's declaration, the other penguins flocked eagerly to partake. Initially, Skipper had been escorted by Kowalski and Rico, though Skipper harbored a degree of disdain and wariness. The exquisite taste of the frozen fish jelly transformed his perspective entirely. The back seat of the monster truck was simply delectable. In an instant, Skipper was conquered. Soon, the delectable morsels of frozen fish jelly were consumed, leaving them licking their beaks, and Skipper wore an expression of confident delight. "Come, my comrades. Let us showcase our adorably foolish prowess. He will surely be inclined to indulge us further." Indeed, based on my understanding of humanity, should we exhibit our irresistibly charming antics. He will willingly procure more jelly for us, Kowalski exclaimed with excitement. Thus, the four penguins leaped onto the stage, fervently performing. They feigned foolishness, swaying their heads as they ambled about. First, we sway and stroll, brushing against each other's down, Skipper remarked, feigning clumsiness with Kowalski. They then puffed out their chests, rubbing their feathers against one another. Following this, they pretended to stumble. Watch, Privet said, deliberately falling to the ground and raising his adorable little rear. Finally, came Rico's dramatic entrance. He plunged from the sky into the water, surfacing with a splash. Now, he will be enamored by our charming display and willingly settle the bill, Skipper asserted confidently. However, Tim did not continue to indulge the penguins. Compared to the current antics of the overly playful penguins, he found himself more fond of their earlier, more human-like gestures. The present display rendered Tim feeling that the penguins were indistinguishable from ordinary ones. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Tim experienced a strange sensation. If he were to pay for the penguins' spirited performance, he would indeed be the true fool. After all, these penguins began their performance only in hopes of extracting more from him after he had fed them. It bore a resemblance to human flattery. Did penguins truly possess such high intelligence? Furthermore, this was not merely a matter of being a simpleton. The feeding machines at the zoo had daily limits to prevent overfeeding the animals. The quantity Tim had just dispensed was considerable, and these penguins devoured it as if they had not eaten in days, consuming it in mere seconds. How had that scarred-beak penguin managed to vacuum up the jelly as if it were a vacuum cleaner? Tim calculated the time. The first class was about to commence. As the representative of the Youth League, Tim possessed the privilege to abstain from morning classes under the pretense of patrolling or other obligations, which elucidated his prolonged stay at the zoo. However, even as a representative, it was implausible for him to skip classes without justification. Tim was reluctant to tarnish his pristine record with a series of red marks. After casting a couple more glances at the penguins, he turned and exited the zoo, leaving four pairs of eyes twitching in disbelief as they fixated on him. How could he? Skipper exclaimed, utterly incredulous. According to my calculations, humans should be utterly defenseless against such adorable creatures. Has the father of computation betrayed me once more? Kowalski lamented, striking his head with an abacus. Rico squawked and flailed, nearly resorting to using a toilet plunger as a projectile to retrieve Tim. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Tim, he was completely oblivious to the allure he held for those little creatures. Skipper, we have a situation, declared Private, who was observing Tim's circumstances through the reconnaissance telescope they had hastily constructed the previous night. Unlike their previous outing at the New York Zoo, this time they had cleverly concealed the telescope within a faux snow mountain, ensuring that no one would suspect its presence. Their earlier attempts had been far too conspicuous, leading to frequent discoveries of their clandestine operations, thus prompting the need for this specially modified version. Although Kowalski staunchly refuted any claims that their previous telescope placement had been slapdash, insisting that the concealment within the faux snow mountain was a necessity during this particularly sensitive period in Gotham. What is it, soldier? You had better divulge something of significance, or I might find it difficult to restrain my wings from flying into your face, Skipper warned. The human who just provided us with snacks has been captured, Private replied. Upon hearing this, Skipper incredulously asked, was it the animal control officer? They always despise humans feeding us. Do they truly believe that 2 fish a day is sufficient to satiate us? No soldier should fight on an empty stomach. Kowalski pushed past Private, peering through the telescope to witness several burly men placing a sack over the unconscious head of Tim Drake. After ensuring that their surroundings were clear of onlookers, they hoisted Tim into a van. He has been abducted, Kowalski exclaimed. Good heavens, is Gotham's law enforcement so lenient? In broad daylight, beneath the open sky, they dare to kidnap someone? Skipper was astounded. Gentlemen, we have a mission. In light of the snacks he provided us today, we must assist him, even if he may possess a secret identity, which I detest. Operation Save the Innocent Little Bird, commence, Skipper proclaimed. Chapter 9. Tim Drake felt utterly unfortunate, having not only been hurled from a height by a deranged killer crocodile during last night's patrol, but also returning to the Batcave in dire need of a cup of coffee. The coffee machine malfunctioned, splattering Tim Drake with coffee. Shortly thereafter, he received confessions of affection from classmates this morning. Heaven knows that girls had never been so fervent in their declarations towards him. In less than 2 days, he was professed to in the same manner twice. Feeding the penguins was perhaps the only joy he could claim from this morning. Almost immediately, he encountered kidnappers at the entrance, who were evidently after Tim Drake, or perhaps Bruce Wayne. Everyone was aware that Tim was Bruce's adopted son and arguably the most favored child of Bruce Wayne. entrusted with significant responsibilities at Wayne Enterprises despite still being a high school student. The motive behind the kidnapping was simple. It certainly was not the revelation of Tim and Bruce's secret identities. If that had been the case, they would have used firearms on Tim right then and there. Therefore, the sole reason these individuals targeted Tim was to extort money from Bruce Wayne. Tim Drake observed the tall, masked kidnappers wielding blunt instruments with an air of calmness, his own stature of merely 5 feet 7 inches appearing somewhat fragile amidst their imposing presence. Only Tim himself knew that these men were mere bluster, perhaps formidable against ordinary individuals, yet Tim, having undergone professional training, could neutralize them in a mere 10 seconds. The zoo was not particularly secluded. Many students had to pass by its entrance on their way to school. However, given the time, most students were already in class. This was likely the reason these criminals felt emboldened. Tim maintained a facade of shock, subtly glancing at the surveillance camera above him, which was pivoting to capture the scene involving him and the kidnappers. Someone was surely watching. Thus, Tim knew he could not afford to take 10 seconds to deal with them, for as Tim Drake, he lacked extraordinary combat skills, which would jeopardize their carefully concealed secrets. Consequently, he cautiously grasped his backpack and timidly inquired, "What do you want?" Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a security guard slumped over his desk, appearing to have dozed off. Rick stood nearby, brandishing a rolling pin. Each time the guard struggled to rouse himself, attempting to recall what had transpired or prevent the penguins from carrying out their tasks. Rick would unhesitatingly deliver a strike to ensure the guard remained oblivious. At the monitoring station, where all the zoo's surveillance feeds converged, 3 penguins gazed up at the screens. Kowalski was manipulating the controls to adjust the camera at the zoo's entrance for a better view. "Oh, just look at his pale, fluffless face, utterly terrified," Skipper remarked with a hint of pity. In Skipper's eyes, Tim Drake had been branded with a series of descriptors such as weak, harmless, and fragile. At this moment, Skipper's intuition stirred once more, contradicting his own thoughts by asserting that Tim was not a feeble human. Skipper had grown weary of debating with this instinct, which always seemed to oppose him whenever he held a viewpoint. Very well, let us assume he possesses a secret identity. However, is there not before us a kind-hearted human in need of our assistance? Skipper casually reassured himself. "Skipper, these kidnappers have come for this human," Kowalski replied solemnly after typing a query on the computer. "Good heavens, humans can be so cruel. Why would they target such an innocent and benevolent soul?" Privet exclaimed in disbelief. "And these individuals will soon taste the righteous fist of justice from the penguins," Skipper declared, mimicking the gesture of a human using their fingers. "For this person is Tim Drake," Kowalski stated in a matter-of-fact tone. "Who is that?" Skipper inquired. "Tim Drake." Kowalski couldn't help but raise his voice, lowering it again upon meeting Skipper's disapproving gaze. Should we know him?" Skipper asked. Kowalski opened a browser page to show Skipper. "Though he may not be striking in appearance, he is a genius inventor, a master hacker. Goodness, I've always wanted to learn to become a hacker, surely. We would have much to discuss." Kowalski's voice grew increasingly animated. He began to fantasize about navigating the web as a hacker, uncovering all human secrets and infiltrating government facilities to steal cutting-edge technologies. Skipper and Privet exchanged glances before Skipper promptly slapped Kowalski across the face. "Kowalski, snap out of it." "I'm sorry, Skipper," Kowalski replied, regaining his focus. He cleared his throat and said, "Tim Drake is the adopted son of Bruce Wayne." Skipper and Privet gasped in unison, having completely forgotten who Bruce Wayne was, with Rick dramatically inhaling as if caught in the moment. Bruce Wayne, the philanthropist who constructed this very zoo and improved the daily feeding of penguins from 2 fish to 10 fish each day. He is also the one who decided to place the ice cream shop adjacent to the penguin exhibit. "We must forever remember his generosity," Privet remarked. "And Tim Drake, this esteemed human," Kowalski's tone darkened momentarily at the mention of popularity, "is Bruce Wayne's adopted son. Tim Drake, much like his father, is kind-hearted. He just provided us with snacks." Skipper observed the surveillance footage, where Tim Drake was attempting to free himself from the kidnappers. Of course, one could hardly expect a seemingly fragile and ordinary human to defeat such towering assailants. Thus, the outnumbered Tim, having bravely dispatched one of his captors through sheer determination, was inevitably subdued and rendered unconscious, with a burlap sack placed over his head as he was taken away. "Tim Drake," Skipper exclaimed, as if mourning the loss of a comrade. He was a hero, having not only vanquished a kidnapper despite his frail physique, but also having just treated us to snacks. "We must assist him," Privet declared, well aware that they would not be present were it not for their desire to aid Tim Drake. Yet, uttering this sentiment made him appear benevolent, which he genuinely was. "Kowalski, the plan?" Skipper inquired. As a competent second-in-command, Kowalski swiftly presented two options. First, we could rush over and rescue Tim Drake from the vehicle, incapacitate all the kidnappers, drive them to the police station, and discreetly return Tim to school as if nothing had transpired, leaving him oblivious to his saviors. 1011. Skipper fervently agreed. Flight gear, Rick. Rick produced a few flying devices, one of Kowalski's rare inventions that had not encountered significant issues, a soda-powered jetpack, aptly named for its propulsion mechanism. The principles of soda's thrust, combined with Kowalski's unique modifications, allowed the penguins to soar into the sky with remarkable endurance. For penguins perched atop the surveillance room, equipped with soda bottle backpacks and broad, airplane-like wings affixed to their flippers. Goggles on, Skipper commanded. The four penguins synchronized in pushing their goggles over their eyes. Wiggle those tails. They collectively wiggled their soft, white posteriors, causing the soda in their backpacks to agitate and gather more carbonation. Let us go. Skipper pulled on the side rope, and soda erupted from the bottles. The immense force of grape soda propelled the four penguins skyward, where they adjusted their trajectory toward the van that had already merged onto the thoroughfare. However, Gotham streets proved to be more chaotic than anticipated, with strong winds severely disrupting their flight. Privet was the first to collide with a pedestrian carrying a cabinet as he crossed the road, followed by Rick and the avians becoming entangled midair, ultimately crashing into a trash bin. Skipper, Pilot Privet here. Rick has crashed, Kowalski reported, only to collide with a street sign seconds later. Kowalski's final thought before losing consciousness was a lament about Gotham's poor community infrastructure, narrow streets that impeded flight and store signs extending perilously onto the road. Had they known, they would have thoroughly studied Gotham's map before venturing out. It seems I alone must undertake this formidable task, Skipper declared resolutely, narrowing his eyes in determination. It gazed at the van that was still a fair distance away, and without hesitation, it patted the soda strapped to its back. Activating the emergency mode, it unleashed a smaller soda bottle attached to the grape soda container. Though it too was grape soda, it was a compressed bottle, offering a greater explosive force, thus posing a significant danger. Skipper opened the compressed bottle, while Kowalski, who had just risen and reunited with two other penguins, seemed to sense something. Casting a look towards the distance filled with disbelief and a hint of sorrow. Skipper has activated the emergency mode of the backpack, Kowalski remarked. Rick and Privet simultaneously inhaled sharply, fully aware of the implications of the backpack's emergency mode. He is a true hero. Salute, Kowalski declared, saluting Skipper's departing figure. The other two penguins imitated Kowalski's gesture, raising their flippers in salute to Skipper. With the aid of the jetpack's emergency mode, Skipper rapidly closed the distance to the van. He stretched his hand forward, striving to grasp the vehicle. Almost there, just a bit more effort. However, the van suddenly halted. Skipper's eyes widened as he attempted to halt his forward momentum. It's a red light, Skipper exclaimed, colliding directly with the rear window of the van. Chapter 10. Hearing a loud thud from behind, the kidnapper in the van turned to look, just in time to see a bird sliding down the rear window. What just happened? The driver questioned, unable to turn around to see for himself. His companion, having witnessed Skipper's unfortunate slide down the rear window, uncertainly replied, I think a silly bird just crashed into the window. The window bore the mark left by Skipper, whose pristine white belly feathers had cleaned the dust from the rear glass. The driver couldn't help but chuckle, though he could not see what transpired behind him. The image of a bird colliding with their window due to their stop at a red light was undeniably foolish. After all, what bird flies that low? Or perhaps this bird also wished to wait for the light. That could classify as a rear-end collision. Such occurrences, while rare, were not entirely unheard of, given that numerous birds sometimes rested in the middle of the road and were struck. Is this bird, from a human perspective, rather plump? Another kidnapper in the back seat questioned uncertainly, observing the large mark left on the window by Skipper's descent. Who knows? Clearly, this bird is not our primary concern, the driver replied. Just then, the red light turned green once more, and they drove away from the street. The three penguins lifted the manhole cover, dragging Skipper into the sewers, thus saving him from the peril of being struck by the vehicle. Skipper, are you all right? Privet asked with concern. Skipper shook his head, dispelling the dizziness that clouded his mind. I'm fine, he declared. With eager anticipation, he turned to Kowalski, inquiring, So, Kowalski, have I successfully left my scent on that vehicle? Kowalski glanced at Skipper, noting the effort he had exerted to track the van. The soft white fur on Skipper's abdomen had become somewhat soiled from brushing against the long unwashed vehicle. Kowalski felt a pang of sympathy, yet he admired Skipper's unwavering determination to rescue Tim Drake. From behind him, Kowalski miraculously produced a square canister, adorned with a label of some fish species. It had indeed once contained fish, but after its contents had been consumed, Kowalski had repurposed it into something of greater significance, a scent-tracking radar. This device had been crafted to prevent Rico from getting lost, and contained the scents of the four of them, as well as that of Julian. It could pinpoint the location of a target based on scent trails and identify places or objects where scents lingered, often utilized for locating lost items. The inclusion of Julian's scent was due to the troublesome lemur's habit of pestering Skipper whenever he carelessly misplaced something, imploring them for assistance in finding everything except for Mort, which he had intentionally discarded. Upon seeing Julian's name appear on the radar, Skipper recoiled as if reacting instinctively, letting out a groan. Remove Julian's name. Considering we are in Gotham, we shall no longer be bothered by him. Let us do a good deed, Kowalski, Skipper lamented, shielding his eyes in anguish. The mere sight of Julian's name conjured memories of their torment at the zoo in Madagascar. Most painfully, Julian seemed to take pleasure in tormenting Skipper, who had even shed tears over the time wasted because of him. The thought of how much precious time Julian had squandered from his life brought forth another wave of tears. With a whimper, Skipper turned his head away, wishing to conceal his vulnerability from his companions. Kind-hearted Private quickly patted Skipper's back in a gesture of comfort. Kowalski subtly smirked and then deleted Julian's name from the radar. Though it amused him to see the usually indomitable Skipper so affected by Julian, he would not intentionally oppose him out of malice. Our priority now is to locate Tim Drake, Kowalski stated, observing the small red that was in motion. Undoubtedly, this was the scent trail left behind after Skipper's collision with the van. Now, it is time for you to present the second contingency plan, Kowalski. Restored, Skybird transformed once more into the indomitable and fearless leader. Kowalski inquired, "Are we to be launched onto the van using a toilet plunger launcher?" With no intention to contradict. Kowalski added, "Isn't that precisely the plan we ought to employ while tracking the van? Much akin to a flying backpack?" Privet interjected. Yet, Skybird was inquiring about the contingency plan, which was exactly what I had envisioned as the secondary strategy. I assumed your alternative plan involved infiltrating their base to rescue Tim Drake after the failure of the primary strategy on the vehicle, Skybird remarked. As a lieutenant, being thoroughly prepared is the fundamental requirement, Skybird asserted. For the first time, Kowalski was taken aback by Skybird referring to himself as a lieutenant. How curious that he would adopt such a title. Kowalski promptly retrieved a notebook to conduct meticulous calculations. We could initially follow the scent into their clandestine base and subsequently devise a specific rescue plan based on their layout. Excellent. Let us proceed thusly. The van traversed the roadway, necessitating adherence to traffic signals and occasionally encountering congestion, while the Penguins glided through the sewers, avoiding both traffic jams and stoplights. It was their first realization that Gotham's sewers constituted a city unto themselves. The intricate labyrinth of pipes was reminiscent of the mountainous city of Chongqing, easily disorienting. And the sewers were no longer a realm of unimpeded movement for the Penguins. Gotham's sewers differed vastly from those of New York City. During their time in New York, the Penguin squad had only encountered two peculiar entities in the sewers, a crocodile residing within and a fellow with electric powers, who referred to himself as the Lightning Man. Skybird had seen his name on a wanted poster. He was a fugitive forced to hide in the sewers. Initially, the Penguins had no intention of involving themselves in this matter. However, they inadvertently triggered the Lightning Man's contraptions as they passed by. To escape his devices, the Penguins had no choice but to destroy the Lightning Man's secret lair. God knows they had no desire to wreak havoc upon such things. Kowalski had pleaded with Skybird to linger a while longer, wishing to extract some of the Lightning Man's data for research, only to trip and inadvertently activate the self-destruct sequence. Thus, the Lightning Man's hideout was obliterated. Moreover, Gotham's sewer system was even more exaggerated. It ought not to be termed merely a subterranean conduit, but rather an underground world, teeming with countless factions. As the Penguin squad advanced toward the location of the van, they discerned the insignias of no less than 10 factions within this underground realm. This signified that at least 10 groups possessed their own clandestine bases in the sewers. It was perilous, yet it exhilarated Skybird and Rick, two maniacs who revered brute force above all else. Although Skipper is an exceptional leader, maintaining composure like a steadfast pillar amidst the chaos of his companions, he often delivers a firm slap to each of them, guiding them back to a state of calm and clarity. Yet, Skipper is acutely aware of his own madness. Concealing the part of him that belongs to Denmark, he has merely hidden it, not discarded it. That fragment of insanity lingers within Skipper, but he possesses formidable self-control, rarely allowing it to surface. In stark contrast, Rick's madness is evident to all. He revels in blood, gunpowder, and bombs. Skipper serves as the tether that restrains Rick, preventing him from succumbing entirely to his madness. I adore Gotham, Skipper reiterated. We can establish our own influence there, governing the entire underworld of Gotham. A life accompanied by war and peril has always been Skipper's desire, reminiscent of the alluring golden treasures that reveal one's innermost thoughts. Skipper's war fantasies prompted Privet to inhale sharply, sensing that Skipper was about to embark on another dangerous venture. Privet quickly cautioned, Skipper, do you intend to involve yourself in Gotham's gang conflicts? You are aware of the dangers and the potential harm to innocent creatures. Skipper glanced at Privet and replied, No, I do not wish to be like everyone else. The criminal elements in Gotham are already excessive. I aim to be a distinct presence among them. Kowalski, having followed Skipper the longest and recognized as his lieutenant, immediately grasped the implications of Skipper's words. You mean, Kowalski began, astonished. Precisely, that's exactly what I mean. Skipper replied with a knowing smile. That is indeed the very essence of my intent. Kowalski mirrored Skipper's expression, sharing the same smile of understanding. Just as the two were poised to continue, Rick interrupted them. You're right. Privet chimed in. Stop with the riddles, you two. Do you wish to become the greatest leader in Gotham? As a special forces penguin in a children's zoo, I will not engage in wrongdoing. That would frighten the children. Skipper responded, relieved that his ambitions did not extend to becoming the most powerful figure in Gotham. This was not merely Privet's overthinking. It was a reasonable deduction based on Skipper's character. In Privet's mind, a vivid image began to form. Skipper reclining atop a hill constructed from arms and riches, flanked by the formidable Kowalski and Rick, their expressions fierce and menacing as Skipper gleefully proclaimed to Privet, You wouldn't even dare to call me Godfather. A shiver ran down Privet's spine. The probability of Skipper pursuing such a course of action was a staggering 95%. Chapter 11 Kowalski tore the new plan and presented it to Skipper for review. He cast a fleeting glance at a new recruit whose eyes were rolling, nearly fainting, and without hesitation, leaned into Skipper's ear to complain. Skipper, I bet Privet is concocting something peculiar again. Skipper narrowed his eyes at Privet and commanded, Kowalski, wake him up. As if he had rehearsed this countless times or had been awaiting Skipper's cue, Kowalski unhesitatingly slapped Privet across the face to rouse him. Apologies, Skipper. This city is filled with thugs and criminals. We cannot descend into their depths, Skipper stated gravely. If this city is inhabited by scoundrels, then we shall become their antithesis and decisively kick their behinds. Do you understand me, gentlemen? Skipper remarked with a smirk. His words ignited a spark of youthful fervor within the trio, reminiscent of their adolescent fantasies. They had once donned the guise of superheroes, patrolling the central zoo until they inadvertently damaged the Grand Clock Tower and were subsequently caught by Skipper, who forced them to cease their antics. Kowalski, Rick, and Privet's pupils dilated, reflecting their yearning as they envisioned themselves cloaked in capes, prowling the night, vanquishing criminals and delivering justice. Are we to become superheroes? Privet inquired. Kowalski leapt with excitement. Hooray! However, when Rick and Skipper turned their attention to him, Kowalski feigned composure, stifling his exuberance and clearing his throat. What I meant to say is that this idea holds promise for our future endeavors. In truth, Skipper had never contemplated becoming superheroes. He merely sought to target the criminals. Observing the excitement etched on his team's faces, Skipper paused before responding, Yes, indeed. Superheroes, but before that, we must familiarize ourselves with Gotham City. He had long outgrown the age of youthful fantasies and hardly wished to be dubbed the Caped Crusader, yet the trio reveled in the notion. More than embodying a superhero, Skipper preferred having them refer to him as the Godfather. For now, he decided to humor them. Gotham was far from New York. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, Skipper asserted with a serious demeanor. However, even if they stirred chaos, who would believe in the existence of the Penguin Strike Team? As long as they remained undetected by humans? Kowalski, Tim Drake has already been bound in our secret base, he observed, glancing at the motionless red dot on the locator. The plan to rescue the innocent little bird begins. Tim Drake had long been awake, or rather, he had never truly been knocked unconscious. This was all part of Tim Drake's strategy, feigning vulnerability to be taken to their base. The individuals dispatched to abduct Tim are certainly not limited to just a few. In Gotham, those who dare to kidnap members of the Wayne family are predominantly desperate rogues or Na'vi youths who underestimate the Dark Knight. In the city, true desperados are a rarity. Most criminals resort to a life of crime merely to scrape by, rather than attempting to extort the Waynes through the kidnapping of Tim Drake. After all, it is common knowledge throughout Gotham that Batman is a close ally of Bruce Wayne. To abduct a member of the Wayne family? Have they lost their minds? Seeking to be pummeled by Batman? Tim's reason for accompanying them goes beyond merely evading the surveillance at the zoo entrance. He prefers to ensnare all present. For allowing even one to escape would pose a danger to the innocents. If they dared to kidnap Tim Drake today, who might be their target tomorrow? The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. There could be unexpected advantages to this situation. It is better to feign weakness and observe these individuals, discerning their intentions and any potential backing before formulating a plan. Thus, Tim Drake pretends to faint, bound to a chair. The black cloth sack over his head remains intact, yet he can hear the sounds surrounding him with clarity. The space is vast and echoes. It is indoors, suffused with the scent of dust mingled with wood shavings, indicative of an abandoned lumber mill. The distant sound of wheels rolling over the ground carries the dampness of mud, remnants of recent rain in the suburbs. In an abandoned lumber mill, on the outskirts, having recently experienced rainfall, Tim's thoughts crystallize. He comprehends his location. He relaxes his body, adopting a posture of feigned slumber, presenting himself as harmless and vulnerable. The most adept hunters often assume the guise of their prey. The kidnappers, having brought him to this location, vacated the lumber mill, leaving Tim to bide his time patiently. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, shifting his gaze towards the source of a noise, yet the black cloth obscures his view of its origin. Fortunately, due to the covering over his face, the penguins making noise are unaware of his subtle movements. What is that sound? He is certain that apart from himself, no other living being occupied the factory. So from whence does this noise emanate? It resembles a muffled explosion, accompanied by the sound of metal crashing to the ground. Has someone entered? The penguins had just detonated explosives to breach the drainage system of the lumber mill, emerging from the outlet. Only 3 penguins surface: Skipper, Rico, and Kowalski, all adopting a battle-ready stance, expecting to be surrounded by a throng of thuggish assailants. However, to their surprise, not a single individual is in sight. Privately, the slowest of the quartet, Private, succumbs to his nausea, collapsing to the ground and retching, nearly unraveling as he exclaims, "Do Gothamites have no regard for cleanliness? There are piles of dead rats and not a soul to clean them up." Kowalski cast a sidelong glance at Privet, questioning who would expend their time cleaning out the sewers. Hush! Skipper surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, and upon confirming that no one emerged from behind the machinery, he relaxed. "Gentlemen, our objective lies ahead. We must rescue him and escort him to the precinct to complete our mission. I shall award full marks to my comrades involved in this operation, with the exception of Privet." "Wait, why am I excluded?" Privet protested, clearly discontented. "Have you forgotten the disarray you caused earlier?" Kowalski retorted, "You still have much to learn, rookie." As the newest and youngest member of their team, Privet had been trained personally by Skipper and had been nurtured by Kowalski, Skipper, and Rick. He had yet to witness the dark struggles of the adult world, remaining innocent and amiable, a boy fond of animated shows. Thus, when the trio passed through the sewers without flinching, Privet, encountering such repulsive sights for the first time, had succumbed to nausea. Nevertheless, it was time for Privet to mature. Therefore, this time, they did not shield him as they had in the past, which was not solely Skipper's reasoning for deducting Privet's score. "Stand guard." Skipper was the first to react to the noise from outside the door. "Hide." The kidnappers outside the lumber mill had also heard the explosion from within and rushed inside, relieved to find Tim securely bound to a chair. "Phew, that was a close call. I thought Batman had come to rescue Tim Drake." One of the kidnappers exhaled in relief. Mention of Batman, however, tightened their nerves once more. He was renowned for his stealthy infiltrations. The kidnappers thoroughly inspected the area, ultimately discovering the source of the sound. A drain cover had been blown open, its size barely accommodating 2 hands. It was evident that Batman would not be able to contort himself to slip through such a small opening. Better to exercise caution, the leader of the kidnappers declared. After a brief interval, one of the kidnappers could no longer contain his impatience. "Where's that Two-Face guy?" he queried. The leader glanced at his communicator and replied, "He should be arriving soon." He approached Tim, grasping his chin to confirm whether he was unconscious. After verifying that Tim had not regained consciousness, the leader stated, "Remember what I said. Once we complete the transaction with Two-Face and receive our payment, we leave Gotham and do not return for at least a year." Gotham had no shortage of issues requiring Batman's attention, making it unlikely that he would pursue them beyond the city limits. As mere intermediaries hired by Two-Face to abduct Tim Drake, they possessed little stature. Gotham's academic district was Poison Ivy's territory, and no one desired to provoke the wrath of this volatile woman, who despised gang members trespassing on her domain. Thus, the enigmatic Two-Face could only enlist others to infiltrate the academic district and abduct Tim Drake. Tim squinted, realizing that this was indeed the handiwork of Two-Face. He pondered how such a motley crew could muster the audacity to kidnap him, only to discern that they were merely pawns in Two-Face's grand scheme. Fully prepared for a hasty retreat from Gotham. Just as the kidnappers had asserted, Batman might not chase them beyond the city limits. Yet had these miscreants forgotten that there existed superheroes outside Gotham, and in considerable numbers? Once Tim disseminated their information through the superhero network, these villains, even if they escaped Gotham, would not evade the clutches of justice. Tim furrowed his brow. If he fell into Two-Face's hands, it would not be an easy escape. Meanwhile, four penguins lay concealed above the factory, nestled closely against the window's edge. Although unable to communicate with humans, this penguin squad had spent their lives in the zoo, gaining an understanding of human speech, gestures, and expressions. They were acutely aware that these individuals intended to sell Tim Drake to the highest bidder. Privet gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Are they truly planning to smuggle Tim Drake for sale? That's illegal." "I know," came the reply, "and I'm devising a plan to thwart their intentions." "Skipper, look outside quickly." Kowalski pressed against the window to observe. A van was approaching the factory, distinct from the one that had previously abducted Tim Drake. It was evidently Two-Face's vehicle. Chapter 12. The abduction of Tim Drake had been meticulously orchestrated by Two-Face for a week. Had it not been for Poison Ivy's plants being sensitive to scents, Two-Face minions would likely have been detected the moment they entered the academic district. Tim Drake should have been extracted long ago. Bruce Wayne had once been a friend to Two-Face, when he was merely Harvey Dent. However, since Harvey Dent's transformation into a terrorist, Bruce Wayne severed all ties, even undermining Dent's business ventures. To operate a terror organization, financial resources are essential to compel individuals to serve him. Bruce Wayne's recent pressure on Harvey Dent had disrupted the funding for Two-Face operations, making the kidnapping of Tim Drake part of his plan. It was a means to coerce Bruce Wayne into alleviating some of the pressure on his business or to compel him to personally provide the necessary funds. In the face of his former friend, Harvey Dent believed he had shown enough mercy. He refrained from employing a gun to force cooperation as he had done in the past. Bruce Wayne, however, was ungrateful, and Two-Face would show him no leniency. As for the choice of Tim Drake as the target, Bruce Wayne had 3 adopted sons. The eldest, Dick Grayson, was a dedicated police officer residing in BL Davin. The second son had perished in a terrorist attack years prior, and the youngest, Tim Drake, was currently attending high school in Gotham. The only individuals that Two-Face could potentially abduct are Dick Grayson and Tim Drake, with Tim's significance overshadowing that of Dick. After all, Dick is merely an ordinary corporate worker, whereas Tim holds the esteemed position of president at Wayne Enterprises, thus controlling the very lifeblood of the company. The choice of whom to capture is evidently clear. Naturally, Two-Face would not engage personally in the transaction involving Tim. He would prefer to avoid leaving behind too many incriminating traces for Batman to pursue. Hence, he dispatched his subordinates to carry out the exchange, who stripped themselves of any affiliations to Two-Face's gang. All preparations were in place. Unbeknownst to them, the kidnappers negotiating the exchange for Tim Drake had already betrayed Two-Face in front of Tim. Skipper observed the humans disembarking from the van, and a cunning idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly signaled to the other 3 penguins, who promptly leaped from the window to assume their positions. Kowalski first secured a rope to the iron gate and, with a swift motion, slammed it shut, subsequently locking it, thus trapping Two-Face's henchman outside as he approached the door. Witnessing the door slam shut before him, the henchman slowly formed a question mark with his expression. The resounding thud of the iron gate caught the attention of the kidnappers within the factory, and the lead kidnapper furrowed his brow, questioning, who closed the door? The remaining kidnappers exchanged puzzled glances, gathering together, realizing that none of them were near the entrance. Could it be that they were expected to possess the ability to close doors with mere mental prowess? "Boss, we are all right here." The lead kidnapper's brow furrowed deeper. Could it be that someone outside had shut the door? He had heard the sound of a vehicle parking outside moments ago, presumably the arrival of Two-Face men. What could their intent be in closing the door? Their line of work was inherently dubious, akin to those who often tread near the water's edge, prone to getting their feet wet. Gotham was rife with deception and treachery, where even larger gangs posed risks, and a misstep for their small faction could lead to a complete upheaval. Thus, vigilance was undoubtedly a virtue rather than a vice. The lead kidnapper's mind wandered into conspiracy, contemplating whether Two-Face intended to trap them alongside Tim Drake or some other sinister plot. However, to leap to conclusions without evidence was ill-advised, prompting him to signal 2 of his subordinates, "Go investigate the situation." The 2 henchmen approached the door, oblivious to the tripwires set by Rick and Privet, and fell face first to the ground, their heads striking the unyielding concrete and rendering them unconscious. The lead kidnapper was certain that there were no ropes properly set, for otherwise they would have tripped upon entering the factory. "Stay alert. We are under attack," he shouted, rushing towards the location where his two subordinates had fallen. As the rope loosened after ensnaring them, it was evident that someone had been pulling on both ends, and he hoped to apprehend the culprit upon arrival. Watching the lead kidnapper sprint towards him, Rick chuckled softly, producing a baseball bat from his mouth and twirling it in his grasp, preparing to deliver a surprise to the approaching kidnapper. A surprising revelation unfolded above his head, as Rick, with a voice hoarse and tinged with madness, addressed the leader of the kidnappers while gesturing towards him. Yet, one could hardly expect the kidnappers to comprehend the language of penguins. They had not even caught a glimpse of the creature. However, as soon as Rick uttered those words, he felt Skipper's disapproving gaze upon him. Skipper and Kowalski hovered aloft, with Kowalski piloting a remote-controlled aircraft while Skipper lay upon it, directing a look of disapproval at Rick. Disheartened, Rick retracted his baseball bat and released 2 smoke bombs, enveloping himself and Private in a shroud of mist. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of smoke, the leader of the kidnappers swiftly realized it was indeed an ambush. In the minds of Gotham's populace, such tactics were solely attributed to Batman and his loyal companions. As the leader was engulfed in thick fog, he shouted a warning to his men, "Be cautious, it's a trap." Yet, what greeted him in return were the muffled thuds of 2 of his subordinates collapsing into silence as they rushed into the haze. As the smoke dissipated, those who had charged in alongside him lay unconscious on the ground. They had not glimpsed Batman even once, yet 4 of their ranks had already succumbed to defeat. Meanwhile, outside, the henchmen of Two-Face pounded on the door, hurling curses at the kidnappers within, believing they had reneged on their agreement, locking the door in trepidation. With a few of his men dispatched by Batman, and now subjected to the insolent taunts of Two-Face minions, the leader's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. He bellowed, "What the hell are you yelling about? Damn it!" Batman barged in and locked the door, taking down 4 of my men. Upon hearing the leader's exclamation, the henchmen outside fell silent. After all, it was Batman they spoke of. To provoke Batman could mean a swift knockout, or worse, a protracted stay in intensive care for months. "Batman, is he referring to us?" Private inquired, following Rick as they leapt onto a high platform. Rick emitted an unintelligible sound. "Ugh, I despise bats. Those little creatures resemble winged sewer rats, and they are far more lethal than ordinary rodents." Private displayed a look of trepidation. Hearing the commotion from outside, Tim initially intended to seize the opportunity to sever the ropes and eliminate the thugs. However, the sounds of conflict and the leader's furious shouts captured Tim's attention. He moved slightly, retracting his hand that had begun to escape the bindings back into the confines of the ropes. As for whether the newcomers were Batman, Tim was certain that could not be the case. Based on his understanding of Batman, he was likely sound asleep at this hour. Moreover, Tim believed he could manage this minor kidnapping incident himself without imposing on Batman's time. Therefore, he firmly concluded that the identities of these intruders could not possibly be Batman. The pressing question remained: who were these intruders, and what audacity propelled them to confront armed kidnappers in a bid to rescue Tim? As for the possibility that they were not there to rescue Tim, he dismissed this notion outright. Firstly, this was merely a temporary hideout for the kidnappers during their dealings with the double agent. Moreover, Tim recalled that the Zoo's surveillance had captured the scene of his abduction. Were they police? No. If they were, they would have made a grand entrance. Their discreet approach resembled that of Batman. Suddenly, Tim heard the low hum of a small engine hovering above him. Intriguing. Was it a drone? Shortly thereafter, a strong odor of fish wafted through the air, causing Tim to instinctively hold his breath. Kowalski was piloting a remote-controlled aircraft, a rope tethering it to Skipper, who was being lowered towards Tim. Skipper reached out to touch Tim, but fell short, prompting him to gesture upwards at Kowalski. Kowalski moved forward about 5 centimeters. Kowalski responded with a salute, indicating he understood. In the next moment, Skipper collided with Tim, having miscalculated the force required for the descent. Tim felt the beak pressed against his stomach, the acid churning within, nearly causing him to retch. "Apologize, Kowalski," Tim exclaimed, as Kowalski flusteredly adjusted the aircraft's direction, resulting in yet another collision with Tim. "I'm really going to be sick." This was not the end. A series of 3 consecutive impacts followed. After the third, Skipper quickly braced himself against Tim's chest to avoid another crash. Tim was not faring any better. It felt as if a small nuclear bomb was striking his abdomen, pushing him to the brink of vomiting. He hastily extricated his hand from the ropes, binding him to offer some protection. However, neither Skipper nor Kowalski seemed to notice anything amiss. Skipper instinctively uttered, "Thank you. I mean, don't move, Kowalski." he added, fearing he would be too late and collide again. Kowalski, holding onto the bird's wings, chuckled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, Skipper." Skipper retorted, "Can't you distinguish between a 5-centimeter gesture and a 10-centimeter one?" Kowalski, fully aware that his error had caused Skipper distress, could only muster a pitiable expression. Skipper sighed, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The peculiar exchange between Skipper and Kowalski reached Tim's ears as a series of strange sounds. Were these animal calls? Or perhaps unique signals exchanged among those attempting to rescue him? Likewise, the kidnappers, who had been driven away by Rick and Privet, also heard Skipper's furious cries. They turned to see, nearly catching sight of Skipper's regal white furry backside facing them. Fortunately, Rick, as the most favored soldier under Skipper's command, never disappointed him. With a swift flick, Rick released a piece of cloth and, along with Privet, deftly covered the kidnapper's head. Observing this, Skipper hastened his actions, realizing he lacked the luxury of time to sever every rope binding Tim Drake. In truth, Skipper had no intention of doing so. Escaping with an immobile individual was far simpler than extricating a frightened human who could not comprehend penguin talk and would only cause chaos. Hence, Skipper merely cut the 2 ropes tethering Tim to the chair. Chapter 13 indicates that the ropes binding Tim were not entirely severed. He was simply no longer confined to the chair. However, it was a mere facade of immobility, as he had already managed to loosen the bindings, merely appearing as if he were still restrained, all to maintain the guise of an ordinary person. At present, he lay flat, ostensibly unable to move. Indeed, after rescuing Tim, Skipper promptly laid him down on the ground. Tim began to ponder whether revealing his identity would be prudent, as the individuals attempting to rescue him seemed rather unreliable. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contemplation, Tim lost the opportunity to make a choice. Rick and Privet slid across the ground to Skipper, and together they lifted Tim. Realizing his body was suspended, Tim was taken aback. Kowalski activated the timed explosives on the remote-controlled plane, directing it towards the kidnappers. He took a moment to sniff, casting a last glance at the heavily fortified aircraft equipped with oversized foot pedals. Then, Kowalski leaped from the plane, parachuting gracefully to the ground to join his 3 companions in lifting Tim and making their escape. Just as they peeled the cloth from their faces, a small aircraft sped towards them at an alarming rate. Instinctively, they ducked to avoid the plane, which collided with the iron gate, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The blast obliterated the gate. The weight of the 2 iron doors, though not excessively heavy, was enough to trap the henchmen of the two-faced man beneath them in the aftermath of the explosion. Sensing the imminent danger, the kidnappers instinctively dropped to the ground to shield themselves from the blast's shockwave, providing the Penguin squad with a fleeting opportunity to carry Tim Drake past them. The debris and small stones dislodged by the explosion rained down upon Tim. The henchmen, pinned beneath the iron gate and attempting to rise, found themselves further burdened by the weight of 4 penguins and a young man pressing down upon them. At this moment, the kidnappers became acutely aware of their predicament. They quickly glanced back and, as expected, found the chair that had bound Tim Drake was now conspicuously empty. Someone had abducted Tim Drake. Looking ahead, they could only see Tim Drake lying flat, being carried away by an unidentified force. The swift and nimble kidnapper attempted to seize his target, but Tim, having sensed the imminent danger, deftly extricated his hand from the ropes. With a flick of his fingers, he propelled a shard of stone towards the assailant's head, striking him and eliciting a pained cry as the man instinctively shielded himself. Tim, ever the unsung hero, quietly returned his hand to the confines of the ropes, continuing to masquerade as the ineffectual CEO of the Wayne family. The expression of the kidnappers' leader soured instantly. They could now ascertain that the individual who approached was likely not Batman. Had it been the Dark Knight coming to their rescue, he would have undoubtedly dispatched them all before securely delivering them to the authorities, rather than simply abducting Tim Drake before their eyes. "Stop them. We cannot allow them to escape with our prize," commanded the leader of the Penguins' assault team, who moved swiftly, carrying Tim Drake as they dashed toward the van prepared by Two-Face. Rick Skiba shouted, "It's clear we cannot extract Tim through the sewers. The drainage passages are far too narrow to accommodate him. We must commandeer Two-Face's vehicle, and with his men crushed beneath the iron gate, now is our opportunity." Following Skiba's directive, Rick wriggled out from beneath Tim, producing a crowbar from his mouth and quickly prying open the rear door of the van. However, upon gaining entry, he was met with the sight of 4 or 5 bare-chested thugs, armed and seated within the vehicle, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the sight of a penguin wielding a crowbar. "Oh," Rick stammered awkwardly as he spat out a baseball bat. Skiba, who had leaped up from beneath Tim, caught the bat and stood back-to-back with Rick, brandishing their makeshift weapons. A confident smile adorned Skiba's face as he clapped the bat against his palm. Ready to dance? What followed was a rather unsavory scene of combat. As the two stout, short penguins overwhelmed the 5 burly men with their bludgeoning strikes. Once the thugs were subdued, Skiba and Rick unceremoniously tossed them out of the van as Kowalski and Privet hoisted Tim inside. Just as Kowalski and Privet secured Tim in the vehicle, the driver finally erupted in frustration. Since the onset of the game, the vehicle had been shaking incessantly, with muffled groans emanating from the rear. Had the driver not been a lifelong comrade of theirs, he might have suspected they were engaged in some unspeakable antics. Unable to contain his ire any longer, the driver turned and bellowed, "Enough already. Today marks a pivotal match for our nation. Our chances of qualifying for the World Cup hinge on this very day. What on earth are you all doing back there?" The driver, having removed his headphones, beheld a scene where Tim Drake and 4 penguins were unceremoniously discarding his unconscious companion from the vehicle. He could vaguely discern several of his comrades, who had accompanied him on the mission, piled upon the ground. Upon noticing the driver, one of the penguins exhibited a guilty yet endearing expression, tucking its wings behind its back, appearing adorably disheveled. It then extended its small, yellow foot and unceremoniously kicked the last of the incapacitated ruffians off the vehicle. The driver's mouth opened in a silent gasp, his expression shifting from confusion to sheer terror. Just as he was about to scream, he was abruptly silenced by Rick, who leapt forward and stuffed a toilet plunger into his mouth before promptly ejecting him from the car. The 4 penguins placed Tim within the van's interior and exchanged a synchronized applause, celebrating the successful completion of their mission. "Skipper, the kidnappers are hot on our trail," Privet reported, peering through the window at the grim-faced pursuers. Upon spotting the unconscious double agent lying outside the van, the kidnappers immediately grasped that they intended to drive off with Tim Drake. Skipper leapt onto the driver's seat cushion. "Kowalski, take the wheel. Rick, floor it." Upon receiving the command, the 2 penguins instantly found their designated positions. With Rick pressing the accelerator, Kowalski was unable to reach the steering wheel from the cushion, forcing him to stand behind it, facing away from the window, while Skipper directed him. Kowalski had unwavering faith in Skipper's decision-making and leadership abilities. Their prior camaraderie and trust were unparalleled. They had performed such maneuvers on numerous occasions, and they would once again place their trust in Skipper's guidance. "Private, keep an eye on them. If they close in, notify me," Skipper ordered. "Aye," replied Privet, instinctively straightening his posture. However, to Tim, this was merely a cacophony of indistinct chatter, and he could not discern what creatures were making such sounds. Tim contemplated his situation, feigning a confused utterance. "Where am I?" "Skipper, Tim Drake has regained consciousness," Privet promptly reported, though he dared not linger to observe Tim, as he needed to remain vigilant outside. Moreover, the kidnappers were drawing closer. No sooner had Privet spoken than the vehicle emitted the sound of tires screeching against the pavement as it sped away in front of the kidnappers. "Privet, use Kowalski's human language calculator to assuage his suspicions. We are currently en route to the police station," Skipper commanded. Skipper's claws were firmly anchored to the seat, maintaining stability despite the vehicle's jostling, as he directed Kowalski with precision. "In 5 seconds, turn right and crank the wheel hard," Skipper calmly instructed. "Understood." As a penguin endowed with extraordinary intellect, Kowalski's mental arithmetic had never faltered. He maintained an air of nonchalance upon his face, exhibiting no sense of urgency as the countdown loomed in his mind. After silently counting down 5 seconds, Kowalski unhesitatingly yanked the steering wheel to the right, the van swerving into another lane at an angle and posture that would undoubtedly attract the ire of traffic police. "Bravo, Kowalski," Skiba chuckled, adding, "Off to the police station or straight to hell." Upon hearing this, both Kowalski and Rick were momentarily taken aback. Noting their startled expressions, Skiba quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Is a little dark humor not permitted?" Kowalski and Rick relaxed slightly. Due to inertia, Tim was flung from the left side of the vehicle to the right, his body ablaze with pain, leaving him to ponder whether these mysterious individuals were there to rescue him or to do him harm. "Thanks for the invite," Tim muttered. Privet, wielding a linguistic calculator, hesitated for a few seconds before pressing several keys. "Please do not be alarmed. We are the nefarious kidnappers, taking you to hell," the mechanical voice announced bluntly. Tim gasped. Kowalski glanced at Privet in the back seat and remarked, "To be precise, Privet, you should include the phrase rescue you before nefarious kidnappers. And by the way, that hellish humor is best left unsaid for now. It appears our rookie has also picked up some bad habits," Skiba sighed, showing no sign of self-awareness regarding his influence on Privet. "What difference would it make if those words were omitted?" Privet nervously inquired. Kowalski pondered for a moment before replying. "Not much difference, really. Who exactly are you? Where am I? You've kidnapped me to take me to hell? Tim feigned terror. I see what you're doing. A common human tactic to extract information from us, Skyber remarked, leaning back in his seat while directing Kowalski to avoid pedestrians. Tell him. He wanted to glean a single word from our lips. Privet, glancing at the myriad buttons on the language calculator, hesitated before quickly pressing a few. The weather today is splendid, the calculator emitted in a dry, mechanical tone. Perfect for sending you to meet your maker. Please select your preferred paradise. At this, Tim's expression became utterly frozen, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath the black sack. He, Tim Drake, president of Wayne Enterprises, adopted son of Bruce Wayne and Robin, was perhaps destined to meet an untimely demise at the hands of a few creatures who had rescued him from kidnappers. Skyber, they're gaining on us. Privet glanced out the window. Chapter 14. There's no time to explain. Rick readied the machine gun. Kowalski, I need a stationary light. As Skyber issued commands, he produced a mirror and affixed it to his standing position. Rick spat out a brick, tossing it onto the accelerator to keep it pressed down. Immediately, it expelled a can brimming with bubblegum from its mouth, tilting its head back to consume the entire contents. Subsequently, Skipper vigorously shook Rick as if he were a soda bottle teeming with uncertainty, ready to erupt at any moment. As Skipper shook Rick, the latter endeavored to chew on the machine gun, eventually emitting a distinct ding sound, reminiscent of a microwave signaling that its contents were ready. Kowalski produced a freeze ray, casting an admiring glance at Skipper, who was preheating Rick's machine gun, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other holding the freeze ray. Kowalski boldly speculated on Skipper's intentions. I see, Skipper. You plan to use the freeze ray to immobilize the kidnapper's vehicle, preventing them from tracking us, correct? Unable to contain himself, Kowalski banged his head against the steering wheel, lamenting, curse it. Such a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? Indeed, it's a fine idea. Skipper replied, snatching the freeze ray from Kowalski. He then turned his rotund body towards Tim Drake and unleashed a shot from the freeze ray. This weapon, crafted by Kowalski, was a rare gadget devoid of self-destruction, despite having experienced several explosions during its development. The freeze ray could immobilize living beings without inducing any sensation of cold, only a numbing paralysis. As expected, Tim, who had previously feigned a modicum of unease in order to extract information from Privet, immediately became motionless, not out of choice, but because a beam of light pierced through the darkness of the black sack covering his eyes. He found himself frozen in place, unable to move. If Tim were to articulate his current feelings, he would liken himself to fish on a chopping board, regretting that he had maintained the persona of a weak, ordinary human. He should have acted decisively and subdued these four enigmatic figures before they could react. Yet, in this world, opportunities for reversal are scarce. The stark reality was that Tim had been struck by the freeze ray and was now paralyzed. He feared he had fallen into a trap, with these unidentified individuals likely focusing on him, using the double agent and the kidnappers as a means to an end. Akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lay in wait. Unbeknownst to the four penguins, Tim Drake had already unraveled conspiracy theories surrounding them. Skipper tossed the freeze gun to Privet, stating, I took the freeze ray merely to prevent our rookie from being led astray by this seemingly harmless human. I wager that within 10 questions, Privet would divulge all our secrets to this individual. Privet's face flushed red, his countenance obscured by white fur, rendering it impossible to discern any expression of shame. Privet retorted stubbornly, So after Tim Drake was helplessly kidnapped, rescued by us, and frightened by our actions, you still doubt that Tim Drake has a secret identity, right? Skipper, based on my calculations, it is utterly implausible for Tim Drake to possess any secret identity. Besides, I can't drive alone. Kowalski's voice oscillated from the calm demeanor of a scientist to a frenzied shriek in the blink of an eye. Skipper leaped onto Tim's face, clutching it tightly, its beak pressing against Tim's nose, blue eyes ablaze with vigilant suspicion. Despite your appearance as a pathetic weakling, successfully deceiving others, I, for one, will never believe you, Tim Drake. We rescue you solely because you were abducted at the zoo's entrance. Skipper's icy warning rang out. Not because I believe you to be an ordinary person, and because he is the son of the benevolent Bruce Wayne, Kowalski added calmly. And because he fed us snacks this morning, Privet interjected warmly. Yes, and those 2 points as well, Skipper concluded, leaping off Tim's face. Tim, although unable to comprehend the chattering of these little creatures, could sense Skipper's fury from its sharp tone. Is it still angry? What on earth is it angry about? The kidnappers in the rear had caught up, their vehicle now alongside the Penguin Gang's van, which they nudged, causing the van to jolt violently. The 3 penguins tumbled like bowling pins to the corner, followed by the immobile Tim rolling off his seat and crashing onto them with a soft thud. Tim felt no pain, The three penguins cushioning his fall bore the brunt, with only Kowalski, gripping the steering wheel, escaping unscathed. Skipper emerged from beneath Tim with a scowl, left hand grasping Rick and right hand clutching privet. Hoisting Rick onto its shoulder, Skipper opened the car window. Bubblegum machine gun, prepare. On another van. Several kidnappers stared in shock at the two penguin heads protruding from the open vehicle. Am I still hungover from the drinks I had yesterday? How else could I be witnessing penguins from Antarctica carrying another penguin as if wielding a machine gun? One kidnapper lamented. Gotham City is utterly surreal. I want to return to Metropolis. Although Superman is also quite fantastical, at least he is human. Many species in Gotham have transcended humanity. The lead kidnapper, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered, penguins? In Gotham, penguins are not the adorable creatures confined to zoos or depicted on television. When people mention or see penguins, they only think of the cruel, greedy humanoid monstrosities known as the Penguin Man. The most powerful figure in Gotham, the ruler of the underworld, the Penguin Man Oswald. The Penguin Man harbors an intense obsession with penguins, the very embodiment of his identity. Clad in a black tailcoat and white shirt akin to his beloved creatures, he avidly collects treasures related to penguins. Among his prized possessions is a pink gemstone penguin cane, and outside the Iceberg restaurant, numerous penguins are kept. The sight of these penguins effortlessly evokes thoughts of the Penguin Man in the mind of the gang leader, leading him to ponder the possibility of such intelligent penguins being trained by the man himself. Indeed, the Penguin Man had previously trained pigeons to deliver messages on his behalf. As the gang leader cast a glance out the window amidst the clamor of his companions, he noticed a passing street sign. An ominous sign indicating they were nearing the territory governed by the Penguin Man. Instantly, his spirits plummeted, cold sweat trickling down his brow. They were being watched by the Penguin Man, and the surrounding noise seemed to fade away. It was unclear when the Penguin Man had begun to track them, but every move they made lay firmly within the grasp of this underground monarch. Without granting them a moment to collect themselves, Skipper assumed the position of pulling the trigger, while Rick emitted a gurgling sound from his throat, followed by an assault of sticky pink bubblegum. The bubblegum launched and clung to the van, coating it in a gooey mess, with the gangsters' faces also becoming ensnared in the sticky substance as they hastily attempted to close the windows. The driver, turning to glance at his comrades and noticing the revolting sticky bubblegum plastered on their faces, let out a retch and promptly pulled down the partition between the front and rear seats, opting to ignore the chaos. Just as the driver turned his attention back to the road, he found the windshield obscured by a thick layer of bubblegum. His eyes widened in alarm as he quickly activated the windshield wipers, but instead of clearing the mess, the bubblegum only smeared further, rendering his view more chaotic. Soon, the driver heard the blaring of horns from vehicles ahead, accompanied by the growing brightness on the blurred windshield. He swiftly swerved the steering wheel to avoid a collision. A loud crash ensued as the gang's vehicle collided with a utility pole. Skipper, witnessing the sparks erupting from the rear of the vehicle, leapt up and high-fived Rick. Well done, boys. They had arrived at the doorstep of a Gotham police station, the second closest to the suburbs, simply because Rick had inadvertently sped past the nearest one. For penguins immediately donned disguises, their standard khaki trench coats and hats concealing them thoroughly as they transported the incapacitated Tim from the vehicle. The officer stationed at the entrance, dozing off, lifted his head upon hearing the commotion. His eyes widened in surprise as he beheld a man stealthily hauling another man, clad in a hood, from the car. The officer's drowsiness vanished in an instant, filled with exhilaration, as he mistook the situation for a monthly performance review. He hastily drew his weapon, pointing it at the man. Don't move. Release the hostage. As four penguins coordinated their movements to raise their hands, to the police, it appeared as if a man had surrendered. Yet, in the next moment, a smoke grenade rolled from beneath the man's coat. A thick haze enveloped the scene, obscuring the man from view, leaving behind only a robust individual, bound and hooded, whom the man had extracted from the vehicle. The officers cautiously approached, lifting the hood to reveal, to their astonishment, none other than Tim Drake, the CEO of Wayne Enterprises. It seemed he had fortuitously come to bolster his performance metrics. Mr. Drake, are you all right? They inquired. Tim, unable to speak due to the immobilizing ray he had encountered, could only roll his eyes in frustration. Just then, Kowalski emerged from the shadows, disabling the device that had rendered Tim motionless. Gaining mobility once more, Tim blinked and remarked, "Do I look like I'm in fine form?" He had not anticipated that those four enigmatic figures would actually deliver him to the precinct. After completing his statement, the officers escorted Tim out of the police station, where they noticed the kidnapper bound to a nearby lamppost. The would-be assailant was draped in a haphazard collage of newspapers proclaiming his status as a criminal. It truly seemed that the police station had become an unexpected venue for performance enhancement. Chapter 15. Following his unexpected rescue by the unidentified quartet, Tim promptly requested a day off from school, citing the shock he had endured. The events had unfolded with such rapidity that Tim had been abducted at 7 a.m. and rescued by 10 a.m., leaving the school unaware of his absence. Students presumed he was assisting a teacher, while faculty believed he was preoccupied with departmental affairs. It was only when Tim called to express his distress that both students and teachers realized he had undergone a harrowing ordeal of kidnapping and escape within a mere 3 hours. The administration quickly granted Tim a 3-day leave, understanding the gravity of the situation. After all, he was a scion of the Wayne family, and any psychological repercussions would be a liability they could scarcely afford. With his leave successfully secured, Tim hurried back to the Batcave, eager to investigate the day's occurrences. His adoptive father, the formidable Batman, remained oblivious to the turmoil Tim had faced in such a brief span. Tim's first course of action was to hack into the zoo's surveillance system, only to find that the footage had been tampered with, leaving him devoid of the desired information. In truth, Tim should have only noted the involvement of Two-Face in the kidnapping and, by nightfall, urged Batman to confront him. However, the unexpected intervention of 4 individuals who had abducted him and delivered him to the police was a clear indication of their intent to rescue him. Despite their earlier interactions, which had led Tim to suspect they meant him harm or were engaged in a nefarious scheme, their actions had ultimately ensured his safe arrival at the precinct. To be candid, the actions of the 4 individuals were not remarkably swift, yet they were executed with a certain finesse, displaying an organized manner. Tim wished to evade the scrutiny they attracted, but their incessant chattering, reminiscent of an animal's cryptic signal, perplexed him. What did it signify, and how did it function? Such signals typically comprise several elements: an object, a tone, duration, and timing. Despite being trained by Batman to decipher codes and signals, Tim found himself utterly confounded by these 4. Their communication was utterly chaotic. Each utterance was distinct, leaving Tim with no clues to follow. Moreover, the soft, round objects they had collided with during their rescue, along with the irate, roaring entities pressed against his face, were evidently not parts of the human anatomy. Reclining in his chair, Tim propped his chin in contemplation, recalling the sensations he had experienced. Pressed against his nose was a cold, somewhat slippery object resembling a hook. Meanwhile, soft feathers covered his face, undulating with the breath of the unknown creature. The delicate, fine fur enveloping the being fluctuated with its respiration, brushing against Tim's skin. He could even discern the warmth emanating from beneath the creature's soft pelt through the interstices of its fur. Sitting upright, Tim anxiously touched his face, realizing that the 4 beings who had rescued him might not be human at all. With this revelation, his thoughts crystallized. The previously perplexing matters became lucid. This was precisely why he could not decode their signals. They were not signals at all, but rather a conversation among small animals. The faint, lingering sense of fish in the sea now had an explanation. They were the remnants of the animal's consumption of unprocessed food. However, Tim's train of thought abruptly stalled. Confronted by a significant dilemma, the fundamental distinction between animals and humans lies in the limited development of the animal brain. If those who rescued him were indeed animals, then their cognitive abilities were surprisingly advanced, far beyond what one would expect. The activities performed by those 4 creatures were rife with uncertainty. A creature's small brain could hardly accommodate such complexities. After all, these animals understood how to infiltrate, subdue captors, drive vehicles, and even wield a ray weapon that rendered Tim immobile. This was precisely why Tim was so desperate to uncover the identities of these 4. The immobilizing ray was an exceedingly perilous weapon. Should such a device fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, Gotham would not merely face the risk of upheaval, but the Bat family itself would likely be among the first to be eliminated. The thought of the chaos that would ensue in Gotham was too daunting for Tim to contemplate. Therefore, Tim resolved to ascertain their identities. He decided to initially approach the 4 as if they were human for his investigation. Should this avenue yield no results, he would then shift his focus towards investigating them as animals, albeit discreetly. Tim was not aware that he was being monitored by Batman while he searched for 4 animals. Unbeknownst to him, his father, the relentless Batman, was also investigating the 4 enigmatic guests that had appeared at the hotel that day. Batman had access to even fewer clues than Tim and had yet to set his sights on non-human entities. Meanwhile, the penguins, under the watchful eye of the Bat family, were contentedly displaying their adorably foolish expressions at the zoo, beckoning to the children. Sunday, the blissful yet torturous day of the weekend. The joy came from the many parents who brought their little ones to the zoo for a day of fun. The penguins adored the children, with the exception of the more rambunctious ones. These short, stubby humans represented one of the most endearing stages in the history of human development. They squealed with excitement at every penguin movement and pleaded with their parents for treats, even indulging in the occasional nose-picking. The penguins were well aware that their safe residence in the zoo was a result of a pact with the zookeeper, entertaining the children in exchange for a 5-star habitat and daily provisions. Thus, the penguins cherished the presence of children. Skipper maintained a rigid smile on his face, quietly instructing his companions, Rico and Private, to keep smiling. He then turned to the faux iceberg behind him and commanded, "Kowalski, report." A penguin head emerged cautiously from the cave beneath the artificial iceberg. Kowalski first surveyed the crowd outside, ensuring that no one noticed his interaction with Skipper before solemnly responding, "Report, Skipper, I have good news and bad news." "Let us hear the good news first," Skipper replied. "The good news is that our 7th secret tunnel is complete." "And the bad news?" Skipper inquired. Kowalski pulled out the last broken plastic spoon from the cave. "While digging the 8th secret tunnel, our final shovel broke." Skipper gasped. At the sound of Skipper's astonishment, Private and Rico turned to look, only to have Skipper press their heads down again. "Continue to act cute. Therefore, Skipper, I propose we use my latest invention, the Quick Digger, which will significantly expedite our progress. With the Quick Digger, we could complete 15 secret tunnels by tonight," Kowalski said, brimming with excitement. "No, Kowalski, you do not want to propose that," Skipper firmly rejected. He envisioned the potential calamities that would ensue from Kowalski's so-called Quick Digger. At that point, all the visitors and zookeepers would discover that the penguins had established a secret base beneath the zoo, complete with 15 clandestine escape tunnels. They will be captured and confined within the research facility, where their brains will be dissected in order to unravel the long-hidden secrets of the penguin species. Subsequently, humanity will discover that this avian race had entered the military domain long ago. However, it appears that only a select few penguins are extraordinary, specifically the penguin commando, Uncle Aji from Private, and a legendary penguin agent. "You see, I do not wish to refuse your request. I merely seek to avoid complications. I trust you comprehend this." "Kowalski," Skipper remarked, his tone growing more measured. Kowalski, feeling dejected, lowered his head and attempted to plead his case. "I assure you, the excavator will pose no issues. It operates using 20 shovels as its power source, with each swing equivalent to the work of 20 shovels simultaneously." 20 shovels? Wow, Skipper retorted with a sardonic laugh. "I recall that our shovel reserves should be ample, as they were salvaged by Rico after rummaging through trash bins for 2 days." Upon hearing Skipper's comments, Rico shot a disapproving glance at Kowalski. Private glanced at Kowalski and said, "Kowalski, you ought not to proceed in this manner. You should not appropriate Rico's efforts for your own inventions. You are aware that we have our reasons for prohibiting the use of your creations. They tend to be rather unstable." Feeling chastised by Private and Skipper, Kowalski retreated into the base with a sense of guilt. "Rico, it seems I must trouble you again." Skipper sighed as he addressed Rico. Rico nodded in understanding and leaped into the water, swimming towards the visitors before springing from the depths to snatch a plastic spoon from a guest enjoying their ice cream. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the closing bell of the zoo rang, and the administrator, Alice, eagerly urged each visitor to leave the premises. Were it not for the boss's restrictions, Alice would likely have resorted to using a cart to expedite the exit of all guests. Once the zoo was cleared of visitors, Alice breathed a sigh of relief, her face brightening with the cheerful smile of one who has finished a day's work. She was ready to savor her evening. Everyone claims that Gotham is a perilous city, rife with unforgivable crimes. However, Alice holds a different opinion. The Gotham Zoo lacks those 4 bothersome penguins, the monkeys that scatter waste indiscriminately, and the filthy lemurs. Gotham truly is splendid. It has been half a month since Alice resigned from the Central Park Zoo in New York and relocated to Gotham. The Gotham Zoo is relatively quiet, with few visitors aside from weekends. Those who do come are primarily young couples on dates or confessions, and Alice need not concern herself with them. In truth, even if the place were bustling, Alice would harbor no ill thoughts. For her, the absence of those 4 penguins amounts to the most delightful existence. However, she has heard that 4 new penguins have been brought to the zoo, and after her shift, she must return to feed them. As long as they are not the same 4 penguins from the Central Park Zoo, Alice believes she can remain calm in the presence of other penguins. Until she caught sight of the 4 penguins lurking in the penguinarium, a veil of darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Why could she not escape these 4 penguins even after moving to Gotham? Chapter 16. What sinister intentions do the little penguins harbor? Unbeknownst to them, the animal caretaker lying motionless outside was their old friend, Alice. The little penguins clutched the railing with their flippers, reaching for a metal bucket filled with delectable fish beside the fallen caretaker. Yet, despite their utmost efforts to stretch toward the bucket, they remained out of reach. "No, fish!" Rick cried out in agony. What was wrong with this caretaker? Did she not realize we had been entertaining visitors all day? "We need sustenance. We need fish." Skipper. Skipper, do you think the caretaker is ill? Surely she won't die? Private asked with concern. She had better not die. Otherwise, I won't get my fish today. Skipper replied coldly. Rick, in his desperation, banged his head against the railing, incessantly muttering the word fish, revealing just how much he craved it. Every animal that has worked hard deserves to be treated well. Unlike humans, penguins do not receive wages. They simply wish to be rewarded with fish, their source of energy and motivation at the end of the day. Noticing that his companions seemed oblivious, Kowalski seized the moment with excitement, raising his wings. "I have an idea, Skipper." Skipper cast a wary glance at Kowalski, saying, "No, I reject any attempt of yours to introduce new troubles." Kowalski lowered his head in disappointment. Indeed, he had intended to showcase his latest invention, the electromagnetic wave ray. "Damn it, you blasphemers of science. One day you will learn the price of your sacrilege." Kowalski muttered indignantly. Skipper paid no heed to Kowalski's grumbling. If he did not get fish soon, his body would dictate extreme measures to his brain, such as prompting Rick to destroy the railing and escape to retrieve fish. Such an action would carry significant risk, as it could be captured by surveillance cameras, leading to their discovery by the humans in the monitoring room. "Brothers, if I let Rick destroy the railing, this will be our last supper here. We would have to flee across nations under a wanted notice," Skipper solemnly declared, reminiscent of a final proclamation before the apocalypse. "I will disband this team. Everyone prepare to go their separate ways." Private, reluctant, replied, "Surely there must be another way." Upon hearing Skipper's announcement of disbandment, Rick instantly donned a pitiful expression, whimpering twice. Kowalski scoffed, "You would rather risk disbandment than believe in my invention. I despise you all." At that moment, Alice suddenly revived. She felt a heavy gloom enveloping her, convinced that she could never escape the curse of the penguins. Even if she managed to flee Gotham, the specters of these penguin nightmares would follow her relentlessly. With a nonchalant expression, Alice tossed the fish into the penguin enclosure. Privet, the only penguin among the four who cared about the caretaker's well-being, looked up at her with concern before gasping in alarm. "Skipper, Auntie Alice has arrived at Gotham Zoo." In a flurry of anxiety, Privet dashed around the enclosure, only to be met with a sharp slap from Skipper. "Calm down, soldier." Skipper sternly regarded Alice's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, "It seems our future endeavors must be conducted with greater secrecy. We cannot allow Auntie Alice to catch us red-handed." On a stormy night, the four penguins were diligently excavating their 8th secret tunnel with shovels. Unable to withstand Kowalski's incessant chatter, Skipper reluctantly agreed to let Kowalski demonstrate his latest invention, a rapid excavator crafted at great expense with 20 shovels. As for why it was a demonstration rather than a practical application, based on the other 3 penguins' experiences with Kowalski's inventions, it was likely that it would malfunction shortly after being showcased. The consequences ranged from minor dysfunction to catastrophic explosions. Thus, Skipper chose a late hour for Kowalski to unveil his creation. The contraption resembled a miniature excavator, with the shovel component replaced by 20 spoons bound together. In this light, it bore a striking resemblance to a human egg beater. Skipper crossed his arms and observed with a stoic expression as Kowalski maneuvered the rapid excavator into the secret passage. Rico and Privet waved small flags in enthusiastic support, putting on quite the show. "Thank you all for your support," Kowalski said, bowing theatrically. "Enough of this, let's get started." Skipper urged, arching an eyebrow at Rico with a teasing grin. "I bet that machine will encounter a problem within a minute. Allow me to formally introduce the rapid excavator. Once the start button is pressed, these shovels will whirl into action, cutting through the soil to forge a path," Kowalski proclaimed as he activated the mechanism. The shovels at the front of the excavator began to rotate swiftly, effortlessly slicing through the earth as if it were butter, creating a clear opening. The machine also neatly deposited the disturbed soil to the side, leaving the area tidy, just as any secret passage ought to be. "This invention proves to be quite practical," Skipper remarked. "If the machine operates without a hitch, it will save us a great deal of effort. No need for manual filling, and it will conserve both manpower and time." With one wing resting on the excavator's window, Kowalski raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of triumph. "Skipper, you must concede that my invention is flawless. Your skepticism towards me and my creation is a disservice to science. I expect an apology from you, both to me and to the field of science." Skipper shrugged and remarked, "I cannot entirely agree with your words. It remains uncertain who is right and who is wrong." No sooner had Skieber spoken than the swift excavator trembled and groaned under the strain, its warning lights flashing incessantly, and crimson smoke billowing from above. Kowalski, what on earth is happening? Privet quivered in fear, retreating behind Skieber. Kowalski hastily adjusted the swift excavator. Let me see what the issue is. It's overheating, leading to an overload situation. Damn it. How could I forget to install a water cooling system? Kowalski attempted to shut down the excavator, but the control commands had lost their efficacy against the overburdened machinery. The excavator emitted a thunderous roar, subsequently intensifying its relentless digging. Akin to a wild beast awakened and spiraling out of control, tirelessly burrowing ahead. Had it not been for Skieber's quick reflexes in climbing onto the scorching machine to rescue Kowalski, this unyielding mechanical beast would have carried him away. Skieber lay atop Kowalski, shielding him from the falling earth and debris until the rampaging excavator finally sped away. Once the danger had receded, Skieber shook off the dirt and fixed a narrowed gaze upon Kowalski, saying, "Now I have a few words that you ought to know." Kowalski nervously rubbed his flippers and cautiously inquired, "Is it what I think it is?" "Indeed, it is exactly what you think," Skieber declared, releasing Kowalski, fully aware that Kowalski's invention was bound to encounter trouble. "Skieber, it's getting away," Privet exclaimed. The out-of-control mechanical beast had excavated a path entirely unforeseen, and now its silhouette was lost to sight, with only the faint hum of the excavator echoing in the distance. "Chase it down, stop it," Skieber commanded. Firstly, the uncontrollable swift excavator had dug into the ground, thereby allowing individuals to trace the tunnel back to the secret base of the Penguin Squad. This would unveil the concealed base beneath Gotham Zoo, harboring a plethora of inventions capable of obliterating the world and far surpassing contemporary technology. At that juncture, the Penguin Squad would find themselves besieged and hunted down globally, potentially igniting the Third World War, and they, for ordinary penguins, would be branded as war criminals. Such a title would mar Skieber's otherwise immaculate military record. Secondly, should the excavator strike a water source or pipe, the ensuing deluge would inundate their secret base along with its inventions. In that eventuality, Kowalski would surely wail in despair, immersed in sorrow, curled up in bed for a fortnight without sustenance, while Skieber would be the one to tend to him, feeding him and maintaining cleanliness. For such is the tender-hearted nature of Skieber. Compared to being hunted by the entire world, cleaning Kowalski's personal hygiene was the most arduous task for Skipper to endure. Fortunately, most of their perilous inventions remained safely housed within the confines of the Central Park Zoo in New York, thus sparing them from a catastrophic chain reaction that could potentially obliterate the Earth due to flooding from the Gotham Zoo's base. For penguins glided along a secret tunnel left by the excavator, eventually stumbling upon the remnants of the machine. It seemed that prolonged overexertion had led to its catastrophic explosion from overheating. Kowalski rushed over, cradling a portion of the excavator's wreckage, lamenting its destruction with a heartfelt cry. Skipper let out a sigh of relief. At least this enraged mechanical beast had not breached the surface or struck a water source, narrowly avoiding disaster. However, they were likely very close to the ground, as they could hear the gentle patter of raindrops seeping into the soil, accompanied by distant thunder rumbling through the earth. "Skipper, the excavator cannot suddenly explode from overloading," Kowalski remarked, gripping the remains of the machine. "What do you mean?" Skipper inquired. "I mean, it must have struck something substantial, an immovable object that the drill could not penetrate, causing the gears to jam and ultimately explode." "Skipper, look at this cold stone object." Kowalski's voice intertwined with Private's words. Skipper glanced up to see a portion of stone partially covered in soil, still visible as a flat surface. Chapter 17. Private couldn't resist reaching out to touch the icy stone, immediately shivering. "Yikes," he exclaimed, "it feels so cold." Skipper instinctively positioned himself in front of the three penguins, pondering the nature of the stone's surface while shielding them with his body. On that stormy night, the stark stone embedded in the earth was indeed suspicious, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, perhaps concealing a dreadful monster within. Skipper, Private had already hidden behind Rico, exposing only his shivering black and white rear. Rico wore an expression of apprehension. Although he often behaved like a madcap, fear still gripped him when confronted with the unknown, particularly with creatures from horror films. Kowalski's demeanor was somewhat composed, yet Skipper sensed that he merely concealed his trepidation within, placing more faith in science than in monsters. It was then that Skipper realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts regarding the terrifying creatures sealed within. Adopting a reassuring expression, he declared, "There are no monsters in this world. Even if there were, I would protect you. Perhaps they have yet to encounter my signature move, the twist and kick." Skipper demonstrated a battle-ready stance with a playful kick. Now, we must ascertain the purpose of this stone wall, Skipper stated. Kowalski speculated. Perhaps this is the portion of a monument buried beneath the earth. Impossible. Where could a monument be buried so deeply? Skipper measured the stone surface, noting that its height exceeded that of 3 skippers combined. A monument could not be buried this deep. Treasure? Rick inquired. Upon the mention of treasure, Rick's expression transformed from one of fear to excitement. His tongue flicked out, revealing a look of enchanted reverie. Perhaps what is sealed within is not a monster, but a spirit imprisoned by malevolent creatures, and if we release it, we shall receive the spirit's blessing, Privet naively suggested. Uft. Kowalski couldn't help but chuckle. Are you suggesting that it contains a moon horse that will bestow upon you the powers of courage and friendship? Kowalski, Rick, and Skipper, being older penguins, had always dismissed Privet's naive notions and the childish moon horse cartoons. Privet blushed, defiantly retorting, You're referring to the Princess of Sharing. Skipper swept away the dirt clinging to the stone surface with his wing, unveiling a wall marked by industrial construction. The stone wall was composed of numerous smoothened fragments, unexpectedly sleek. This only heightened the sense of unease. The atmosphere, previously lively, grew tense again, with the scent of fear permeating the air. A thunderclap, louder than before, erupted, causing the 3 penguins to flee in panic, their screams echoing, only to be met with Skipper's affectionate slap. The commander's slap always managed to bring them back to their senses swiftly. Skipper retrieved a tape recorder, which contained a log of his actions. He glanced at the 3 penguins behind him and said, Skipper's log. While excavating the 8th secret escape tunnel, my team encountered an unprecedented incident. The strange stone wall in the soil obstructed our progress, yet Commander Skipper remained undaunted. Meanwhile, his 3 soldiers fled in terror, utterly lacking in military spirit. Hearing Skipper's words, the 3 penguins hung their heads in shame. They had followed Skipper on missions for many years, their skills honed under his guidance. Yet they had failed to acquire his composure. Well, in most instances, Skipper was prone to explosive outbursts. It must be noted that since they had distanced themselves from Julian, his fits of rage had diminished significantly. Above, the rumble of thunder and the sound of rain pounding against the ground intensified. The rain seemed to be falling heavier, gathering to flow downward, the sound of water echoing through a wall. The sound emanated from behind the stone wall, not a chaotic rush, but a stream flowing through meticulously carved tunnels, suggesting that there was space behind the wall, equipped with measures to prevent water accumulation. Upon hearing the water, Kowalski's expression turned serious. He produced a ruler and a small hammer, proceeding to measure and tap against the stone wall. The sound emanating from the stone wall was dense, as if responding to Kowalski from beyond its cold faade. Behind that wall lay a man-made tunnel, likely a drainage pipe, designed to channel rainwater away into the sewers. This ingenious system ensured that the space on the stone wall's side remained perpetually dry, safeguarding the items within from moisture. Kowalski soon formulated a hypothesis. This must be someone's secret base. Only a clandestine hideout would be equipped with such a drainage system to prevent flooding during rainstorms. Much like the headquarters of their penguin assault team, whether in New York or Gotham, both were fortified with comprehensive protective measures. Skipper, bending his avian wings beneath his beak, pondered for a moment before responding, Rick, grab the shovel, let us excavate and investigate. While Kowalski's reasoning was sound, Skipper's instincts disagreed with his assertions. Hence, to ascertain the nature of the stone wall, Skipper resolved to dig. Following orders, Rick produced 4 plastic spoons, the team's customary tools, utilized by humans for dining and repurposed by the penguin assault team for excavation. The other 3 penguins harbored reservations. After all, if this were indeed someone else's secret base, digging now would only serve to expose them. However, Skipper paid little heed to their concerns and promptly began to dig. Seeing their leader engaged in the task, they felt obliged to join him. To their surprise, the soil above was remarkably loose. Despite having been washed by rain, it should not have been this yielding. As the spoon slipped, rainwater began to cascade through the soil's voids. Skipper was the first to abandon his utensil, thrusting his head out into the open, illuminated by the flash of lightning. Mamma mia! Skipper exclaimed in horror, his voice nearly drowned by the thunder, yet his fear was unmistakable. The other 3 penguins, still within the tunnel, could not discern what Skipper had seen. They could merely observe his lower half in the tunnel, his small orange feet quivering slightly. Following the trail Skipper had carved, they emerged into the light, gasping in unison. What they uncovered was neither a stone tablet nor another secret lair. The lightning flickered again, illuminating their surroundings, revealing the silhouettes of black trees swaying ominously, the wind carrying a chilling temperature. In the stark contrast of the lightning, they beheld a square stone slab, approximately 2 meters wide, inscribed with the words, "Here lies my beloved son, Jason Todd." They had unearthed a tomb, the formidable stone wall serving as a barrier to prevent the earth from corrupting the coffin within. Just then, a rumbling thunder echoed ominously, as if warning these intruding penguins of their transgression. The timid private flinched in terror. With closed eyes, shivering uncontrollably, it murmured, "Forgive us, Jason Todd, for we did not intend to disturb your resting place. Please, in your celestial essence, grant us your pardon, for I wish to live a few more years, to savor more ocean fish, and to enjoy a few more episodes of the Moon God animated series." Skipper, however, adopted a serious demeanor as he emerged from the hole. Braving the downpour, he was the first among the penguins to climb out, witnessing more than his companions. Before the gravestone, the earth lay loosely scattered, faintly revealing the dark coffin beneath. They had only excavated the area surrounding the tomb, not breached its interior. And the digging machine had not disturbed the uppermost layer of soil, ensuring that the earth above the tomb was not disturbed by them. The layer Skipper had unearthed was merely the surface outside the burial chamber. After all, the chamber resided beyond that stone wall, and they could not have trampled the coffin while exposing the topmost layer of earth. Thus, the unearthing of the soil before them was the doing of another. Someone had dug into this grave. Were they grave robbers? Fellows, grave robbers have visited this cemetery. To express our sincere apologies for inadvertently disturbing this brother's final resting place. Let us refill the grave, Skipper declared as he clutched the shovel, standing before the tomb. Very well, Skipper. While they recognized that they had not excavated the grave themselves, they felt a sense of remorse for having trespassed upon the site. Therefore, assisting in restoring the grave was a small act of goodwill. The 4 penguins commenced their task, and during the process of filling the earth, Kowalski scrutinized the loose soil structure. One hand propped up the shovel, while the other stroked his chin in contemplation, furrowing his brow as he examined the ground, finding it peculiar. Strange indeed, Kowalski voiced. What is it, Kowalski? Private inquired, swinging dirt downward. Kowalski circled the grave twice and remarked, "This soil does not appear to have been excavated with a shovel and spread outward. Rather, it resembles loose earth that has been thrust upward from below, radiating in all directions." What are you implying? Skipper rolled his eyes, firmly gripping the loose soil beneath him with his flippers, using the shovel for support. Skipper asked, "Are you suggesting that Jason Todd within the coffin pushed open the lid and burrowed his way out?" Casting a glance downward, Skipper noted the dark coffin faintly visible beneath the loose soil, which reflected none of the lightning's brilliance, but instead exuded an impenetrable darkness, as if it plunged into an abyss. Have you watched too many horror films? From this day forth, I revoke Rick's right to watch horror movies, Skipper remarked. Though he knew well that he was the one who always requested horror films during family movie night, that did not deter Skipper from shifting the blame onto Rick. However, at that moment, Rick remained unusually silent, offering no rebuttal to Skipper's remarks. Unable to resist, Skipper glanced up, only to find his 3 comrades staring at him with a vacant expression, as if their cognitive faculties had momentarily faltered. Skipper furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" Kowalski replied in a tone that was difficult to describe. "Why are the feathers on your abdomen floating upwards?" Chapter 18. "It's because there's a cold wind blowing beneath me," Skipper instinctively retorted. Only after uttering those words did he belatedly comprehend their implications, and his expression shifted from calm to bewilderment, ultimately transforming into terror. He intended to leap away from the patch of earth. Yet a hand, a human hand, was swifter than his own. The pale, bony hand, with its calloused palm, effortlessly grasped the fleeing Skipper, pinning the diminutive penguin in its grip. Captured within the human palm, Skipper emitted a squeak, resembling an inflatable toy. "I've been caught by a zombie. Run for your lives." He flapped his wings in a frantic attempt to escape the grasp of the human hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. A zombie? This was clearly beyond the capabilities of these penguins. Thus, Skipper resolved to sacrifice himself, allowing his subordinates to flee and buying them precious moments to escape. The 3 penguins hesitated, torn between the instinctual fear of the hand emerging from the coffin and the rationality that urged them not to abandon Skipper. He was not merely their commander. More often than not, he had been their brother, their elder. Moreover, as the saying goes, an elder brother is like a mother, and Skipper had cared for them with maternal affection. How could they possibly forsake him? Privet called out, even taking a step forward. Upon seeing that they were not only refusing to flee but were attempting to rescue him, Skipper felt a swell of emotion and smiled. Without hesitation, he issued a command. "Leave this place. Seal off the 8th secret escape route. This is my final order." Upon hearing Skipper's command, the 3 penguins, despite their reluctance to depart, understood they had no choice but to obey, for as soldiers, their duty was to follow orders. Skipper had always taught them that those who disobey commands are unworthy of the title of soldier. Kowalski, Privet, and Rico exchanged glances, retreating to take one last look at Skipper before gliding away. As Skipper watched their retreating figures, he realized it was likely their last conversation. He no longer concealed his feelings and called out to them. I have always regarded you as family, and I have taken great pride in you. Privet's herring pudding was indeed what I had stolen. After I am gone, Kowalski will become your commander, and you must heed his orders as you have mine. This was the last sentence he uttered as Kowalski, Privet, and Rico vanished from his sight. Skipper lowered his head, his wings drooping in despair, and could not resist striking Jason's hand in frustration. Is this made of steel? Skipper exclaimed, his discontent palpable. Aside from the officer, this was the first human he had encountered with such immense strength. Come on, devour me, feast upon my fragrant and sweet brain, just as every zombie would. Skipper lamented in despair. After uttering these words, he collapsed limply in Jason's grasp, having relinquished all hope of survival. With one hand clutching Skipper, Jason used the other to push aside the coffin, dirt cascading down and disheveling his meticulously tailored suit. The suit seemed ill-fitting, far too snug. Each movement Jason made caused the fabric to tear, which struck him as peculiar. Why would someone wear such an ill-suited garment for a burial? Jason's mind was a tumultuous chaos of thoughts and emotions. Anger, pain, confusion, sorrow, and loathing intertwined, creating an unbearable torment. The fleeting notion about the suit appeared to stem from a rare moment of clarity deep within his mind, but it was swiftly overwhelmed by other emotions. Yet, one desire towered above all others, the will to survive. Before him, the world appeared bloodshot, both red and flickering with darkness. He was unaware of what he had grasped, a small creature that chirped incessantly. However, this creature was soft and furry, which made it difficult for Jason to inflict harm upon it, despite the tumult of negative emotions urging him to destroy something as a means of release. His hand remained still, merely holding Skipper to prevent any escape. He needed to emerge from the earth first. The act of pushing the coffin aside consumed nearly all of Jason's strength, yet he did not pause. The fierce instinct to survive, coupled with a dread of the darkness and confined space, propelled him to claw his way out. Grasping Skipper deprived him of one hand for support, making his ascent exceedingly arduous, compounded by the heavy rain. Several times, he slipped and fell back down. Throughout this ordeal, Skipper observed Jason, illuminated by flashes of lightning. He saw the young man clad in a black suit, which bore numerous rips, likely torn during Jason's struggles. Rainwater soaked the young man's hair, causing it to cling to his cheeks in a way that seemed astonishingly uncharacteristic of a corpse buried beneath the earth. What astonished Skipper even more was the pair of blue eyes Jason possessed, imbued with a fierce will to survive. Unlike the lifeless, grayish eyes of zombies depicted on television, Jason's eyes resembled those of a living human. Jason's lips were pressed tightly together, his expression oscillating between confusion and anguish, further convincing Skipper that he was indeed witnessing a living person. The subsequent judgments only fortified Skipper's convictions. Jason's grip remained gentle, merely restraining Skipper's movements without inflicting harm, while the warmth from the human palm seeped through Skipper's feathers. Even with the rain as a barrier, Skipper could still perceive the human warmth emanating from Jason. Yet the scent surrounding him was reminiscent of long-fated death. Since escape was no longer an option, Skipper resolved to wait for Jason to emerge from the grave, pondering how a living person could manifest within the tomb. The notion of resurrection was utterly dismissed by Skipper. The reversal of life and death contradicted all reason, a belief he had never subscribed to. Rather than contemplating revival, Skipper suspected a conspiracy at play, where someone intended to frame the young man before him by incapacitating him and discarding him into the tomb. He had anticipated that the lack of oxygen would lead to death, yet he was taken aback by the sheer strength of Jason's will to survive. As he clawed through the earth and pushed aside the coffin to rise, once Skipper began to entertain this line of thought, there was no turning back. The more he delved into it, the more it aligned with his initial conjectures. He couldn't help but admire the young man before him, whose fierce desire for survival and tenacity evoked Skipper's respect. As a police officer and a leader, Skipper held a deep appreciation for talent, irrespective of race or gender. Any display of capability elicited his admiration. At last, Jason emerged from the grave, half prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath as he inhaled the fresh, rain-soaked air. The negative emotions that had plagued him dissipated as he clawed his way out of that symbol of death and decay, replaced by a sense of bewilderment. Who was he? He had been dead for many years, yet here he was, rising from the grave. Was this even normal? A glance at the gravestone revealed the name inscribed upon it, Jason Todd. This name was strikingly familiar to him. It was his own, the monument erected by his family in his memory. Yet, upon the realization of having a family, Jason's feelings were not those of relief or joy as one might expect. Instead, a torrent of negative emotions, which should have been buried alongside the coffin, surged within him. The mention of family ignited a blaze of anger and resentment in his heart. He thought to himself that perhaps he did not harbor affection for his family. Moreover, Jason's mind resisted delving into any thoughts related to his family. Aside from this turmoil, his mind was a blank canvas, fragmented images swirling together, evading his grasp. He was Jason Todd, but what else? Any other information associated with that name eluded him entirely. The only phrase that stirred any emotion was family. Yet those two words only served to futilely intensify the anger within his chest. Jason brushed aside the wet hair that obscured his vision. He lowered his gaze and finally glanced at the small object in his hand. It was no larger than 2 palms, and Jason was able to grasp it effortlessly with a single hand. A penguin? He inquired with a hint of peculiarity in his hoarse and deep voice, a result of his prolonged silence. Despite his memory loss, he had not devolved into foolishness. In truth, he had merely lost his recollections. The fundamental knowledge of life remained intact. Thus, Jason was acutely aware that a penguin ought not to appear in a graveyard, regardless of the time of day. He turned his eyes to a few plastic spoons caked in mud on the ground. A subtle thought struck him. Could these plastic spoons be the tools of the penguin's mischief? When Jason had opened his eyes within the coffin, he realized that he could not have pushed aside the heavy earth covering him without assistance. Fortunately, the tremors from the ground and the cleansing rains had loosened the topsoil, allowing him the opportunity to unearth himself. Chapter 19. 3 penguins ambled forward in a secret tunnel, their heads drooping and bodies swaying. They had distanced themselves from the graveyard, where the zombie could not possibly catch up to them so swiftly. After losing Skipper, the 3 penguins fell into silence. Bereft of their leader, they were at a loss for what to do next. Was this not a blessing? Without Skipper's management, Kowalski was free to conduct as many scientific experiments and inventions as he desired, and no one would intervene when Rico launched himself into the sky. Private could indulge in watching moon-themed cartoons for an entire night. Yet, as they often envisioned a life without Skipper's motherly oversight, the exhilaration and joy they anticipated did not materialize. They had lost Skipper. Private occasionally glanced back towards the place they had fled. Skipper sacrificed himself so they could escape the clutches of the zombies, buying them precious time. But was this truly what they desired? To abandon Skipper and survive? Even if that survival came at the cost of Skipper's own life, was not their wish. Even Rico, who typically executed orders and had others make decisions for him, felt a long-forgotten discomfort. He was mad, not foolish. He understood the implications of Skipper's choice to remain in the graveyard. It meant he would never see Skipper again. His talents were unearthed by Skipper, and everything he knew was imparted by him. The very essence of his actions was imbued by Skipper, and with his departure, Rico experienced an indescribable sense of confusion. He was in distress, and the buried second personality within him contemplated on behalf of the mad Rico. The 3 penguins, each lost in their thoughts, remained silent. Kowalski, at the forefront, abruptly halted his steps, causing the 2 penguins behind him to collide with his back, emitting a sound reminiscent of plush toys. "Kowalski, what's the matter?" Privet inquired with concern, peering out from behind Rick. From Privet's vantage point, he could not discern Kowalski's expression. He could only see the faint glow of the light stick illuminating Kowalski's bowed head and the shadow cast upon him. "We cannot proceed like this," Kowalski declared. "We must find Skipper. As Skipper once said, we must not abandon any member of our team." A relieved smile spread across Privet's face, as this was precisely what he wished to do. However, he hesitated. "But by doing so, are we not defying Skipper's orders?" He wanted to be pleased. "No, this is the latest command issued by me as Commander Kowalski," he replied earnestly, his voice lowered to enhance its gravitas. Privet and Rick exchanged puzzled glances, with Rick letting out a series of squawks that likely expressed his discontent at Kowalski referring to himself as a commander. "Must you always speak in such a strained voice?" Privet asked. Kowalski, perplexed, responded, "What's wrong? I merely believe that speaking this way adds to my authority. Especially since Skipper appointed me as commander, and now I am issuing the order to rescue our commander." Privet's expression softened once more. Rick produced a chainsaw, revving it to life, the buzzing sound echoing as he brandished it with a villainous grin, eager to slice the zombie that had captured Skipper into pieces. The 3 penguins, armed and resolute, leaped from their secret escape tunnel back into the graveyard. "Skipper, we have come to rescue you," Kowalski proclaimed, albeit with a hint of foreboding. Before them stood Skipper, who, instead of being devoured by zombies or tormented, awaited the valiant rescue of his three heroes while perched upon Jason's shoulder. Jason crouched beside the grave he had emerged from, with Skipper balancing on his sturdy shoulder, one wing propped against Jason's cheek for stability. The dirt from Skipper's wing smudged across Jason's face, but he paid it no mind. Skipper chattered away, but as a human, Jason could not comprehend the penguin's speech, though it was evident that Skipper possessed an extraordinary spirit. Even amid the chaos in Jason's mind, he understood that he should not harm an animal, thus he released Skipper. However, Skipper did not flee. Instead, he hopped onto Jason's shoulder. It was difficult to articulate the sensation Jason experienced as Skipper effortlessly landed on his shoulder, a remarkably agile penguin. Initially, Jason had intended to shoo this little creature away to regain clarity, yet having the small companion by his side eased his feelings of confusion and solitude. Jason was rummaging through the tomb in search of items pertaining to his identity. However, aside from a multitude of withered flowers, likely left by his relatives and attendees at his funeral, he found nothing of value. In the coffin, he stumbled upon a rusted metal insignia. The rain had recently ceased, and under the shadow cast by the enormous bat lamp, which replaced the moon's presence, Jason discerned the form of this metal emblem. It was a golden insignia, approximately the size of half a palm, already corroded, not merely by moisture but tainted by the blood that had once stained it. The brownish blood had permanently marred the emblem with its remnants. An indescribable fury and loathing surged within his chest once more. Jason was perplexed, uncertain of the origins of this emotion, though his heart seemed to possess a clearer understanding of his past. He knew the blood on the metal insignia was his own. Otherwise, how could it have been buried alongside him? He had met an unnatural demise. The penguin beside him continued its incessant chattering, and Jason cast a sidelong glance at the flat-headed creature, feeling his emotions gradually stabilize. He could not unleash his negative feelings upon the small companion that accompanied him. When movement stirred beneath the earth, Jason instinctively turned his gaze toward the soil, witnessing three penguins emerging from below. He exhaled in relief, recognizing them as companions of the flat-headed penguin atop him. However, uncertainty washed over him as he blinked. Was it possible he had misjudged the situation? Were these penguins wielding weapons? The taller penguin brandished a baseball bat, while the rounder one carried a garbage can lid as a makeshift shield. Although the presence of such weaponry was peculiar in the hands of penguins, it was still somewhat acceptable. Yet, the penguin adorned with a tuft of feathers was wielding a chainsaw. Jason was bewildered, utterly astonished. Had he truly been dead for decades? Why were the animals of Gotham City emerging with heavy weaponry? Recalling the agility of the flat-headed penguin on his shoulder, Jason felt an odd sense of calm wash over him. After all, this was the fantastical city of Gotham, where crocodiles lurked in the sewers. The killer croc, although a human transformed into a reptilian creature, was still a crocodile, wasn't it? A dangerous, crocodile-like criminal resided in the East End sewers, having once infiltrated a residential area at night, brutally murdering a family of 3 and devouring them. Jason paused, squinting his eyes. Who was the killer croc? Why did he possess information about this criminal? What was Jason Todd's true identity? Was he a police officer? How else could he be aware of the criminal's history? The creature that had emerged from the ground, Privet, had prepared itself to confront zombies or to witness the dismal remains of Skipper. Yet, upon observing Skipper perched upon a zombie's shoulder, evaluating and analyzing the robin darts in Jason's hand, its resolve wavered. Most importantly, Skipper did not initially notice his 3 companions rushing to his aid. Privet's heart felt like a balloon filled with rage. He gasped for breath, his eyelids twitching in anxiety and anger. Skipper, Privet shrieked, calling out Skipper's name. Do you have any idea how much we were worried about you? We thought you were dead. If you are all right, I hope you understand that we care about you deeply, to the point that we would risk our lives for you. Kowalski and Rico exchanged astonished glances at Privet's outburst. Privet, you're ruining your adorable persona. Privet retorted, I am merely stating the facts and reminding Skipper of our concern. At last, Skipper acknowledged that his 3 subordinates had returned. He leaped down from Jason's shoulder and rejoined the group. Jason squinted at Skipper's descent, emotions brewing within him as he observed the 3 penguins excitedly surrounding Skipper. He found himself feeling a twinge of envy. Even the penguins had companions. Skipper's friends had come back for him. The true solitary specter, crawling up from the depths, was Jason alone. Skipper, what's going on? Aren't you a zombie? How could you be associating with one? Although Kowalski was relieved that Skipper had encountered no danger, a sense of wariness lingered in his heart. He even questioned whether the Skipper before them was indeed their leader or if, perhaps, the real Skipper had been devoured by a zombie, and this was merely a puppet sent to deceive them into trusting it before consuming their brains. Privet and Rico remained on guard. recalling their past experiences that made such a scenario not entirely implausible. Of course, Kowalski's suspicions were quickly discerned by the astute skipper, who unhesitatingly delivered a slap to Kowalski's face. That force, that angle. It truly is Skipper, Kowalski joyfully proclaimed. Skipper, how wonderful. Thank goodness you are safe. Privet leaped into Skipper's embrace, followed by Rico, who also dove into Skipper's arms. Kowalski hesitated for a moment, scanning the surroundings. Once he realized no one would notice his moment of vulnerability, he reached out to embrace Skipper as well. What kind of manly conduct is this? Skipper released them after a brief 2 seconds, pushing the 3 penguins away. You arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce my new acquaintance, a resurrected human, Jason Todd. Skipper gestured behind him. Of course, I am uncertain if his name is indeed Jason Todd, but he has taken residence in that gentleman's grave, so for now, that is how I shall refer to him. Skipper made an awkward gesture. Kowalski paused in silence, his eyelids drooping as he remarked, Skipper, setting aside the scientific impossibility of resurrection, I have yet to catch sight of your human companion. Chapter 20. Skipper hastily turned to look behind him. The figure of Jason, who had moments ago been crawling by the grave in search of any evidence to affirm his identity, had vanished without a trace. In truth, after Skipper had leapt off Jason's shoulder, Jason had glanced at the congregated penguins and quietly slipped away. His ingrained habits allowed him to tread so lightly that not a soul could hear his footsteps. This was precisely why he could depart without a sound in front of 4 professionally trained penguins. Skipper had reunited with his companions. He was not Jason's possession, merely a source of solace for him on Gotham's frigid nights. Yet Jason had more pressing matters to attend to, unraveling his identity, confronting the anger and hatred buried within, and discovering the cause of his demise and the reason for his return. My brain that was not devoured by zombies. Skipper lamented. Realizing Jason had vanished in the blink of an eye, Skipper could discern that Jason's physical state was far from optimal. Jason had lost the memories of his life prior to being interred, while Skipper recalled Jason gazing at the bat signal above and muttering to himself about his identity. Skipper had endeavored to soothe Jason, trying to calm him, yet humans were incapable of comprehending his words. Kowalski's arrival made the situation much more manageable. Skipper had devised a human language calculator, allowing them to form basic communication through the word buttons on the device. However, with Jason now gone, the utility of the language calculator had diminished. Rick, wielding a flashlight, emitted a cacophony of sounds directed at the ground, signaling to Skipper that Jason's footprints remained. Thanks to the rain that had fallen today, the grave soil clung to Jason's feet, enabling them to track his path. We must locate him swiftly, lest his state of feigned death transform into genuine demise. For Skipper's new friend, Privet declared, to which Rick responded with an enthusiastic affirmation. To prove that resurrection is utterly impossible, Kowalski stated calmly. His words attracted the attention of several other penguins, and he raised an eyebrow, questioning, what is it? Convincing me of the plausibility of resurrection is undoubtedly blasphemous to the deity of science. Jason wandered aimlessly through the streets, the cemetery situated on the outskirts of Gotham. Rather than exiting the cemetery directly, he scaled the wall to leave the grounds. His rational mind warning him that should the groundskeeper catch sight of him in his current state, it would spell trouble. Resurrection. Perhaps his enemies would seek him out anew, or perhaps even family. Yet, deep down, Jason's subconscious believed that his family would not come looking for him. Having abandoned him once, and not merely once, he could no longer trust them. Before his enemies arrived, Jason needed to prepare himself to avoid passive troubles. Following a torrential downpour, the streets were devoid of passers-by, and thus Jason had no intention of tidying himself up. Even if there were pedestrians, he would not have bothered. His mind was akin to a small boat tossed about in a tempest, unsteady and chaotic. Within its confines, he could grasp no semblance of useful emotion, rendered instead as a fragment of a shattered spirit, striving to appear less like a corpse. He was acutely aware that his current visage resembled that of a specter. Who could argue that he was not a ghost? A wretched spirit, once destined to decay beneath the earth, had been afforded a chance at rebirth, returning to the world of the living to exact vengeance. With his gaze cast downward, raindrops mingled with mud trickled into his eyes, causing a searing pain. His thoughts were a whirlpool of confusion, and a tempest of irritation, anger, loathing, and unease surged within him once more. The joy of being resurrected was overshadowed by bewilderment. Jason found himself at a loss regarding his purpose and the significance of his rebirth. He felt akin to a lost traveler, unable to find his way home or discern the meaning of his existence. The sound of car horns seemed to emanate from a distant realm, while his eyes, muddied and obscured, could barely make out a faint, blurring white light drawing nearer. This was followed by the jarring screech of tires urgently grinding against the pavement, as an unseen force propelled him aside, narrowly averting the peril of being struck. Yet, Jason still felt the car graze his arm and leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. A deluge of negative emotions crashed over him, compounded by the exertion he had previously expended to unearth his coffin from the earth, ultimately overwhelming him into unconsciousness. "What should we do, Skyber? He can't be dead from a car crash, can he?" Privet screamed. "Kowalski, prepare medical assistance," Skyber commanded. Kowalski promptly retrieved a stethoscope and a small medical kit, ready to approach the fallen Jason when a sudden thought struck him. "I only have experience in emergency care for penguins, not for humans." He hesitated, retreating. "TSK," Skyber lamented in frustration, "just like you did with us during emergencies. First, slap him to check if he is conscious, then give him an 4 and wrap him in a haphazard bandage." At that moment, the driver of the car realized he had struck a pedestrian and opened the door to assess Jason's condition. To his astonishment, he first beheld 4 adorable little creatures perched upon Jason. Penguins. The driver's voice was laced with disbelief, and perhaps only the penguin squad noticed a dark wing protruding from the back of the driver's neck. In the next instant, the driver fainted, and Rick leaped from his back. "We need to take Jason to the hospital. We are not adept at caring for humans," Skyber stated, as he and his companions lifted Jason into the vehicle. Naturally, they left the driver abandoned at the roadside, thoughtfully placing a notice board to assist passersby in locating the forsaken driver. Once again, Skipper determined the course, but this time, the steering wheel was in the hands of Rick, while Privet took charge of the accelerator, and Kowalski was engrossed in studying the map to chart their route to the nearest hospital. Along the way, Jason briefly regained consciousness. For a fleeting moment, he squinted and caught sight of the 4 penguins busily maneuvering in the driver's seat. Their incessant chatter was incomprehensible to Jason, who merely found it somewhat bothersome. He pondered whether he was hallucinating. After all, how could he possibly be witnessing penguins driving a vehicle? Jason understood that he ought to remain vigilant, yet fatigue overwhelmed him. Or perhaps his subconscious chose to embrace the notion of these fluffy creatures. After all, he was merely a corpse. What could they possibly gain from him? He succumbed to slumber once more, as the cold and loneliness that enveloped him gradually dissipated amidst the penguins' chattering. Meanwhile, a police officer sat in his patrol car, eyelids drooping, stifling yawns while sipping hot water. Gotham City was growing ever colder, and with the heavy rain that had fallen that day, winter seemed imminent. Suddenly, a car sped past him at breakneck speed, prompting the officer to blink in realization that action was required. The police car promptly pursued the speeding vehicle, activating the siren to signal the driver to halt. However, the driver disregarded the officer's warning, brazenly running through over 10 red lights and recklessly careening through the streets. Fortunately, the sparse traffic allowed for such reckless behavior. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. It wasn't until the vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of a hospital that the police car managed to position itself in front, preventing any further reckless advancement. The on-duty officer approached the car and, peering through the dark, semi-transparent window, seemed to glimpse a small black and white creature darting beneath the glass. Blinking in disbelief, he looked again, only to see a human's tan hat and dark sunglasses below the window. Surely, he must have been mistaken. How could there possibly be penguins inside the vehicle? Growing impatient, the officer rapped on the window, signaling for the occupants to lower it. After a moment, the window finally rolled down to reveal a man clad in a khaki trench coat, hat, and sunglasses, obscuring his features entirely. "Are you aware that you just violated traffic regulations? Running red lights, speeding, and ignoring warnings could land you in prison for several years," the officer stated. The trench-coated man remained silent for a moment before responding in a monotone voice, devoid of emotion. "I sincerely apologize. My friend was hit by a car, and I am taking him to the hospital." A commendable display of loyalty, the officer nodded, but the infractions of speeding and running red lights cannot be overlooked. He issued a citation, sliding it into the vehicle. "Do you acknowledge this ticket?" "A ticket? Such citations would tarnish my impeccable record," Skipper muttered quietly beneath his coat, sharing his thoughts with his companions. "If we choose to contest this ticket, the human officer will undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. He may uncover our identities," Kowalski remarked. Privet chimed in, suggesting that Jason might miss his treatment. All right, I understand," Skipper lamented as he pressed the words into the speech calculator. "Very well, I plead guilty," the man replied. The officer on duty stated, "We will deduct the fine directly from your credit card. Have a pleasant evening, sir." With that, the officer turned and departed in the police car, leaving the hospital. Each license plate was linked to the owner's credit card to prevent evasion of fines. Any violation would result in an immediate deduction from the owner's account. Issuing a ticket was merely a formality, as fines were accompanied by points deducted from the driver's record, serving to inform them how much had been withdrawn and how many points lost, potentially leading to license suspension. There was no real necessity to incarcerate individuals, as the officers' performance metrics revolved around fines rather than imprisonment. With the crisis averted, the four penguins promptly summoned medical personnel to carry Jason into the hospital. Fortunately, the examination revealed that Jason had only sustained some abrasions and was suffering from malnutrition due to prolonged hunger. The hospital treated his wounds, provided him with new clothing, and administered emergency nutritional fluids. Skipper exhaled in relief as they disguised themselves as humans, carrying a substantial collection of coins retrieved from the wishing well to settle the bill. Suddenly, the hospital's entrance was violently breached. Chapter 21. A group of individuals clad in white coats, donning sterile caps and masks, stormed into the hospital's lobby. The shattering of the glass doors sent a deafening echo throughout the space, inciting panic among the staff and patients present. As they grasped the gravity of the situation, their fear escalated, and terrified screams erupted with every move the intruders made. Nevertheless, all patients and medical personnel in the lobby exhibited remarkable composure, instinctively crouching down and covering their heads. After all, this was Gotham. Its citizens were far more aware of the appropriate response in such a situation than most outsiders. Rather than wait for the assailants to force them to comply at gunpoint, it was wiser to preemptively take cover. After all, an accidental discharge could prove disastrous. The atmosphere of dread swiftly permeated what should have been a tranquil hospital. The young nurse at the front desk, previously engrossed in settling the Penguin Quartet's bill, clearly had experience with the chaos of Gotham. She even took a moment to remind the families of patients awaiting payment. However, when she glanced over, she noticed that the peculiar family member, who had been counting coins, had vanished without a trace, unlike other patients or their relatives who were now crouched on the floor. The front desk nurse's eyes flickered with realization as she recalled the mysterious man who had come to pay, his tall stature, clothing, and hat obscuring his features, and his emotionless, mechanical speech. In a fleeting moment, he could vanish without a trace, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. What calamity had befallen this hospital to attract such menacing figures? As the leading thug approached her, the front desk nurse suppressed her thoughts, feigning a visage of terror, while internally she harbored nothing but disdain for this gang of white-coated marauders. Given the scale of the assault, it was only a matter of time before Batman would arrive. At first glance, these individuals clad in white coats bore a resemblance to medical professionals. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that they were more akin to thugs masquerading as healthcare workers. Indeed, they were precisely that. The leading thug, though appearing somewhat reminiscent of a healer, lacked stature, and every nuanced movement bespoke an essence of the medical profession. It was astonishing that a figure resembling a physician would lead an assault on the hospital. As the leader removed his mask, a face emerged, lined with wrinkles yet still exuding a certain warmth, albeit marred by a hint of distortion in his expression. He savored the thrill of revenge. The front desk nurse, having served for several years, instantly recognized the man before her. "It's you, Dr. Hugo Strange," she exclaimed in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the assailant was a familiar figure, one she had once held in high esteem, a man of remarkable accomplishments in medicine and psychiatry. She recalled Dr. Hugo Strange, a former PhD in psychiatry from Gotham State University, who later joined their hospital as the associate director. His excellence was undeniable from every conceivable angle. He was affable, empathetic, and specialized in psychiatric disorders, achieving accolades that most psychiatrists in Gotham could only dream of. Who could have anticipated that this amiable Dr. Strange would find himself embroiled in a dispute with the director, only to have reporters uncover drafts of several illicit genetic modification papers hidden in his home? Although Dr. Strange had not published these works, any association with genetic modification was already deemed unethical and inhumane. In fact, during his university days, he had aspired to publish these papers. However, at that time, a similar paper on genetic modification emerged from Oasis City in the Arabian desert, and Dr. Strange was unperturbed by the prospect of plagiarism. In fact, he admired the author of that paper. Dr. Moira O'Dwyer's research, while differing from Professor Strange's, also focused on human genetics. Unfortunately, Dr. O'Dwyer's work faced allegations, resulting in a significant tarnishing of her reputation. This incident discouraged Dr. Strange from pursuing publication, yet he was loath to destroy those documents until they were unearthed by the press. In an instant, the once revered Dr. Strange found himself at the center of a maelstrom. Facing immense pressure that led to his dismissal from the hospital, his reputation similarly shattered. Ultimately appointed as the director of Arkham Asylum by the government, This can be seen as a form of resourceful utilization, placing a doctor, whose reputation in society has been called into question, in charge of those similarly ostracized by society. It seems that Gotham's government stands to lose nothing in this arrangement. It is well known that the position of director at Arkham Asylum is fraught with peril, requiring constant vigilance against potential mass uprisings from patients, as well as caution during one-on-one consultations to mitigate the risk of violent acts from criminals. Take, for instance, a certain resident of Ward 81, who habitually conceals a fork or other sharp objects on his person to inflict harm upon his caregivers. Arkham holds the dubious record of having cycled through 3 directors within a single year. However, this role has afforded Hugo some opportunities, allowing him to treat the uncurable or neglected psychiatric patients as subjects for his experiments, resulting in the creation of several abominations. Today, Hugo Strange returns to this institution, driven by a desire for revenge against the director who dismissed him, a former confidant with whom he once shared everything, as well as to showcase the fruits of his successful experiments. "Do you remember me?" Hugo inquired, casting a lingering glance at the nurse. His tone as languid as it had been years prior. Who would suspect him to be a madman engaging in illegal genetic modification research? That simplifies matters considerably. "I wish to see Brooks. He has changed his number without informing me, and I have longed to reminisce with him." Hugo spoke with feigned seriousness. The nurse, cautious and tentative, replied, "The director is not on duty today." At this, Hugo's demeanor shifted. The gentle facade vanished, replaced by a tempestuous glare directed at the nurse. He sneered, lying as unbecoming of a lady. He then raised his hand, prompting all the thugs to look up at it, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Responding only to Hugo's gesture, "Go find Brooks. Seek him out," he commanded, and the thugs began to disperse throughout the hospital. Meanwhile, four penguins waddled through the quiet corridors, their presence bold amidst the stillness, as nearly everyone else had retreated into their rooms, too fearful to make a sound upon sensing the brewing chaos. Skeeber, leading the quartet, grumbled as he walked, "Damn Gotham's criminals. Don't they ever take a day off? How long have we been in Gotham? Let's see, 3 days and 17 hours, Skeeber. Kowalski, we have no wrists." Skeeber initially scoffed. "What I mean is, in these 3 days, we have encountered a barrage of criminal activity. They are far too industrious. Or is this simply the state of Gotham? What should we do now, Skeeber?" Privet inquired. Rick eagerly raised his hand, striking a battle-ready pose, indicating they could unleash chaos just as they had done on that fateful night at the hotel. "No, Rick, today is different from that day. Have you forgotten? We still have a human with us. He is merely a frail patient. If it were merely 4 penguins, it would be a simple matter. Their diminutive forms would allow them to escape through a series of narrow openings, such as ventilation ducts and drainage outlets. However, this approach is only applicable to small creatures and not to humans, whose size is far too conspicuous. Thus, it becomes evident that they cannot wreak havoc in the hospital while escorting Jason. They must seize the opportunity to flee while the assailants have yet to ascend." Rick expressed a tone of regret and grievance, akin to a child whose desire for a toy remains unfulfilled by their parents. Yet, he would never resort to unreasonable tantrums, for he understood that Skipper's decisions were invariably the most prudent. However, Rick could not fathom why Skipper would place such importance on a human, a sentiment that Kowalski also shared at that moment. Kowalski had been in Skipper's company for a considerable duration and, as his second-in-command, had a profound understanding of Skipper's character. It was inconceivable for Skipper to be so invested in a human, especially one he had known for no more than 2 hours. Skipper was inherently obsessive, and his past experiences of betrayal by seabirds had only intensified his suspicions. Even when interacting with friends at the zoo, Skipper would occasionally harbor irrational beliefs about the presence of moles among them. The only entities Skipper would never doubt were Kowalski, Privet, and Rick, as well as his beloved Mug. Yet now, Skipper exhibited an unprecedented level of tolerance and concern for a human being. Kowalski's character analysis of his companion suggested that only Privet would display such behavior. Skipper had always been rational, and the level of care he showed towards Jason today left Kowalski feeling suspicious and discontented. They had already demonstrated great mercy by bringing Jason to the hospital, and now Skipper wished to take him away as well. Kowalski found it difficult to suppress his jealousy, and it seemed that, apart from him, neither Privet nor Rick felt any unease regarding Skipper's deviation from his usual demeanor. In other words, it was Kowalski alone who felt envy. Now, Skipper harbored affections for a stranger, a potentially dangerous human, and even desired to assist him in escaping the hospital. Wait. Kowalski felt as though he was beginning to comprehend something. He subtly inquired, "Skipper, you don't intend to allow this human to join us, do you?" Privet cast a strange glance at Kowalski, stifling a chuckle as he whispered a few words. Kowalski, what are you thinking? Skipper would never permit a human to join us. His paranoia rendered him incapable of trusting any species that posed a threat to penguins. After Private's remark, Rick burst into exaggerated laughter, seemingly in agreement with Private's sentiment, ridiculing Kowalski's impractical thoughts. Why not? Skipper retorted. Kowalski, Privet, and Rick fell into a momentary silence, soon erupting with intense voices of terror. Skipper, that is a human. Have you not always deemed humans to be foolish and inept, possessing no virtues beyond their fingers? Kowalski calmly pointed out. Privet and Rick nodded in agreement. They did not oppose Skipper's perspective, for Skipper's judgments were always underpinned by careful consideration. Skipper, undoubtedly the finest commander, had, however, presented an idea that was astonishingly radical. Hence their confusion. I possess an uncanny ability to read people, much like when I first selected you, Skipper proclaimed, pacing like an officer with hands clasped behind its back. I have a strong intuition that Jason Todd will not only prove to be an exceptional warrior, but will also bring us numerous opportunities. He is unlike other humans. A soft rumble emanated from Skipper's belly, signifying its agreement with its own statement. Skipper's intuition had never faltered, even when faced with truths it loathed to acknowledge. Casting a glance at Privet, Skipper lowered its voice. He was harmed and cast into a grave, stripped of his memories. Alone, he cannot survive in Gotham, a city that devours the unwary. He is both pitiable and solitary. Privet displayed a look of compassion, were it not for the company of others. Wandering Gotham would be an unbearable solitude. Perhaps allowing Jason to join us is not such a bad idea. Otherwise, he is too wretched. Privet had shifted positions. A triumphant smile spread across Skipper's face as it pulled Privet closer. Now, I have a supporter. It's 22-21. I must respectfully disagree with your assertion, Skipper. In the realm of science, intuition is of little value. Scientific investigations indicate that the inclusion of a human will severely impede our mission's progress. Moreover, your claims of an exceptional warrior seem to be a mere ploy to justify accepting this human, Kowalski analyzed coolly. Previously, Skipper had engaged in similar tactics, such as when they played card games, often fabricating rules on the spot to avoid losing. Rick nodded in agreement, clearly a victim of Skipper's manipulations. Skipper narrowed its eyes, its tone taking on a dangerous edge. Do you truly believe I would fabricate such crucial matters? Kowalski retrieved a well-used notebook, scrutinizing the data within before affirming, yes. You would. Skipper turned to Rick. Rick, come here. For once, Rick, who typically obeyed Skipper's commands, hesitated, aware that admitting a human into their ranks was a perilous undertaking. Rick, come here. I shall buy you the latest Barbie doll outfit, a collaboration with Victoria. Skipper exclaimed. Rick's eyes lit up. He stuck out his tongue and hurried to Skipper, momentarily disregarding the human, for the allure of the doll was far more enticing. Skipper always knew how to attract Rick. Kowalski hastily reached out in an attempt to stop Rick, only to be brusquely shoved aside. Rick dashed to Skipper's side, withdrawing a folding knife from his mouth. His gaze fixed menacingly on Kowalski. In an instant, Rick had executed a flawless switch of allegiance, merely awaiting an opportunity to validate his identity. The vote stood at 3-1. Kowalski, what more can you say? Skipper raised an eyebrow, exuding a brazen demeanor. Kowalski took 2 steps back, his eyes brimming with caution and vigilance. Hey, Kowalski, it's no big deal. Perhaps we can learn more from our interactions with humans, such as mutual respect and love. Privet mused, filled with imagination. At the mention of mutual respect and love, both Skipper and Rick shuddered in unison. Spare them the platitudes about mutual respect and love. Even if you can deceive most, you will never deceive me, Skipper, Kowalski asserted resolutely. Just then, the sound of human footsteps echoed across the smooth marble tiles from the direction behind them. Clearly, individuals were approaching from the hall, likely the terrorists who had attacked the hospital tonight, and judging by the footsteps, there was more than one. Skipper immediately commanded, hide. Despite their quarrels, they always united against a common foe. Privet concealed himself behind a trash bin, while Rick climbed atop the bin to perch above a lamppost. Kowalski retrieved a blue-violet circular hood from behind him and donned it, then stood motionless by the door. Skipper, peering out from beneath a blood transfusion tray, shouted in frustration. Kowalski, what are you doing? This is not the time for a tantrum. I am not throwing a tantrum, Skipper. This is my disguise. A single atom cannot be perceived by the human eye, Kowalski replied solemnly. As the shadows of humans grew ever closer on the ground, Skipper sprang from the transfusion tray, seizing Kowalski's wing and dragging him into the cart laden with medications for concealment. The humans seemed to have heard the loud thud of the cart, yet they merely cast a blank glance at it before continuing on their way. Once they had moved on, the four penguins cautiously emerged from their hiding place. These assailants were systematically searching each room for their target, Dr. Hugo, the old friend of Brooks. They had just scoured the dean's office, but found no sign of Brooks. However, Dr. Hugo did not believe the front desk nurse's claim that Dean Brooks was off duty today. After all, Dr. Hugo, being the former close friend of the dean, knew well that Brooks was a workaholic, almost always present in his hospital. Dr. Hugo concluded that Brooks had gone into hiding. Thus, he dispatched his subordinates to search for Brooks' whereabouts. As for the patients in the hospitals, Dr. Hugo held little interest. His sole purpose today was to exact revenge and to demonstrate to his old friend that his gene modification experiments were indeed successful, contrary to his friend's dismissive claims of fanciful dreaming. However, he was not entirely indifferent to the patients. They, along with their families, served as hostages, providing a most advantageous shield should the police or Batman arrive. Should Brooks remain elusive, Dr. Hugo would contemplate inflicting harm upon these patients or the nurses, making it clear to Brooks that his refusal to emerge could cost lives. Chapter 22. These fierce thugs, exuding an aura that belied their humanity, swung open doors in search of the dean. Some patients in their rooms were startled into exclamations at the sight of the marauders. Yet, as puppets under Dr. Hugo's control, their focus rested solely on the dean, rendering the others invisible in their eyes. The penguins, hidden in the shadows, observed as Privet peered out from behind a garbage can lid. "Skipper, this is bad. They are heading to Jason's room," Privet said with growing concern. They were oblivious to the actions of these thugs. The patients on this floor were scant, and the intruders were methodically invading one room after another, as if on a quest for someone. Skipper emerged from a cart laden with medications, his hands clasped behind his back, swaying as if struck by a bowling ball, yet refusing to topple completely. "I need to think," Skipper mused. "We encountered Jason Todd in the graveyard. He had just clawed his way out of the earth," he reiterated. Kowalski raised a hand, declaring, "It is impossible to return from the dead." After uttering these words, Kowalski paused, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. This implied a conspiracy against that individual. Someone intended to commit murder and dispose of the body, unaware that Jason had not perished at all. By a stroke of luck, coupled with his own determination and the soil loosened by a powerful excavator, Jason had risen anew. "They are here to find Jason," Kowalski exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Damn it. If the last act of the excavator, before being blown to bits, was to allow Jason to escape the grave, then, as the excavator's progeny, Kowalski was resolute in fulfilling its final wish, to ensure Jason Todd's survival. Should these thugs locate Jason, he would likely face his true demise, technically, his second death. But who cared? The Penguins knew only that they must prevent these thugs from discovering Jason Todd. Their task, then, was to subdue the assailants before they could reach Jason. Kowalski finally grasped this notion. Skipper, no longer hesitating, commanded, "Rick, prepare the slingshot and helmets." Rick produced a spring-loaded slingshot, resembling a catapult, and 4 helmets. Skipper leaped onto a trash can, then onto the slingshot's elastic band, gripping it tightly, while his diligent assistant, Private, affixed a helmet onto Skipper's head. With a mighty pull, Rick drew back the slingshot and then released it. Kowalski and Private did the same. 3 small creatures, black and white and adorned with vibrant pink unicorn helmets, were launched from the slingshot, soaring towards the assailants who were on the verge of breaching Jason's hospital room door. However, despite their swift flight, they arrived a moment too late, as the assailants had already entered the room. The trio of penguins tumbled to the ground in a heap, with Skipper at the bottom, letting out a pained cry. No, they had arrived too late. What fate awaited Jason was beyond his imagination. It appeared they had finally located their target, as sounds of a struggle erupted from within the room, accompanied by muffled groans. To Skipper's astonishment, it was not Jason who was being subdued, but rather, he was the one dispatching the intruders. In fact, Jason had been on high alert since the sound of shattering glass in the lobby below. The nutrients had revitalized him, diminishing his fatigue significantly, and the pain from the scrapes on his arms and legs was trivial in comparison. Even though he had lost his memory, his body and mind instinctively sprang into action, a primal response to the encroaching danger. When the assailants arrived on this floor, Jason's survival instincts reached their zenith. Just as the Penguins had surmised, his immediate reaction was to conclude that these individuals were approaching him. For a long time, Jason had lived a life fraught with peril in the shadows, accumulating numerous enemies, a fact ingrained in his consciousness. Perhaps this was the very reason for his demise, too many adversaries. Yet, curiously, whenever he contemplated his foes, his mind was flooded with sharp laughter, interspersed with flashes of red and green. The mere thought of these things reignited the suppressed revulsion and fury within his chest. Jason quickly dismissed the idea that these individuals were there for him. Though he had just returned to life and his mind was in disarray, he had consciously evaded surveillance cameras since leaving the graveyard. He must have once been someone extraordinary, perhaps a dangerous criminal. Otherwise, how could he possess such acute awareness of Gotham's camera placements and avoid them so skillfully? Jason concealed himself behind the door, delivering a lethal blow to the assailants who stormed into his room. The assailants reacted swiftly. As soon as the first comrade was subdued by Jason, they immediately lunged to apprehend him. However, Jason's physical coordination and mental acuity proved to be far more adept for combat than he had anticipated. In a matter of moments, he dispatched the assailants with remarkable ease, casting them out of the infirmary. With his gaze lowered, Jason's ruggedly handsome face was taut with intensity, his muscles rigid, exuding an aura of ferocity and aggression, while his piercing blue eyes displayed unmasked hostility. 3 penguins observed the heap of assailants that had fallen before them. Originally, they had rushed over to rescue the vulnerable human, Jason, but to their astonishment, he had vanquished the assailants in mere seconds. This made their well-intentioned rescue mission appear somewhat absurd. Wow. Skipper paused momentarily, then turned to Kowalski, stating, "I told you, I never misjudge. He is indeed an exceptional warrior." It was as if the earlier notion of Jason being overwhelmed by a gang of thugs had never crossed his mind. Kowalski maintained a stoic expression, responding in a calm tone, "Yes, I concur with your assessment, Skipper. He is a remarkable warrior." Subsequently, Kowalski's demeanor shifted, revealing a growing sense of trepidation. He was unnerved by the palpable aura of menace and bloodlust emanating from Jason, a feeling that had intensified the moment Jason hurled the pile of assailants aside. Kowalski shuffled his orange-yellow flippers, slowly retreating to huddle with Private, who was equally frightened and cowering behind Skipper. "Skipper, don't you find your new friend somewhat terrifying?" Kowalski exclaimed before burying his head into Private's side. Rico slid in, arriving late to the scene, momentarily halted by the ominous energy radiating from Jason. However, as the muscle-bound representative of the Penguin Special Forces, Rico was inherently different from Kowalski, the science-oriented technician, and Private, the endearing homebody. Standing beside Skipper, Rico's fierce gaze was locked onto Jason, his body crouched low, emitting a warning growl from his throat, reminiscent of a cheetah poised to pounce on a formidable foe. As animals, they possessed an acute sensitivity to the atmosphere around them, able to discern a human's emotions and state through the sense they emitted. In Jason's current state, he projected a palpable sense of danger to the penguins, even though his hostility was directed solely at his vanquished foes. This menacing ambience, enveloping Jason, inevitably affected the penguins standing nearby. Skipper stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the trio, wearing a sly expression as he attempted to reassure his companions. "Calm down, lads, it's nothing to be alarmed about. I've faced old adversaries just like him before. As your valiant and fearless leader, I shall protect you." Kowalski emerged from Private's soft chest feathers, glancing at Skipper with hesitation. Then, "Fearless leader, why are your feathers in disarray?" Upon hearing this, both Rick and Private lifted their heads to gaze at Skipper. "What are you looking at? My feathers are ruffled?" "Impossible," Skipper replied confidently, only to lower his head and discover otherwise. Not merely ruffled, his feathers stood on end, rendering him even more akin to a fluffy ball than before. Skipper wiped his face with a wing, finally conceding, "Indeed, this human is not only an exceptional warrior, but also a formidable presence that instills fear in us." As the familiar cacophony echoed below, Jason felt the tumult within him gradually subside. He recognized that sound. It had accompanied him to the hospital after he had collapsed from exhaustion and a tremendous mental shock. The penguins had driven him there, chattering incessantly along the way. Their voices, though noisy, provided solace to Jason, alleviating the solitude that had long enveloped him in darkness. With the presence of these little creatures, the weight of loneliness, which had so often accompanied him, seemed to lift. The sensation of death was far more unbearable than Jason had anticipated. Although he had returned to life, he still envisioned or recalled the profound solitude that followed death. Loneliness is the most terrifying weapon in this world. Yet Jason was fortunate that his second chance at life was no longer accompanied by isolation. Jason lowered his gaze to the 4 penguins huddled together, trembling in fear. He had startled them. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tension that had enveloped him. He lowered his eyes and extended his hand, attempting to touch the 4 penguins, which seemed slightly smaller than typical ones. "I'm sorry," he murmured, pausing for a moment before self-deprecatingly chuckling at the absurdity of expecting penguins to comprehend human speech. However, a thought struck him anew. If these penguins could drive a vehicle, how could they possibly not understand him? Jason retracted his menacing aura, and the four penguins visibly relaxed. Yet, it was undeniable that he had frightened them, despite his lack of malicious intent. Jason remained silent, contemplating for half a minute. Perhaps, as a ghost of vengeance, he was destined to be accompanied by solitude and darkness, not merely because he had frightened these small lives, but because he understood that his actions post-resurrection would only bring trouble to those around him. Thus, it was better to bear the burden alone. Skipper pressed down his still ruffled feathers, casting a glance at Jason, whose expression was inscrutable. Skipper could easily surmise what thoughts occupied Jason's mind. An amnesiac would feel fear in an unfamiliar environment, desperately relying on the first being they encountered upon awakening. That is the essence of the chick instinct. Well, Jason had first laid eyes upon a penguin. However, given Jason's nature, he, who has always walked hand in hand with danger, would likely trust small creatures more than humans. If he were to open his eyes and find himself face to face with a human, he would probably first probe the other's identity, remaining cautious. Jason relies on the penguin that has accompanied him since his rebirth, but when the penguin reveals a fearful expression, he succumbs to self-doubt, distancing himself from the creature. This is not what Skipper desires. He has already categorized Jason as a new friend and an exceptional warrior, and Skipper is known for his protectiveness. This ensures that he will not allow Jason to linger in a state of self-doubt. This has nothing to do with a maternal instinct. Skipper nudged Kowalski with his elbow. Kowalski, wincing in pain, rubbed his abdomen where Skipper had struck him. Ouch, Skipper, the human language calculator? At this, Kowalski retrieved the language calculator. Two unsolved mysteries. Rick's stomach and the back of Kowalski. Rick is capable of regurgitating a plethora of absurd items, with even an elevator and staircase installed within his belly. While Kowalski may not be able to produce chainsaws or anchors like Rick, he can always pull out notebooks, abacuses, and his inventions from behind him. Skipper pressed a few keys, and the calculator emitted a sound. You need not apologize. Jason paused, glancing at the penguin and the calculator in its flippers. His expression one of surprise. Could it be that the penguin had truly become sentient? We must leave this place before winter arrives. The calculator responded to Skipper's keystrokes with a sound. Jason contemplated this, understanding that it meant they should expedite their departure. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "These thugs have come for me. If I leave, innocent residents and medical personnel will be implicated." Such heroism, Kowalski remarked, just like Skipper. No wonder Skipper has taken a liking to this human. It must be a case of mutual attraction. Just then, as if to validate Jason's overthinking, an announcement echoed through the intercom. "My old friend, Brooks Clinton, a visitor from the past. Are you going to avoid me?" The voice on the broadcast was polite, yet carried an ominous undertone. "Show yourself, or I shall send your students to find you." Jason mused, so? He isn't here to seek revenge? At that moment, a commotion arose at his feet. The thugs he had previously subdued were attempting to rise once more. Jason's expression hardened, and he swiftly returned to the infirmary, tearing off a bedsheet to bind the thugs and dragging them back into the room. The thugs' eyes were vacant, bloodshot, their faces marred with bulging veins. This was not the demeanor of normal humans. They resembled puppets controlled by drugs. Privet glanced at the humans bound by Jason. Their eyes bulged, pupils obscured by a grayish film, fixated intently on some distant point. Privet trembled in fear, hiding behind Rick. "Skipper, these people are like zombies," Privet said. Terrified. "Kowalski, analyze," Skipper commanded. Received. Kowalski tapped Rick's stomach, prompting Rick to regurgitate a flashlight. Kowalski then climbed onto the assailant's body to inspect it. "Skipper, the hormonal secretion of these individuals is abnormal. I suspect they are under some form of control." Jason reached out to lift the assailant's lab coat, his pupils constricting as he murmured, "It's actually..." Beneath the assailant's white coat lay an orange prison uniform, a sight Jason had encountered more than once. However, his familiarity with the attire was puzzling. He knew it belonged to Arkham Asylum, yet he could not fathom why he had seen such uniforms before. Had he worn one himself? Otherwise, how could he feel so acquainted? Jason pondered subtly. He opened his mouth, realizing that since this was related to Arkham, the old man would soon take over the case. "We need to leave," Jason stated. Skipper pressed a button on the calculator. "Come with us. Let me show you something super cool." After saying this, Skipper couldn't help but roll his eyes, finding the dialogue excessively cumbersome. Kowalski understood the underlying implication of Skipper's words and silently moved to prioritize the development of a self-service language translator. For penguins, and a human approached the window. Rick. Grappling hook. Rick expelled a grappling hook, aiming it at the hospital's railing, firing a rope that connected the railing to the window of the ward, creating a zip line. Skipper handed Jason a hanger, promptly hanging it on the zip line, preparing to slide down. Jason raised an eyebrow. He comprehended Skibber's intentions. But this flightless bird had evidently forgotten that he was human, and the hanger would likely snap under his weight. Just as Skibber had slid half a meter down the zip line, Jason suddenly reached out, grasping Skibber's round body, forcing it to halt in midair. The few penguins following Skibber collided into him. With this motion, Jason managed to redirect the penguins back into the ward. Swiftly, he untied the grappling hook and drew the curtains. Amidst the cacophony of the penguins' indignant squawking, Jason pointed towards a dark armored vehicle parked in the corner. Batman has arrived. If we go out now, we will be discovered, Jason remarked. He's not a bad guy, Privet praised. If our actions are noticed by other humans, it could lead to significant trouble. Kowalski shrugged noncommittally. However, Jason did not share Privet's concerns. While that might be one reason, there were deeper reasons at play. Jason instinctively recoiled from the thought of encountering Batman, a visceral aversion compelling him to react. He refused to meet Batman. Gazing into the four pairs of bewildered and inquisitive eyes, Jason instinctively sought to fabricate an excuse, stating, Batman harbors an acute sense of suspicion. Should he take notice of you, he would undoubtedly unearth all your secrets. Jason's words invigorated the quartet of penguins, who exchanged glances, perceiving a shared vigilance in each other's eyes. They could not allow outsiders to uncover their clandestine truths. Kowalski clandestinely carried a research dossier on slime, while Privet concealed a blue wig and sunglasses, reminiscent of the very hippie style that Skipper detested. Skipper was determined to keep Kowalski oblivious to his previous association with Doris. Only Rick, who truly had no secrets of his own, broke the silence with an unexpected query. Does that include my fondness for Barbie dolls? Rick softly inquired of Skipper. Rick's public persona had always been that of a rugged man, with only a select few privy to the fact that the brawny Rick harbored a fondness for Barbie dolls, one of whom was his penguin companion. Yes, that includes your affection for Barbie dolls, Kowalski replied with gravity. Skipper, we must not allow Batman to discover us. Let us proceed to the surveillance room. After a moment of contemplation, Skipper issued the command. The surveillance would aid them in effectively evading Batman and identifying the weakest points in the thug's defenses, thereby presenting an opportunity for escape. With newfound purpose, the four penguins leapt from the window, gliding swiftly towards the surveillance room. Jason remained oblivious to their exchange, but since they had made up their minds, he deemed it prudent to follow. Moreover, should Batman truly seek to capture these four penguins, it would likely be a simple endeavor. Jason could not permit Batman to apprehend them. Within the surveillance room, Jason intervened, halting Kowalski's attempts to stomp around the keyboard in a futile effort to bypass the computer's password. A few hacking techniques seemed indelibly etched in Jason's memory. He gently pushed Kowalski aside, took a seat, and began to attempt the password's deciphering. Kowalski, feeling somewhat aggrieved, believed that his dignity as the Penguin team's sole designated technician had been affronted, and he vocally expressed his discontent to Jason. Privet and Rick positioned themselves on either side, attempting to restrain Kowalski, who was eager to confront Jason with a couple of solid punches to his arms. They had witnessed Jason's deftness when he had dispatched the thugs, effortlessly toppling them. Furthermore, as a human, Jason possessed 5 fingers, something the penguins desperately coveted. Jason's clenched fist resembled a hefty sandbag, capable of sending Kowalski, the weakest among them in combat prowess, crashing into the wall. To prevent such an incident, Privet and Rick intervened to restrain Kowalski. Kowalski, still seething, remarked, "This password is no trivial matter. Based on my analysis, it must be a combination of numbers, symbols, and letters. Even I would struggle to crack it easily. Yet you expect this human to succeed?" Jason seemed to be fated to administer a well-deserved reprimand to Kowalski just as the latter's words trailed off. Jason successfully cracked the computer's password, employing merely a rudimentary hacking technique. Even you wouldn't find it so effortless to breach, Skibber remarked with a sardonic tone. It seems we have a new tech specialist among us. Kowalski, however, paid no heed to Skibber's caustic remarks. Instead, he was mesmerized by the rapid dance of Jason's fingers across the keyboard, which revealed a cascade of deciphered numbers on the screen. I concede, Skibber, Kowalski admitted candidly. Without a hint of coercion, he is an exceptional warrior, not only in combat, but also in technical prowess, and he possesses dexterous fingers. In a realm where acknowledgement of a technician is earned solely through demonstrable skill, Jason Todd, though perhaps not Kowalski's equal in scientific endeavors, had nevertheless garnered his respect on a technical level. Once connected to the surveillance, Jason paused briefly, casting a discreet glance at the nearby chattering and frolicking penguins. Blissfully unaware of their surveillance, he opened the computer's notepad to commence coding, erasing all monitoring footage since his arrival at the hospital and severing the connection on the other end. judging by the program's response time. It appeared the adversaries had yet to catch a glimpse of the four audacious penguins. Not far away, Robin, alongside Barbara Gordon, also known as Batgirl, crouched outside the entrance, poised to strike once the thugs were driven out by Batman. He withdrew his tablet, while Batgirl leaned against the wall, having just spoken to her father, urging him to dispatch law enforcement for assistance. The young man, clad in a red bodysuit, adorned with a domino mask, tucked stray strands of his dark hair behind his ears with his fingers. He scrutinized the tablet, displaying a chaotic array of patterns, narrowing his eyes in concentration. Noticing Tim's unusual demeanor, Barbara inquired, "What's the matter, detective? Encountering a conundrum?" The young man before her was Batman's third Robin, distinguished from his predecessors by his preference for dismantling foes in cyberspace rather than through brute force. He was a prodigious hacker. A conundrum? Tim chuckled lightly. Not quite. Someone has breached the hospital's surveillance system, erasing all nighttime footage. Upon arriving at the hospital, his first task had been to infiltrate the surveillance to provide technical support for Batman. Out of boredom, he had pulled the timeline forward slightly, only to encounter a familiar face, a tall, enigmatic figure clad in a khaki trench coat and matching fedora. Wow, Tim mused. Doesn't he seem familiar? He recalled that after being kidnapped and enduring significant trials before being returned to the police station. The description given by the officers matched that of a man in a khaki trench coat and fedora who had delivered him there. One of the lessons from Robin's training was to never assume coincidences when two seemingly unrelated events occur. In Gotham, there are no coincidences, only deliberate actions and conspiracies. As Tim meticulously monitored the man's every move via surveillance, he recognized that a pivotal moment was approaching when he observed the man placing a pouch of coins on the counter. At that instant, his equipment was compromised. It would be more accurate to say that someone had infiltrated the hospital's network, seizing control of the surveillance system and ejecting Tim from the feed. This was not an overly complex maneuver. Rather, Tim had not anticipated that anyone would breach the hospital's surveillance, leading to his current predicament. He retrieved a miniature keyboard, resolutely beginning to link and query the address. Realizing that Tim had entered his work mode, Barbara refrained from interrupting him, effortlessly leaping over the fence to peer inside. Dr. Hugo was still vociferously proclaiming in the lobby, advocating for the use of the hospital as patients or medical staff as test subjects to transform them into monsters, who would then be dispatched to confront Brooks. Bruce was stealthily navigating through the ventilation ducts, soon to position himself directly above Hugo Strange, ready to enact justice upon him. They had discerned Hugo's little tricks, employing hand signals to command and control these genetically modified monstrosities. Thus, capturing Hugo first would render these mutants insignificant. Tim sat cross-legged atop the car hood, his fingers flying across the keyboard at lightning speed to thwart any counter-surveillance measures. As long as he maintained his pace and produced enough code, he could effectively overwrite the adversary's commands. The contest among hackers transcends mere technical prowess. It also involves speed, timing, and a myriad of competitive elements. Tim's velocity was astonishing, his maneuvers discreet, and he successfully traced the opponent's address with ease. This was why Tim confidently asserted that it was hardly a challenge. Tim was the only Robin who had not been coaxed home by Bruce. He was the one who had willingly presented himself. Several years prior, Tim had utilized his detective skills and hacking expertise to uncover Batman's true identity, voluntarily stepping forward to become Robin. Contemplating the address displayed on his computer screen, Tim's expression shifted. The location was, in fact, within the hospital itself. He magnified the map, pinpointing the exact room, and based on the typical architectural layout of Gotham, he noted several electrical boxes and cabinets outside the corresponding room. Undoubtedly, that room served as the hospital's surveillance control center. Tim recalled that 3 days prior, Batman had dealt with the Roman's henchmen at a hotel in the Academy District. A mysterious figure had descended from the upper floors of the hotel, acting in Batman's name, and had efficiently neutralized most of the Romans' operatives before vanishing amidst a thick cloud of smoke. On that day, a man clad in a khaki trench coat and hat had also checked into the hotel. Through analysis and comparison, Batman had discovered that among all the patrons, only this enigmatic individual had eluded police records during the registration process, having checked in without any identification. At this juncture, Batman began to pay particular attention to the enigmatic figure. However, unbeknownst to him, Tim had also encountered this mysterious individual, a fact he chose not to disclose. It was not out of deliberate concealment, but rather Tim believed he could manage the situation independently, sparing Batman the need to investigate the stranger. Yet now, the mysterious figure was right before them. Should they not take action, would it not be a disservice to this fortuitous opportunity? Thus, Tim pressed his earpiece and languidly announced, "Batman, I have news. The mysterious individual is in the surveillance room on the 4th floor." Simultaneously, Tim gestured to Barbara, indicating for her to remain while he ventured inside. As Batman was preoccupied, Barbara shrugged in reluctant acquiescence, signaling her understanding. Batman paused in his stealthy advance, contemplating for a mere second before turning and crawling in a different direction. He then called out to Mike, "You handle Hugo Strange. I will seek out the mysterious individual." Tim's ascent along the wall slightly faltered. His desire to meet this legendary figure outweighed the necessity of subduing Hugo. On the day he was abducted and subsequently rescued, the sensation against his skin was unmistakably that of soft feathers. Human fur could never be so densely distributed. Had the mysterious individual trained a plush army? Yet, Tim was acutely aware of Batman's stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, no one could dissuade him. Should Tim attempt to persuade him, this obstinate Batman might even question Tim's intentions. Jason, unable to glean Batman's location from the surveillance, was not surprised, for Batman had always evaded areas captured by cameras. Ventilation ducts and dripping creatures were the Bat's preferred haunts. Jason's manipulation of the monitors was merely to swiftly memorize the hospital's layout and prevent Batman from pinpointing their location. Although he did not locate Batman, both Jason and Skipper keenly noticed a flash of black and yellow cloak darting through the corner of their vision. Someone had infiltrated. "It's Robin," Skipper remarked while conversing with his companion, using a human language translator. "He has come looking for us," Jason affirmed with certainty. A frown creased his brow. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar aversion to both Batman and Robin, despite their familiarity evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if he had once known them personally. Shaking off the inexplicable emotions, Jason calmly responded, "Robin has discovered our address." The 4 penguins exchanged glances, promptly donning disguises to blend in with humans. Their standard khaki trench coats concealed their forms, complemented by matching hats and sunglasses that obscured their faces. They must not allow humans to uncover their identities. "We should leave." "Splitting up," Skipper suggested, pausing to add, "Splitting up will confuse them." He had no intention of abandoning Jason. As Skipper had rightly observed, there was only one Robin. While they were 2, Robin could only choose one to pursue. Jason nodded, as he shared the same sentiment. However, neither he nor Skipper had considered the possibility that the one seeking them was Batman, not Robin, and that Batman was there for the mysterious figure. Their separate actions had only just begun when 4 penguins ascended the stairs from the left, while Jason proceeded to the right. Before departing, Jason donned a jacket, striving for a semblance of dignity. "Skipper, I have some rather unsettling news," Kowalski remarked, eyeing the scanner in his hand, which resembled a can of fish. "What is it?" "Batman may be directly above us," Kowalski replied, observing the flickering red dot on the scanner, though the hospital housed other patients. With a terror attack below and no exits above, it was evident that remaining quietly in their room, awaiting rescue from the police and Batman, was the safest course of action. Yet, a red dot appeared in the middle of the corridor, slightly ahead of them, and there was no sign of a person, which added an element of peculiarity to the situation. "Turn around, run," Skipper commanded. Privet, standing at the bottom, quickly pivoted, awkwardly maneuvering to support his 3 companions. From a normal perspective, the man in the trench coat appeared as if he were drunkenly swaying to one side. After a few steps in that manner, he straightened himself as if nothing were amiss. A black shadow descended from above, and the mysterious figure, seemingly sensing something, turned and fled just a second before the shadow landed. "Batman, maintain your balance," Kowalski urged, glancing outside. After Skipper's remark, Kowalski adjusted his clothing to create a clearer view of their path. Batman followed closely behind them, akin to a seal that had set its sights on the penguins. A description that sent a shiver down Skipper's spine. "Rick, deploy the roller skates and obstacles," Skipper hastily ordered. Rick spat out the roller skates and tossed them onto the path ahead. Privet stepped onto them and skidded with a jolt, while the 4 penguins staggered, gripping their companion's head tightly with their flippers. With the roller skates, their speed increased significantly, and they managed to create some distance from Batman. Rick quickly ejected several bananas, devouring one before discarding the peel behind them. Batman, however, was unlikely to slip on such an obvious banana peel. Following the peel, the mysterious figure began hurling various tools, hammers, anchors, and weights, outward. Could an ordinary human truly carry such a multitude of items? The answer was, of course, no, further intensifying Batman's suspicions regarding the identity of the mysterious figure. After Batman deftly evaded several of these projectiles, Skipper let out an exasperated click of his tongue, his fighting spirit reignited by the bat-like man. "Rick, unleash something fierce," Skipper commanded. Hearing Skipper issue such an order, Privet, who was striving forward on roller skates, inhaled sharply. Kowalski raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous expression. "Skipper, are you really going for that?" "Indeed, that very thing. How wicked." Batman, noticing that the mysterious figure had ceased throwing objects, exhaled in relief, drawing out his grappling gun to aim at the enigmatic individual, preparing to recapture him. Yet, in the next moment, the mysterious figure suddenly hurled a large basket of fruit peels and chewed bubblegum backward, creating a sticky mess on the ground that would undoubtedly cause anyone who stepped on it to slip. A modified version of Rictor. Batman narrowed his eyes and leapt over the 2-meter-wide obstacle strewn across the floor. Skipper, who had been observing Batman's every move, nearly leapt in astonishment. "My non-existent grandfather and grandmother, can it be played this way?" Skipper exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. Soon after, a triumphant smile emerged on Skipper's face. "But I was prepared." Upon landing, Batman found his legs flailing uncontrollably. A glance downward revealed that the smooth floor was coated in oil. Struggling to maintain his balance, it became evident that pursuing the mysterious figure was now impossible. Batman squinted again, aiming his grappling gun without hesitation and firing. The line wrapped around the mysterious figure multiple times. He had him. Chapter 23. If the mysterious figure were human, Batman's grappling gun would have successfully ensnared him. The bad news was that, despite being referred to as the mysterious figure, he was not truly human. Batman's broad, powerful hand grasped the end of the line, pulling back as the mysterious entity was yanked a step toward him. Yet, instead of feeling any joy at having captured the mysterious figure, a weight settled in Batman's heart. Things could not possibly be this simple. Just as the mysterious figure had been able to produce a plethora of items from his person, he must possess superhuman abilities or be a mutant. According to Gotham's regulations, specifically Batman's own, all superhumans entering Gotham were required to fill out information in the superhuman research files at the Batcave. Alternatively, Batman could complete the forms for them, provided he observed and studied their abilities thoroughly. The spot where the line ensnared was precisely where Rictor stood, who promptly produced a welding gun and severed the line. Realizing the precarious situation, Skipper commanded without hesitation, "Rictor, smoke bomb." With the crisp sound of metal clattering to the ground, a sharp bang erupted, and a dense, grayish-white fog surged upward, engulfing the corridor, which was far too confined. The smoke from a single smoke bomb spread over a distance of at least 3 meters. Batman's pupils flickered. As he suspected, it was not so simple. Pulling back on the rope, he felt it loosen in his grasp. The line had been cut from the other end. This was anticipated by Batman, which is why he had left a spider-shaped locator on the grappling gun. As Batman patiently awaited the dissipating fog, he picked up the spent casing of the smoke bomb. He needed to examine how this smoke bomb was crafted, as even his specially designed smoke-piercing equipment could not penetrate it. Subsequently, Batman noticed a khaki trench coat lying on the ground. The mysterious figure had likely anticipated Batman's actions, discarding even his garments, with the spider-like locator left behind on the outerwear. This mysterious individual might indeed possess superhuman abilities. Otherwise, how could one change attire so swiftly? Batman connected with Barbara. "What's the matter, Black Knight?" came Barbara's cheerful yet slightly distorted voice through the earpiece. She was idly waiting at the hospital entrance, quite content. The Bats often undertook missions alone, adhering to their unique pride and the principle of not sharing their prey. However, not every task required him to operate solo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have employed a young assistant. Like tonight, in fact, the nocturnal patrol of the Bat family had concluded. From 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., as he returned to the Batcave, the Bat signal, which had extinguished merely half an hour prior, once again flickered against the clouds. This heralded the onset of their overtime existence. The good news was that the matter at hand was not overly complex. Barbara was waiting at the entrance for the panicked prey to emerge. "I need you to hack into the surveillance," Batman stated in a low voice. Barbara did not respond immediately, but had already unfolded a miniature tablet, preparing to breach the hospital's network. "Where's the genius kid?" she casually inquired. "Robin has another mission." At that moment, Robin, with his cape billowing, descended like a harbinger of justice upon Hugo Strange, recalling that the doctor manipulated these humanoid weapons with his hands. Robin swiftly bound Hugo's limbs securely. "Dr. Strange, I believe your acts of vengeance now constitute a crime," Robin remarked, glancing at the dazed thugs who had lost control, a smirk playing on his lips. "And your illicit genetic experiments will see your position as dean revoked, leading you to Blackgate Prison." "It's Robin," gasped the nurse at the front desk. Robin turned, offering a gentle smile to the front desk, which had just endured considerable distress, first being interrogated by Hugo and then threatened by him. Yet she had not divulged the dean's whereabouts. "Fear not. "Brave girl. The police will arrive shortly," Robin assured her. However, Hugo, now hoisted by Robin, wore a sinister grin. "Robin, watch out," someone shouted. Robin sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a blade aimed at him. He pivoted and kicked off the counter, easily vaulting over it. And with a flick of his fingers, a short baton transformed into a long staff. Robin squinted, surveying the scene before him. Those who should have been under Hugo's control had, at this moment, astonishingly reverted to normalcy. They shed their doctoress robes, revealing the distinctive orange and yellow patient attire of Arkham Asylum beneath. These patients had undergone augmentation by Hugo, their physiques significantly enhanced, no longer resembling their former frail selves. These awakened individuals were far from foolish. They recognized Robin, and many among them were indeed those whom Robin had previously admitted to Arkham. Robin could no longer identify them based solely on their drastically altered appearances. These patients had long sought an opportunity to retaliate against Batman and Robin. "Well, this is a bit troublesome," Robin muttered, promptly pressing a button on his staff, causing blue and white arcs of electricity to dance along its length. Despite his verbal acknowledgement of the predicament, his demeanor and actions betrayed no hint of retreat. "I shall serve as the appetizer before Batman arrives." For Penguins navigated the dim stairwell, aiming to reach the underground parking lot and depart in a vehicle before Batman could intercept them. To evade detection and protect their true identities, they donned spare coats, still khaki trench coats, disguising themselves once more as enigmatic figures. To avoid being caught unawares by Batman, they opted for the most straightforward route, the stairs, rather than the elevator. However, traversing the stairs as a stack of 4 penguins was no simple feat after ascending merely one flight. Privet declared he could go no further. "This is unfair. Why am I always the one at the bottom?" he protested. Skipper nonchalantly replied, "As a rookie, one must endure the trials. But this will hinder my physical development. If I don't grow taller than Skipper, I will lose my mind," Privet exclaimed, suddenly prodded. Skipper retorted with a smirk, "Precisely because I refuse to be at the bottom, I have you take the last position." This was a double entendre. As the commander, Skipper needed to remain vigilant outside and could not be at the bottom. Another implication was his desire not to be the shortest among them. Kowalski and Rico had already matured, their heights fixed, leaving Skipper to manipulate the rookie Privet. "What a despicable commander," Kowalski lamented. Observing Privet's struggle, Skipper's heart softened, as it often did, prompting the 4 penguins to don their coats and descend in single file. This created an even more bizarre scene, resembling a single figure lying on the ground, akin to a limp, jelly-like humanoid. The silver lining was that Jason had severed the hospital's network connection to the surveillance system to prevent Batman from obtaining incriminating evidence against the penguins, rendering all surveillance inoperative. The downside, however, was that Barbara had activated the drones. The staircases on either side of the hospital seamlessly connect to the lobby. Fortunately, the chaos in the lobby obscured the presence of a gentleman lying on the ground as he descended the stairs. The staircase leading to the basement was situated at the end of the corridor, requiring a journey to reach it. The commotion in the lobby sent Rick's adrenaline surging, compelling him to steal a glance. Robin and Jason stood shoulder to shoulder, dispatching every adversary from Arkham Asylum that approached them. As for Jason's unexpected appearance here, he had initially intended to remain inconspicuous and head directly to the underground parking lot to rendezvous with the penguins. However, upon arriving on the first floor, he chanced upon Batman's Robin being pinned to the ground by 2 patients from Arkham Asylum. These genetically enhanced patients possessed formidable combat prowess. The electric batons merely incapacitated them for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. Robin was unable to employ his usual electric flashes to immobilize the patients. He had exhausted all his grappling hooks to ensnare 4 or 5 of the assailants, yet many remained, and he was out of grappling hooks. Thus, it was in this moment that Jason encountered the sight of Robin being subdued by the deranged inmates. While Robin lay pinned, he still found the energy to engage in some self-reflection and blame-shifting. His self-critique was as follows. He would ensure not to indulge in the internet too much and prioritize his physical training as Robin. As for the blame, he lamented that he had to carve out time for school and company meetings, which compressed his schedule. Aside from school, attending meetings was originally Bruce's responsibility. Jason chuckled, amused at the apparent inadequacy of Batman's third Robin. He felt compelled to assist Robin, to prevent him from being killed by the inmates of Arkham. Oh, if the third Robin were to perish at the hands of a group of lunatics, it would be quite the disgrace. He would fare better himself. Would Batman be enraged over the loss of his third Robin, or would he merely view Robin as a subordinate easily replaceable? Jason was uncertain. In truth, whether or not Robin would meet his demise at the hands of the patients was of little concern to Jason. What mattered more was that, should Robin die, These lunatics would no longer be under Hugo's control, potentially leading them to harm innocent patients or medical staff. While Jason might be indifferent to the fate of the third Robin, he cared deeply for the lives of the innocent. He mused that prior to his amnesia, he was likely not a criminal. If he were, why would he concern himself with the lives of ordinary people? Simultaneously, a peculiar and domineering emotion surged within him, overpowering all thoughts of discreetly exiting this place. Jason felt an urgent desire to prove to Batman that he was stronger than Robin. Thus, he seized a mask from the spare first aid kit hanging on the corridor wall, covering half his face, and charged forth. Jason has always been unrelenting in his words. While rescuing Robin and battling the deranged inmates of Arkham Asylum, he continued to deride Batman's third Robin, dismissing him as nothing remarkable. Robin, feeling somewhat disheartened by Jason's jibes, wondered about this man who seemed to possess an intimate familiarity with both Batman and Robin. Tim was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Yet as he fought against crime, he remained observant of his companion beside him, a man cloaked in mystery, clad in a white coat, who evidently wished to keep his face hidden from Tim's gaze. A shadow of darkness clouded Jason's eyes, rendering him both unpredictable and inscrutable. His attacks on the inmates were delivered with unrestrained ferocity. Though he merely wielded a folding metal stool to strike, it felt as if he were employing a lethal weapon. He was dangerous, yet fundamentally a good person, a temporary definition that Tim assigned to Jason. As four penguins descended to the side of the hall, they adeptly pressed themselves against the corridor walls, ignoring the chaos of the hall as they prepared to leave. However, driven by curiosity and the allure of the battle, Rick could not resist glancing at the fray, only to spot Jason fighting alongside Tim. With an excited squawk, Rick pointed at Jason in the hall. "Rick, did you forget what I told you earlier? We cannot engage in that melee. Our priority is to escape. If Batman discovers our identities, we're done for," Skipper admonished. After uttering this, Skipper found it somewhat incredulous, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. Batman is a superhero, isn't he? What heinous acts have we committed? Why is he so relentless in pursuing us?" Kowalski speculated. "Perhaps he discovered the reactor we hid underground? Are we to become wanted criminals?" Privet queried, belatedly grasping the situation. Seeing that neither Skipper nor Kowalski responded, Rick grew anxious. He wriggled out from his clothing and climbed onto Skipper, twisting his head to compel Skipper to look toward the hall. "My goodness, how is Jason there?" "Rick, were you intending to tell me this?" Skipper exclaimed. Rick nodded, then recalled that Skipper could not see his motion and replied, "Yes. Friends, those are dangerous criminals. We must assist him." This declaration did not originate from Skipper. The three penguins gazed at Kowalski in astonishment, for not long ago, Kowalski had vehemently opposed Skipper's concern for Jason. Yet now he had taken on the role of Jason's advocate. "What are you looking at me for?" Kowalski replied calmly. "I need a reliable human to teach me how to use a computer. Jason is not only our comrade, he is also an ally in computer science." Action. As Tim fought alongside Jason to eliminate the inmates of Arkham Asylum, his suspicions regarding Jason's identity deepened. He was all too familiar with Jason's fighting style. This is the essence of the combat techniques acquired after Robin's training, which Tim also employs. However, in contrast to Robin's agile and balanced style of fighting, Jason's approach reveals a reckless ferocity. He has forsaken the defensive aspect entirely, opting solely for an aggressive onslaught. How can one articulate Jason's fighting style? It resembles a desperate struggle in Gotham's gray areas, akin to a man fighting tooth and nail to protect a stolen wallet. Jason will not permit anyone to take what rightfully belongs to him. The Bluebird remains in BL Davin, yet to return to Gotham. Thus the young man before him cannot possibly be Dick Grayson. Aside from Tim, the only other candidate who has completed Robin's training is the final possibility, Jason Todd. The second Robin, who was slain by the Joker, serving as the catalyst for Batman's fury. Tim has never encountered Jason Todd. By the time Jason appeared alongside Batman, he had long been abducted by the Joker, followed shortly by news of his demise. The remnants of Jason left in the manor are scant. He and Bruce never even shared a photograph. The tale of the second Robin has become an unspoken taboo among the Batcave's occupants. Yet now, the only identity that aligns with the man before him is that of the second Robin. The truth is on the verge of revelation. Tim finds it challenging to rein in his emotions, and after subduing the patience, he reaches out to grasp Jason's wrist. In the throes of battle-induced excitement, Jason turns, suppressing the surging anger and agitation within him, and lowers the chair he had raised. He patiently inquires, "Is something amiss?" However, upon observing the emotions conveyed by Tim's slightly pursed lips, he seems to anticipate what the other is about to say. It is not something Jason wishes to hear, nor does he desire any further connection with them. After all, he is the one who was abandoned. Is this sudden revelation meant to humiliate him? To remind him once more that he is the Forsaken? Tim, perplexed, calls out, "Jason Todd?" The sound of Tim's voice intertwines with the explosive bursts of smoke grenades. A grayish-white mist, thick with a pungent odor, rises to envelop the area, shrouding both Tim and Jason within its embrace. "We must leave," a voice whispers to Jason. He recognizes it as the voice of a device used by Penguin. The agitation that had surged within him is once again calmed. Indeed, why should he feel angered by Robin's actions? He ought not to be ensnared by a past he has yet to fully comprehend. He has found new friends, the Penguins. These little creatures are far more amiable and steadfast than humans. They could have abandoned Jason, yet they brought him to the hospital and are intent on taking him away, clearly regarding him as one of their own. So why should Jason concern himself with the attitudes of humans rather than the endearing little penguins? Jason attempted to shake off Tim's grip and leave with the penguins. However, Tim held on tightly to Jason's hand, preventing him from breaking free. "You cannot leave. Batman has been consumed by guilt and remorse because of you," Tim stated calmly. "What does that have to do with me?" Jason replied impatiently. He had no real acquaintance with Batman, despite his subconscious urging him to recognize the figure. The mere thought of Batman stirred nothing but anger, resentment, and a sense of injustice within him. "Get away," Jason yelled at Tim. "Jason Todd, you're not dead? Why not confront the fact that you harbor resentment because Batman has found a new Robin?" Tim questioned coolly. Skyver stood on Jason Todd's left shoulder, while Rick, Kowalski, and Privet were causing chaos amidst the smoke, disturbing the Arkham thugs' composure. They might possess immense power, but the Penguins were agile and swift, having undergone professional training as secret agents. In the midst of the confusion, it would be a trivial task to whisk Jason away. "Forget him," Skyver suggested, addressing Jason with a human-like calculator. Upon hearing this, Tim's expression shifted to one of realization. "You're with the mysterious figure. It was you who hacked into the surveillance," Tim deduced calmly. Tim's self-assured analysis only served to infuriate Jason further. Remembering not to unleash his wrath upon the innocent little penguin, he gently patted Skyver on the shoulder and tightened his grip. "Hold on," Jason instructed. Skyver, puzzled, clutched Jason's clothing with his flippers, and in the next moment, Jason's powerful fist was swinging toward Tim. Tim, caught off guard by Jason's sudden assault, quickly dodged the blow, but was soon tackled by Jason, and the two began to grapple amid the smoke in the hall. Tim had never been one to simply submit. Since Jason had already thrown a punch at him, he retaliated without hesitation. Wow, such fire in a young man," Skyver exclaimed, nearly losing his grip as he clung to Jason. Using the smoke as cover, he was unperturbed by the possibility of Tim seeing him. "Robin, you think you know me well." "Uh-huh. I'm not certain how you figured it out, but perhaps you should consider an eye exam," Jason said, gripping Robin and delivering a decisive punch. Tim scoffed, raising his knee to strike back. "If you're not who I think you are, then why the intense reaction? Getting flustered?" Yet, despite his bravado, Tim was not entirely convinced this was Jason Todd, at least not before Jason struck. Now that Jason had retaliated in anger, Tim was certain of his thoughts. One thing Tim couldn't comprehend was how everyone knew Jason Todd was dead. He had attended Jason Todd's funeral under the name of the Drake family. However, if the man before me is indeed Jason Todd, does this signify a miraculous return from the dead? How did Jason Todd escape the clutches of death to reappear in this world? "Just the sight of your foul visage and self-righteous demeanor irks me," sneered Robin Jason. The two exchanged barbed jibes, yet Robin's fighting prowess paled in comparison to Jason's, who was fueled by resentment and rage. It was merely Robin's superior equipment that spared him from a humiliating defeat. As the smoke bomb's effects were nearing their end, Kowalski leaped onto the stage and declared to Skipper, "Skipper, it's time for us to leave." Skipper relayed this message to Jason, who, gripping Tim, hesitated with his raised fist. Just as Tim believed Jason intended to converse, Jason delivered a punch to his nose. Tim's vision darkened, not from unconsciousness, but from sheer shock. When the smoke cleared, Tim stood, clutching his nose, blood seeping through his fingers, staining his black gloves, and splattering his chin and neck. The mysterious figure and Jason had vanished, while the previously standing Arkham inmates were all bound. A drone circled above, its lights flickering. In his earpiece, Barbara's worried voice inquired, "What happened? Did you get hurt?" Barbara had been maneuvering several drones hidden at various entrances and had just switched the camera to Tim's position, witnessing him clutching his nose. Yet all surrounding thugs had been dispatched. "I'm fine," Tim replied, his expression a mixture of emotions. Chapter 24. Someone helped you. Barbara surveyed the battlefield through the drone, affirmatively responding. Indeed. Tim hesitated, refraining from directly uttering Jason Todd's name. He vaguely stated, "I didn't see clearly. he vanished in the smoke. Regardless of whether that individual was truly Jason Todd, Tim had never encountered him before. All his words were mere conjecture. A return from the dead does not necessarily imply a miracle. It could also signify a conspiracy. This might once again be a scheme targeting Batman, orchestrated by the Joker. That scoundrel had, after Jason's demise, utilized Jason Todd's information to lure Batman into a trap, leaving Batman gravely injured and unconscious for nearly a week before he awoke. Moreover, Jason Todd harbored animosity towards Batman, a sentiment that ignited the moment he laid eyes on Tim, even if Jason did not outwardly express it. While standing shoulder to shoulder against the Arkham inmates, Tim could sense that subtle hostility, rendering him uneasy. Even in Jason's presence, he found it impossible to relax. Tim speculated that the sole reason Jason fought alongside him was his inherent sense of justice and compassion as Robin, which could not abide the plight of the innocent victims being coerced. As Tim tentatively mentioned his name and alluded to Batman, the hostility erupted in full force. How could Tim articulate the feelings Jason evoked in him at that moment? Anger, despair, resentment, and hatred converged into a solitary vessel adrift on a sea of hopelessness. Tim had not lived through that period, so he could not fathom what Jason might think. Yet this did not deter Tim from protecting Batman. He was an ardent admirer of Batman and equally of Robin. However, he now found himself compelled to choose between Batman and Robin, and undoubtedly, his choice would be Batman. The current Jason Todd was undoubtedly a perilous individual, capable of easily undermining Batman's resolve. He might well be a puppet of the Joker. Or perhaps he was no longer Jason Todd at all. He had been brainwashed and transformed by the Joker, designed to strike at Batman and obliterate the very existence of the Bat family. Tim pondered meticulously until he could ascertain Jason Todd's danger. He would never divulge to anyone that he had encountered Jason Todd. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of clues regarding the present Jason Todd. For penguins, masquerading as humans, accompanied Jason through the chaos wrought by smoke bombs, making their way down the staircase at the end of the corridors to the underground parking lot. The parking lot contained only a sparse scattering of vehicles. Upon seeing these cars, which seemed to exist solely for their escape from danger, Privet's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Surely, they must be safe now? Privet exhaled deeply, slowing his pace. Soldier, even when out of danger, one must remain vigilant. Skyber admonished sternly. Our adversary is Batman. Kowalski, let us gather some intel. We lack any information on Batman, Kowalski replied, rummaging through the hostile files. Their records contained no details about Batman. They had never anticipated facing a man clad in a bat-themed suit. However, I can fabricate something, Kowalski declared before beginning to concoct a narrative in the file. Large wings, sharp fangs, long ears, like a vampire. Skyber glanced at Jason, who possessed a deeper understanding of Batman than they did. He could even recognize the Batmobile at a glance. Without needing to be prompted, Jason cast a sidelong glance at the file in Kowalski's hand, then met Skyber's gaze, already aware of their thoughts. Without hesitation, Jason spoke. That damn Batman. Characterized as an atmosphere destroyer, a paranoid, arrogant, and suspicious individual. If he were to articulate it, he could probably ascribe every pejorative adjective in the world to Batman. Though he retained no memories related to Batman, the mere mention of the name conjured such terms in his mind automatically. Skyber nodded. Kowalski, document this. Batman has temporarily ascended to our blacklist. At this, Kowalski, Privet, and Rick all simultaneously raised their eyes to Skyber, who stood at the forefront. Paranoia, arrogance, and suspicion, all perfectly aligned with Skipper's demeanor. What are you looking at? Skipper inquired, perplexed. The three penguins simultaneously averted their gazes. Kowalski discreetly glanced at Skipper. Noting that Skipper was not looking at him, he cautiously recorded in the hostile dossier, Batman, please refer to Commander Skipper. Kowalski ingeniously added 3 exclamation marks to signify the danger posed by Batman. Undermining Batman considerably improved Jason's mood. Next, we need to borrow a vehicle to leave this place, Skipper stated. Rico, eager with anticipation, expelled a small piece of metal wire from his mouth, fully prepared to hotwire a car. Skipper, that blue one is adorable, Private exclaimed, spotting the charming blue Beetle through the gap in Rico's trench coat. The Beetle, an economical two-seater, though modest in size and price, was beloved for its cute appearance, especially among girls and children. Rico pointed excitedly at a pink, robust SUV and shouted, this one, the favorite of real men. The two penguins argued passionately over which vehicle to choose, and had they not been attempting to maintain a human facade, they likely would have been grappling with each other by now. Jason narrowed his eyes, detecting an unusual sound differing from the expected echoes of the basement. It resembled the whirring of a small electric motor, typically utilized by minor devices. Following the sound, Jason glanced around and ultimately spotted a drone hovering just beneath the ceiling. The black drone remained motionless, and unless one looked closely, it would easily go unnoticed. The drone's body flickered with a blue light, and Jason understood the implication. It signified that someone was connected to the drone, monitoring their every move. Undoubtedly, it was Batman, or perhaps a member of the Bat family, certainly someone associated with bats. Noticing Jason's gaze fixated on a particular spot, Kowalski followed his line of sight upwards. "Skipper, we are being watched." Skipper paused, quickly grasping the situation, and couldn't help but grumble, "Batman is relentless." Kowalski produced a scanner, observing a red dot swiftly approaching, one that did not belong to any of them. "Skipper, bad news. Batman is only 100 meters away, 75 meters, run." However, the four penguins had scarcely turned and sprinted a short distance when a shadow arrived as anticipated. Batman was hot on their heels. "It is time to reveal your true self, mysterious one," Batman intoned in his signature deep voice. The sudden appearance of Batman sent them into a frenzy. Skipper roared, "Didn't you say he was still 75 meters away?" Kowalski adjusted the device, noticing that all response sensitivities had dulled, and the display on the screen mirrored this lethargy. Kowalski muttered, "Batman has interfered with my equipment, damn it. The technical team can step back now. It's time for the muscle group to have some fun." Skipper squinted, and Rick, understanding the implicit message, immediately displayed an excited expression, stomping his flippers with a hint of mania. Privet, beneath Rick's feet, worried that Rick's enthusiasm might dislodge the feathers atop his head. Rick was a combat fanatic, a madman who reveled in destruction and explosions, and a penguin solely preoccupied with chaos evidently struggled to integrate into the team. Under Skipper's leadership, Rick managed to control that part of himself, or rather, suppress it. As an excellent leader, Skipper recognized that prolonged repression was detrimental to Rick. Thus, he would choose an opportune moment to allow Rick to unleash his true nature. Just like now, Privet and Kowalski exchanged knowing glances, switching positions with Skipper and Privet. Kowalski now assumed the role of the head, while Rick became the base. Through the gaps in his clothing, Skipper scrutinized Batman, narrowing his eyes and raising his beak. "Rick, I need the freeze gun and a human simulator." Rick produced a freeze gun and a mechanical human arm. Skipper affixed the mechanical arm to his wing, maneuvering the human hand to grasp the freeze gun and aimed it at Batman, firing a shot. Batman, however, was swift. As the light wave from the freeze gun reached him, he swatted it away with his hand, sending the freeze gun crashing to the ground nearby, its parts scattering. Kowalski let out a shriek. "My freeze gun." He resembled a distressed father witnessing harm done to his beloved creation. Blue, transparent ice erupted from beneath Batman's feet, encasing him in less than a second, transforming him into a white ice sculpture of a bat. Skipper exhaled in relief, while Rick emitted a disgruntled noise, frustrated that it was not yet his turn to act. Within moments, the ice began to crack with a series of sharp sounds, shards of ice cascading down from the sculpture as cracks formed between the blocks. In an instant, Batman shattered the icy surface, emerging from the debris. The fragments merely dusted Batman's suit with a layer of gray frost, failing to impede his relentless advance. Kowalski and Skipper both gasped in disbelief. "Mamma mia, this human can withstand the frost attack." Skipper's voice carried a mix of astonishment and respect. "How is this possible?" Kowalski exclaimed incredulously. "The freezing agents in my gun can instantly solidify air into hard ice. It only fails to work against Skipper." Kowalski was convinced that the freeze gun's ineffectiveness was not a flaw of his device. However, Skipper, as their leader and the most exceptional penguin, has always maintained a strict regimen, training day after day. He even passed the perilous leader test known as the ice experiment, which involved overcoming Kowalski's freezing gun. Yet now, a mere human, just a human, has managed to nullify Kowalski's invention. This revelation stirred a sorrow in Kowalski deeper than witnessing a child in pain. It only serves to affirm that Batman is an individual of remarkable perseverance and physical prowess, Skipper remarked with a hint of admiration. Gaining Skipper's respect is quite simple. One merely needs to be sufficiently strong or contribute positively to the animal kingdom. Skipper cast a regretful glance at Batman, pondering that had they been friends, they might have shared a mutual respect, but alas, they were adversaries. Facing such a foe is indeed challenging. "Rick," Skipper called out. Rick immediately understood, and together, they maneuvered their limbs to engage Batman in combat. During the skirmish, Batman sensed something was amiss. The mysterious figure's movements lacked coordination, while the hands executed certain gestures. The feet adopted peculiar stances that rendered it impossible for a person to stand upright. Yet, the enigmatic figure stood straight. Approaching the mysterious individual, Batman caught a whiff of an unmistakable scent, fishy and pungent. This confirmed his suspicion that the mysterious figure was a superhuman. Batman's eyes gleamed. If he could unveil the tightly cloaked figure's attire, he would ascertain the true identity of the so-called mysterious individual. However, the figure seemed to anticipate Batman's intentions, carefully avoiding any contact with his clothing, even sacrificing a prime opportunity to strike rather than allow Batman to touch his garments. Given that the mysterious figure had not committed any indiscretions in Gotham and had, in fact, aided in apprehending criminals on 2 occasions, Batman tempered his force. Though he despised these uninvited intruders in Gotham, he was not devoid of reason. Thus, as long as he could confirm the figure's harmlessness, essentially recording the individual's details in Batman's superhuman dossier, he would decide whether this mysterious entity could remain in Gotham. Batman delivered a punch to the figure's abdomen, holding back his full strength, yet it was sufficient to cause considerable discomfort to an ordinary person. The blow struck Privet's soft belly, producing a squishy sound akin to hitting a squeaky plush toy. Privet quickly covered his beak to stifle any cries of pain. With tearful eyes, Privet looked up at Skipper, hoping he would swiftly conclude this confrontation. Withdrawing his fist, Batman maintained a stoic expression, though beneath the black cat-eared helmet. His brow subtly arched. He savored the sensation of striking the mysterious figure moments ago. Soft, elastic, warm. Indeed, it was the belly. But how curious it felt so much like a little belly. It was truly bewildering that the enigmatic person possessed such a sizable midsection while remaining so agile. Rick lifted his foot and leaped to deflect Batman's sweeping kick, subsequently releasing a spray towards Skipper. Just as Skipper was aiming his gun at Batman, Batman raised his hand and, with a swift motion, sent the spray flying, followed by a pained scream from Kowalski. It was only then that Kowalski, belatedly realizing, recognized that the spray was something Rick had pilfered during their previous mission, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, before Kowalski could fully exhale, another shriek escaped his lips, for the unmoving laser gun in Skipper's grasp was also sent hurtling away by Batman, the fragile invention shattering into 2 upon hitting the ground. Kowalski rolled his eyes, nearly fainting, and hastily pinched his non-existent philtrum to regain composure. Skipper, too, was in a panic, for every gadget he produced was swiftly dispatched by Batman, culminating in the mechanical arm being wrenched from him. What on earth is going on with Batman? Rick dry heaved twice, unable to expel anything further. He had already purged far too much today. This was dire. Skipper looked up, realizing that he and Rick had barely managed to fend off Batman's assaults. They had no hope of striking him. Batman's defensive prowess, combat skills, and reflexes surpassed even those of the Penguin. The legendary Pentagon likely referred to Batman himself. Penguins excelled in teamwork, not in the present scenario where 4 were forced to stack upon one another, but rather in coordinated, individual actions. What manner of human is Batman? He was more troublesome than any officer. Skipper's voice cracked with a hint of despair. This operation had utterly shattered his confidence. Skipper, what shall we do? Privet asked with concern. Batman approached them with an expressionless visage, each step resonating deeply within their hearts, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. An adult Batman was cornering 4 pitiful, helpless little penguins who merely wished to do good. Did Batman not realize that animals cannot withstand fear? Kowalski clutched his racing heart. In the past, they had faced merciless pythons and the dolphin Dr. Blowhole without experiencing such intense pressure from a mere human. Even Rick, who was typically fearless, found himself intimidated by Batman's imposing presence, slowly retreating. Skipper finally issued the command to retreat. Retreat. Yet, they had nowhere left to run. They had been cornered by Batman's assault, with a wall to their left and a car to their right, trapped in a dead end. All of this had unfolded precisely as Batman had anticipated, as he methodically herded them into this cul-de-sac. Batman was reluctant to squander any more time engaging in meaningless exchanges with the enigmatic figure. The light behind him cast a dramatic silhouette, accentuating his imposing stature, while shadows slowly enveloped the 4 penguins before him. The quartet huddled within their garments, trembling with trepidation. Skipper, what shall we do? Kowalski inquired, suppressing his own fears as he turned to their omnipotent, valiant leader. I regret to inform you, Skipper said with a tone of compassion, that I have genuinely enjoyed our time together. Should the truth come to light, I will willingly submit myself to a military tribunal and take full responsibility for my actions. It was I who coerced you into training and undertaking missions. He continued, I shall serve a lifetime in prison. My descendants will bear the burden of my sins. For my crimes are sufficient to warrant 2 centuries of confinement. Skipper's sorrow deepened as he realized that, despite being a commendable soldier advocating for animals and the world. His latter years would be spent behind bars, solely because humanity could not accept that animals were capable of feats akin to their own. His once pristine record would be marred with a crimson stain. "Skipper, please don't say that." Privet's voice quivered with sadness. "This is not your fault. Had you not discovered our potential, we would have lived our lives as ordinary penguins, utterly unremarkable." Rick could not contain himself and blurted out, "Waga? You have talent?" Privet shot Rick a disapproving glance. "Of course, I possess talent. My irresistible charm is a gift that Skipper unearthed. Thus, I too should serve alongside Skipper for having such a formidable ability," Privet asserted resolutely. Rick nodded in agreement, his raspy voice managing to utter a few words, "Me too." Together, in prison, Skipper, still the leader. Skipper was deeply moved. "Even in prison, I shall protect you all." However, Kowalski, after considerable contemplation, suddenly interjected. "Most of my inventions were requested by Skipper." Upon receiving the collective gaze of the three penguins, Kowalski questioned, "What's wrong? For heaven's sake, Kowalski, could you refrain from being a mood killer every time?" Privet retorted, just as Batman was about to dismantle the penguin's disguise. He suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly evaded an incoming strike. A fleeting glance revealed the weapon, a wrench. That seemed familiar. In Batman's recollection, only one person had ever attacked him with a wrench, a daring, audacious boy. This memory, which should have been cherished, had morphed into a haunting reminder that he wished to forget. For each recollection of that boy quickly led him to the painful realization that the battered child had forever lost his breath. Batman furrowed his brow and turned his head, his expression stoic. He had not anticipated that the mysterious figure had an accomplice. The accomplice of the enigmatic figure was an insufferable wretch. Batman, adept at misdirecting his ire, was poised to unleash his wrath upon this detestable individual. However, the moment he turned, his gaze fell upon the menacing figure wielding a wrench, and he was momentarily taken aback. The black hair, as unruly as its owner's temperament, fell haphazardly across his forehead, and though a medical mask obscured much of his face, it could not conceal the familiar, furrowed brow and those piercing blue eyes. Yet, within those once familiar depths, there resided no longer the eager anticipation that Batman had once known. Instead, they were filled with hostility and fury directed squarely at him. Jason's muscles were taut, a clear indication that he regarded Batman as his adversary. This was the very sentiment Jason had once harbored towards Batman on that fateful night they had first met. Tension radiated from Jason's body, and he cast a sidelong glance behind Batman, noticing four small creatures stealthily slipping away from his side. Batman was wholly focused on Jason, precisely as Jason desired, buying time for the penguins. "Come on, Batfreak, let us have a little spar," Jason murmured in a low voice. "Jason?" Batman's voice was a mere whisper, tinged with hesitation and caution. There was no doubt it was Jason. Yet, what did his resurrection signify? A derisive snort escaped Jason's lips, a sound devoid of clarity. He found it absurd, for to him, Batman's current wariness was nothing but hypocrisy. "Jason, Batman began, his throat constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him unable to voice the words he desperately wished to say. He longed to express his remorse, to convey how much he cared for him. These sentiments had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The scene of their reunion replayed in his thoughts 1,000 times. Yet now, confronted with Jason in the flesh, he faltered. In his earpiece, Barbara's anxious voice urged him that the mysterious figure was making his escape, but Batman seemed oblivious to her words, fixated instead on Jason, terrified that if he blinked, it would all dissolve into an illusion. His son had not truly materialized before him. It was all a figment. A punishment for the past, a chastisement for the Cold War that had deprived Jason of his life. Batman scrutinized Jason intently, as if he sought to memorize every feature, every nuance. Jason had grown taller, his features more defined. He had shed the innocence of youth and transformed into a young man, or perhaps an adult. Time continued its relentless march for Jason. Batman struggled to suppress thoughts of when Jason had returned or the myriad conspiracy theories that might accompany such a resurrection. His focus remained solely on Jason. At that moment, the four penguins finally found their opportunity to escape, utilizing grappling hooks to swiftly flee from behind Batman. Barbara utilized a drone to document the direction in which the mysterious figure fled. Squinting her eyes, she ascended the wall, poised to intercept them from the outside. Nearby, Tim, wiping the remnants of blood from his neck with a tissue, couldn't help but internally lament the strength of Jason Todd's punch. Had Tim not deftly shifted his position in response to the force, his nose would have surely been broken. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Barbara's movements and quickly called out to her. "Stop, Barbara. Barbara maintained one leg perched on the wall, her body leaning forward in preparation to vault over. The mysterious figure you're pursuing is about to escape. The thought incited a flicker of irritation within her. Though she recognized that Batman was typically rational, she questioned whether this was truly rationality or merely an act of concealment. Batman and Robin were simultaneously investigating a target known as the Mysterious One, while Barbara remained blissfully unaware of this in the Batcave over the past few days. It was evident that the two Bats had concealed this matter from her, even erasing the usage logs from the Bat computer. Barbara felt a mix of amusement and anger. They were a team, a family, yet they consistently hid things from one another, quietly pursuing their own agendas. No wonder Stephanie had sought her out before departing Gotham for Star City, inquiring if she needed to borrow the surveillance and eavesdropping equipment Stephanie had left in various locations. At the time, Barbara found it odd, please forgive her, as she had spent too long in a wheelchair. During her time as Oracle, she had remained in the Batcave day in and day out. Nothing within the Bat family could remain concealed from her for long. Thus, she had subconsciously overlooked the traditional tendency of the Bat family men to remain silent unless the truth was exposed. If only time could rewind to the day Stephanie left, Barbara would have told her, yes, I need it. Barbara understood Tim's reasons for stopping her. Her anger stemmed from the concealment by both Batmen, which she found deliberate. Did Tim not comprehend her thoughts? With a sigh, Tim conceded, all right, I apologize for withholding information about the Mysterious One, Barbara. It was Batman who first chose to conceal the truth. Batman was the first among them to encounter the Mysterious One that night at the hotel. Yet, he too opted for silence. But who was Tim? A bit of a control freak. He had employed some clever tactics to uncover what transpired that night and the ongoing investigation, which had nothing to do with his covert surveillance of Batman. Even if Batman discovered Tim was secretly monitoring him, he had little ground to stand on, for Batman was engaged in similar activities, watching Tim, Barbara, and even Stephanie far away in Star City, as well as Cassandra in Hong Kong, not to mention that foolish bluebird who fancied herself escaped from Batman's watchful gaze. If Batman intends to berate Tim over this matter, Tim could easily retort by referencing Batman's own actions. Although Tim possesses a calm demeanor, it does not imply that he lacks temper. Upon receiving Tim's apology, Barbara let out a soft huff, indicating her acceptance of it. Batman's decision to release the mysterious figure was merely to spare Jason's feelings. He did not wish to appear excessively ruthless in front of him. Tim spoke slowly, and his tone shifted to one of compassion. At this moment, Jason Todd's concern for the mysterious individual far surpassed his regard for Batman. Barbara retracted her foot from the wall, displaying a sympathetic expression as she remarked, next, we'll witness Batman seeking Jason's forgiveness in a father-son cremation. We should avoid getting entangled in that. Noticing Barbara's decisive withdrawal, Tim's eyes glimmered with understanding, and he inquired, so you never intended to intercept the mysterious figure? Barbara, with a cheerful smile, changed her posture against the motorcycle. I merely wish to hear your apology. Tim shrugged helplessly, just as the police car, flashing its lights, finally arrived. Batgirl and Robin immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Seeing Batman struggle to articulate his thoughts, Jason sighed inwardly. It was disheartening, yet he had anticipated such an outcome. What was he even hoping for? Despite lacking his previous memories, he held vivid recollections of Batman and Robin, so intense that when Batman found himself at a loss for words, Jason felt a profound disappointment. Even with his memories lost, he still yearned for Batman to say something, anything at all, even if it were to question his resurrection, rather than this suffocating silence. As he noted the four penguins had vanished from sight, Jason steadied himself. He intended to leave and join the penguins, who had become his new companions. As for Batman, he had no memories of ever interacting with him. Batman was merely a relic of the past. Just as Jason took a step forward, Batman abruptly snapped back to reality. Adopting his customary serious and authoritative tone, Jason, you must come back with me. Batman was unaware of Jason's condition, but it was imperative to return and utilize instruments to examine Jason's body, ensuring that his resurrection did not impose any adverse effects or burdens. Batman could not bear to witness Jason die again after having already lost him once. As for the reasons behind Jason's return, Batman had ceased to concern himself with such matters. Even if it involved a malicious scheme, he simply wished to cherish the time with his regained son. Jason scoffed derisively. Stay away from me, Batman. Out of respect for your status as a city hero, I have no desire to engage you. Yet, if Batman continued to persist, things would change, and Jason would no longer hold back. Fortunately, the penguins had no intention of abandoning Jason. The distant hum of an engine grew closer as an off-road vehicle came to a halt mere steps behind Jason. Undoubtedly, This was the vehicle driven by the Penguins. Almost instantly, a smoke bomb was deployed, followed by another. Was the likelihood of smoke bombs being utilized today excessively high? There was little choice, as employing smoke bombs against Batman proved remarkably effective. A cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping both Batman and Jason. Batman, quick to react, attempted to grasp Jason, yet he failed to make contact. Instead, he was swiftly struck down by another object, its force overwhelming, rendering Batman unable to ascend and seize Jason. Describing the sensation after being struck down was challenging for Batman. Even through his thick gloves, he could not discern the temperature of the object. It felt elongated, reminiscent of a winged creature flapping its wings against him. However, was the strength of these wings not a touch excessive? Pain coursed through Batman's wrist, though he was fortunate for the superb defense of his battle suit. Otherwise, such a blow might have fractured his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, Skipper, with nearly 2 tons of strength, remained oblivious, perched upon Jason's shoulder, guiding him toward the vehicle. Batman's reflexes were astonishingly swift, even without visibility through the smoke. He relied on his auditory and olfactory senses. The auditory sense was likely useless, as Jason moved with a stealthy tread, while the mysterious figure emitted no sound at all. Yet, Batman detected a fishy scent, one that had not been present prior to the smoke's emergence, indicating it belonged to the enigmatic individual. He navigated through the smoke, propelled by the scent with agility comparable to that of sight or sound. Meanwhile, Skipper was prepared. He leapt from Jason's shoulder, brandishing the machine gun, Rick, which had been launched by Privet and Kowalski. The popcorn machine gun fired. Skipper mimicked the action of pulling the trigger, and Rick emitted a gurgling pre-fire sound before opening its mouth, unleashing an avalanche of popcorn akin to a machine gun's volley. The popcorn rained upon Batman's face. Though not particularly painful, it was overwhelmingly dense, prompting Batman to instinctively raise his arms to shield his face. Batman licked the remnants of popcorn from the corner of his mouth, bewildered. What was this? Sweet, with a hint of fishiness. It seemed like popcorn. Batman was taken aback. Popcorn? Who would wield popcorn as a weapon? Then, he recalled the scene in the hospital corridor where he pursued the mysterious figure, who had flung banana peels and chewing gum. Popcorn hardly seemed surprising. Yet, the barrage of popcorn delayed Batman, allowing Skipper and Rick to swiftly leap into the off-road vehicle. With human Jason at the helm, the Penguins were no longer needed to drive. Jason pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward several dozen meters. Should we intercept them? Robin inquired over the comms. In truth, he was not particularly keen on wading into this murky water. The affairs of Batman and the second Robin held little interest for him, particularly the investigation into Jason Todd, as his curiosity was solely piqued by the enigmatic figure. However, should Batman require assistance, Tim would undoubtedly help him thwart their plans. Batman silently observed the retreating silhouette of the SUV, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he ultimately succumbed with a sigh. Though Batman did not vocalize his thoughts, Tim comprehended his intent. If Batman had a need, he would articulate it promptly, without Tim needing to inquire. As long as Jason remained in Gotham, the possibility of their paths crossing again lingered. Pressing Jason too fervently would yield no advantage for Batman. Having successfully navigated 5 kilometers away, it was now 4 p.m., and the suburban roads were devoid of any other vehicles apart from their own. While driving, Jason remained vigilant for the presence of a sleek, black armored vehicle trailing them, or shadows performing parkour atop the surrounding edifices. After traveling a kilometer, the Penguins retrieved a device to ascertain whether the vehicle was equipped with a Wayne Tech tracker. The good news was that nothing was found, indicating they had indeed eluded Batman's grasp. For diminutive Penguins, standing atop the passenger seat, celebrated the successful completion of their task with a high five. Jason observed their antics from the corner of his eye. Their jubilant gestures were amusing and bore a striking resemblance to human behavior. Were all animals capable of such expressions? Or were these 4 Penguins unique in their charm? Yet, Jason did not share the same sense of relaxation as the Penguins. Although the thrill of outmaneuvering Batman brought him a fleeting joy, it was accompanied by an unsettling weight pressing upon his chest. Even in the absence of memories involving Batman, a part of Jason's common sense reminded him that Batman was not easily deceived. He suspected that Batman had intentionally allowed them to escape, perhaps to trace the breadcrumbs they left behind to their headquarters. However, the Penguins had already employed high-tech equipment to conduct a thorough search, discovering no signs left by Batman. What strategy was Batman employing? Jason found himself at a loss. Could it be that Batman had deliberately spared them this once because of Jason's association with them? This notion flickered briefly in Jason's mind before he dismissed it. He was not to indulge in such self-importance. Batman was indifferent to him. During the month he had been captured by the Joker, Batman had acquired a new sidekick and had not sought him out. With a gentle click of his tongue against the roof of his mouth, Jason realized another pivotal figure had resurfaced in his memory, the Joker. Unlike the complex emotions that surfaced when he thought of Batman, anger laced with longing and yearning, Jason felt only disdain and fury at the mention of the Joker. A tempest of hatred surged within him, igniting an impulsive desire to storm the Joker's lair and eliminate him. He pondered that the very reason he could emerge from the depths of hell and the grave was this: revenge. Revenge against the clown. To send the clown, a wretch who deserved to die 1,000 times over yet still lingered due to Batman's absurd moral code, to the place he truly belonged. Perhaps to hell. Just as Jason was about to be overtaken by such sentiments, a bird cloaked in soft black feathers appeared before him. Slowing his pace, he turned to see a flat-headed penguin, which introduced itself as Skipper, the very penguin Jason had initially captured and chosen to accompany him. It extended its wings toward Jason, clearly wishing to engage in a high five, just like its penguin companions. Jason raised an eyebrow, complying as he gently tapped his palm against Skipper's wing, prompting the remaining 3 penguins to eagerly lift their wings and turn to greet him. This was a gesture reserved for comrades, signifying their acceptance of Jason as one of their own. As Skipper proclaimed, Jason was not only an exceptional warrior, he was also a commendable teammate. The penguins aided Jason, escorting him to the hospital, and he would not abandon them. When the penguins found themselves cornered by Batman, Jason, who could have easily fled, appeared without hesitation, intercepting Batman to grant them a chance to escape. Taking a deep breath, the surging loathing within him subsided once more as he realized he must first deliver the penguins to their rightful place, the blind spot of the zoo's surveillance. The 4 penguins stealthily slipped into their enclosure, followed closely by a man who effortlessly vaulted over the wall to join them. Jason's eye twitched. Before him lay a fabricated snow mountain and soft jelly-like snowflakes scattered across the ground, with water below masquerading as an ocean and the other half of the mountain perched on a platform. This was likely a resting spot for the penguins. Yet, these details were trivial. Jason couldn't resist casting a glance at the statue of Bruce Wayne standing within the zoo. Did Bruce know? The mysterious figures he sought to investigate were, in fact, the 4 penguins he had once funded the establishment of this zoo for. The 4 penguins were dutifully saluting the statue of Bruce Wayne, a ritual they performed every time they left or returned to the zoo, expressing their fondness for their environment and their respect for the man who had made it all possible. Thus, the 4 penguins were blissfully unaware that the Batman pursuing them today was none other than their benefactor, Bruce Wayne. Furthermore, Jason had imagined that these illogical penguins might possess a secret lair, only to discover they simply resided within the zoo, quite discreetly, indeed. Shortly thereafter, Kowalski pressed a button somewhere within the faux snow mountain, and to Jason's astonishment, an elevator emerged from within. Indeed, one should not underestimate these penguins. Jason was warmly invited into their headquarters. Upon entering the elevator, he was taken aback by the array of buttons. This elevator descended a staggering 20 floors. Had these penguins constructed an entire building underground? Noticing Jason's astonished expression, Kowalski, the sole technical representative of the Penguin Commando team, explained with a calculator in hand. The topmost level is where we typically engage in leisure activities. Below, we have archives, research equipment, nanoguns, captured aliens, monsters, and even a nuclear reactor. Jason felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been astonished by the penguins far too many times today and wished to refrain from appearing like a country bumpkin. Yet, anyone who discovered that penguins possessed such formidable technology capable of annihilating the Earth, indeed, a nuclear reactor, would surely be taken aback. Just imagine if Batman were to learn of this. He would undoubtedly go mad. In a half-joking manner, Jason asked, "Where on earth did you acquire these items? Surely they are not trophies from your world-saving exploits?" No sooner had he uttered these words than he glanced down to see 4 penguins stacked together, gazing up at him with wide eyes. How could Jason possibly know about our past world-saving mission? Skipper questioned. That is classified information, securely locked in a 3-tiered safe at the very bottom of the archives. Only the 4 of us and that Southwind special agent team should be privy to it. As he spoke, Skipper furrowed his brow. If it weren't for the stringent defenses of that large dog-s base, the amnesia spray should have erased their memories of that event. Private corrected him. It's the Northwind special agent team, and by the way, that large dog-s name is confidential, Skipper. Whatever. I have no desire to remember the names of irrelevant parties, Skipper retorted, harboring a disdain for confidential. That arrogant dog. I suspect we may have a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could Jason possibly know our most guarded secret? Skipper's voice turned cold. Kowalski calmly interjected, I suspect Private. He is the most charming socialite among us, and may have inadvertently let something slip while conversing with other animals. Private hurriedly defended himself. What? It's clearly Rico who is more suspicious. He often ventures outside. Rico, feeling wronged by Private's accusation, squawked angrily, redirecting suspicion towards Skipper. How could it possibly be me? I am your leader. It is Kowalski, who constantly accuses others. Who is the most suspect? Although Jason could not comprehend the penguins' dialogue, he discerned from their gestures that they appeared to be quarreling. With a bemused smile, Jason attempted to soothe them. I was merely speculating, but you truly are impressive. To achieve such a feat as saving the world as penguins is no small accomplishment, a feat many humans have failed to achieve. Yet, astonishingly, they were rescued by penguins without any awareness of it. Upon entering the penguins' secret base, Jason discovered that it was quite spacious. Contrary to his prior assumptions of it being cramped and damp, he had to bend down to enter their clandestine sanctuary. But standing upright would lead to a collision with the ceiling. The base was relatively open, furnished only with a table and several alcoves embedded in the walls, each adorned with pillows, presumably serving as the penguins' beds, reminiscent of a military setup. It was not surprising, considering these penguins exhibited an air of professional training, suggesting such living habits were natural. The base even housed a refrigerator, yet it still felt somewhat sparse. Chapter 26. Kowalski. You ought to have designed the ceiling to be higher. Skipper admonished as he observed Jason curiously inspecting their base. Kowalski raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Skipper and retorted, "But Skipper, the dimensions of the new base were approved by you." Before he could finish his sentence, Kowalski received a slap from Skipper, who turned to him with a reproachful expression. Skipper leaned closer, speaking with a stern tone. "Are you denying your own mistake and attempting to shift the blame onto me?" Witnessing Skipper's demeanor, Kowalski understood that Skipper's obsessive tendencies had resurfaced. When Skipper was unwilling to acknowledge an evident truth, he would deflect blame onto anything or anyone around him, even himself. Kowalski cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Skipper, but ultimately chose silence. Arguing with a stubborn and paranoid individual was futile. Observing the crew of penguins, one with a flat head was nearly pressed against another, chattering in a highly agitated tone. Meanwhile, the tall, genius inventor penguin bore an expression of dismay. To Jason's surprise, he detected a look of grievance on the plush face of one of the penguins. Curiosity piqued. It was only natural to wonder what these world-saving, trained penguins were discussing at that moment. "What is the matter?" Jason inquired softly. Kowalski first glanced at Skipper's distant, retreating figure before addressing Jason with a calculator in hand. Skipper is a stubborn fanatic. Just now, he was making things difficult for an engineer because the ceiling height prevents you from walking in upright. "I can hear you." Skipper's voice echoed from afar. Kowalski sighed, not expecting a human to comprehend his plight. In that moment, he resembled a husband sternly reprimanded by his wife, daring only to speak a few words in the presence of others. "Kowalski, you know the principle. Never argue with Skipper when he is in a paranoid state. As it is a battle without hope," Privet earnestly advised. "He might even go so far as to manipulate the rules or hypnotize us to achieve his delusional ends." Rick nodded in agreement. The three penguins exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness towards Skipper's obstinacy. "Rick, tonight's dinner is herring sushi," Skipper called from a distance. Rick looked up and exclaimed, "Fish." Without hesitation, he dashed towards Skipper by the refrigerator, his eyes sparkling like a puppy eagerly awaiting a treat. If Skipper had any wicked intentions to make Rick bark, the penguin, fixated solely on the herring sushi in Skipper's hand, would oblige without second thoughts. Rick never defied Skipper's commands. Even if Skipper asked him to extract venom from a snake, he would comply without hesitation. Thus, Rick was the first to betray their anti-paranoia alliance. Privet glanced at Kowalski, whose emotions were unmistakably etched on his face. Kowalski, visibly upset, pretended not to notice, and awkwardly chuckled. "Kowalski, you should hurry over. Tonight's late-night snack is herring sushi." With that, Privet darted away. "How infuriating," Kowalski muttered. "They are all traitors to the alliance. I loathe them, and I despise Skipper." The most outrageous part is that Skipper only calls Rick and Privet for late-night snacks. Even his two sons have betrayed their father. Kowalski felt a sense of grievance. He was not even invited to the meal, which emphasized Skipper's dominance in the food chain. Upon hearing Kowalski mention the paranoid, Jason suddenly empathized, as he had once been a long-term victim of a stubborn and obsessive individual. Jason cast a knowing glance at Kowalski, who recognized the mutual understanding in Jason's expression. "Do you also?" Kowalski's voice trembled slightly. "I understand," Jason replied, his tone cryptic. For only those similarly tormented by obstinate obsessives could comprehend his feelings. How could they not bond over this shared experience? Jason had endured much torment at the hands of Batman's obsessive tendencies, yet he had never been one to tolerate such behavior. Before he met Batman, he had navigated the streets of Gotham for a considerable time. The street boy knew well how to protect the wallet he had fought for, and not yielding was part of his survival. Naturally, Jason brought this tendency to the Batcave, where conversations with Batman often ended in discord. He had tolerated much in the Batcave, fully aware that this life was a hard-won treasure. He had even acquiesced to Batman regarding being seen as a substitute for Dick. He emulated the attire of the original Robin, altering the heroic persona he had envisioned for himself. He even dyed his red hair black, merely to resemble Dick more closely. The sole difference was that Jason could not master the charming way of speaking that the acrobatic lad possessed, so he chose to speak less, embracing a quieter demeanor. Even so, Jason could not endure Batman's stubbornness, paranoia, and overwhelming desire for control. The cursed Batman, with his obsessive nature and need for dominance, was a source of frustration. Unbeknownst to many, Batman was indeed a delusional fanatic, driven by a fervent need to exert control. Jason shrugged and remarked, "I worked for him before I died. I would wager that Skipper's paranoia pales in comparison to that of Batman." Jason stated with conviction, for based on his observations of Skipper today, despite his own tendencies towards obsession, Skipper remained steadfastly loyal to his companions. When Skipper commanded the three penguins, they displayed no hesitation or doubt. They respected him deeply. After completing their tasks, their interactions resembled those of close friends or family. Undoubtedly, Skipper was a competent leader. As for Batman, Jason could not concur. Of course, he acknowledged that his words were tinged with personal bias, stemming from his own anger towards Batman, leading him to speak ill of him. Yet, this was not entirely slanderous. Just look at the chaotic Bat family, or consider his own plight as a scapegoat for Batman's battles with the Joker. While Batman might serve as a commendable leader of the Justice League, he certainly was not a good head of a household. At times, Jason even questioned whether the true head of Wayne Manor was Alfred the butler. Jason blinked as bad news struck. He seemed to recall certain memories, realizing that thoughts of Batman often stirred recollections within him. Jason despised Batman, wishing to avoid anything related to him. Yet his mind was incessantly filled with images of the Dark Knight. Batman loomed over Gotham like an inescapable shadow, forever influencing the lives of its inhabitants. Just like Jason. How many hours had it been since his resurrection? Guess what? He had already encountered Batman and even had a quarrel with him. Skipper, too, would unleash his misplaced paranoia in every conceivable direction, Kowalski mused. Suddenly, Kowalski belatedly recalled something Jason had just said. "What did you just say?" "Working for Batman before you died," Kowalski exclaimed urgently. Jason nodded. "That is precisely why I understand Batman so well and can locate the Batmobile at a glance." "The Batmobile? Oh, I saw that magnificent vehicle. It's quite impressive, rivaling our monster truck. If given the chance, I would love to take a ride in the Batmobile," Skipper remarked as he waddled over, balancing 2 plates of herring sushi with his rotund body, offering 1 plate to Kowalski. Despite their arguments, Skipper never allowed a disagreement over a single issue to create discord among his companions. This was precisely why Skipper's obsessive tendencies led only to complaints among his comrades. Never to disdain. No one is flawless. However, Skipper's virtues far outweigh its shortcomings. As Kowalski accepted the plate of herring sushi, the anger he harbored towards Skipper was transformed into profound emotion at that very moment. He knew Skipper would never indulge alone. Kowalski exclaimed with a tone imbued with sentiment. "Enough, Kowalski. Men should not engage in such effeminate behavior. Only Privet is permitted to do so," Skipper declared with solemnity. It stated that he was not a man. Rick, with a low and indistinct murmur, attempted to provoke Privet. Privet, undeterred by Rick's cunning, proudly responded, "As I am still a child, Skipper indulges me and permits me to be affectionate." No sooner had Privet spoken than Skipper leaned in close to Kowalski's ear and whispered, "Privet has always been this way. In its youth, it even believed itself to be a girl." Kowalski, evidently recalling Privet's childhood appearance, chuckled softly. "We must not let it know. Jason, you truly must try this herring sushi," Skipper urged as it offered another plate to Jason. Jason surveyed the plate containing 3 unappealing herring sushi pieces, the pungent aroma wafting in the air, and began to doubt the credibility of Skipper's words. Perceiving Jason's hesitation, Skipper adopted a teasing expression. "Rick is a master chef, particularly skilled in preparing fish." As Skipper spoke, Rick brandished the katana he typically used for sushi, affirming Skipper's description. Jason eyed the raw herring sushi with some trepidation. While the fish eggs clinging to the sushi did not appear particularly strange, the fact that it was prepared by a penguin raised concerns about its flavor. Would consuming this sushi lead to a second demise? If you refuse to eat, you are disrespecting us penguins, Skipper asserted like a leader. This was a penguin tradition. Only when they accepted someone would they share their food. If that person declined, it would convey a sense of disdain for the penguin culture. Thus far, Jason was the only person invited to partake in the penguins' culinary offerings, likely due to being the only individual they were acquainted with. As Skipper's words concluded, Rick, who had been brandishing his katana moments ago, suddenly altered his demeanor, casually flipping the sword while casting a menacing smile at Jason. The threat in Rick's actions was unmistakable. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Jason sighed deeply and picked up a piece of sushi from the plate. What choice did he have? This was the path he had chosen. As he placed the sushi in his mouth, the flavor exceeded his expectations. It was not unpleasant. In fact, the taste was genuinely delightful. The rice was tender yet chewy, and the herring, marinated overnight in sauce, bore no trace of the raw fish's pungency, instead offering a sweet and tangy delight, accompanied by a hint of salty seaweed strands. The flavor is exquisite. Truly remarkable, Jason exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Is there anything more magnificent than these for penguins? They possess the prowess for battle, excel in teamwork, craft advanced weaponry, have saved the world, and can even cook. Jason felt fortunate to have encountered them. He always held this belief, regardless of the circumstances. He saw himself as the lucky one, when in reality, it was merely a mutual selection. The penguins chose Jason, and Jason reciprocated their choice. Thus, the human Jason and the 4 penguins became companions. Despite the penguins' fervent invitation for Jason to sleep in their base, as any team would, he politely declined. The space was so confined that he could hardly stand upright. Would he not end up hunchbacked over time? Furthermore, being a team does not necessitate living in close quarters. The coexistence of humans and animals has always been fraught with challenges. It might be acceptable for animals to adapt to human environments, but the reverse, humans curling up in a cat's bed, would be rather absurd. They were not suited to share living quarters, and Jason had matters to conceal from the penguins. His lost memories needed to be reclaimed, and he intended to take vengeance on those who had wronged him. This was a matter unrelated to the penguins, and Jason would not involve them in peril. He aimed to combat crime and transform the city in his own manner. Kowalski intervened just in time to prevent Skipper from hastily digging a large pit intended for Jason to sleep in. The mention of burial reminded Kowalski of the question interrupted by Skipper's sushi gift. Kowalski hastily raised his inquiry before Jason ventured out in search of shelter. You claim to be resurrected? How is that possible? Coming back from the dead defies scientific principles, Kowalski inquired. Acknowledging that it was Kowalski, the team's technician, who posed the question, Jason's tone turned serious. I am convinced of my resurrection, for the solitude of death lingers in my heart, and my body differs from the form I recall. Kowalski glanced at Skipper and scoffed. I've been informed that you were wrongfully imprisoned in a grave. Skipper shrugged, displaying no sign of guilt or panic after being caught in a lie. Come on, the very idea of resurrection is hard to believe. He would never admit that he concocted a fabricated backstory for Jason to garner Privet's sympathy and sway him to his side. I think I need to conduct a comprehensive examination of your body, Kowalski declared, leaping onto Jason's shoulder, eager to collect some of Jason's saliva for experimentation. If resurrection truly existed, and if the resurrected being stood before Kowalski, perhaps he could unravel the mysteries of life and death through his research on Jason, thereby becoming the greatest scientist in the world. At this moment, a steadfast believer in science, Kowalski has transformed the pursuit of knowledge into an endeavor to unravel the mysteries of life and death. As for those who doubt such possibilities, it is a jest. When viewed through the lens of science, nothing is beyond acceptance. Kowalski has envisioned himself as the world's preeminent scientist, with his statue erected in Times Square, New York, and posters adorning every corner, while the globe engages in discussions about this penguin scientist who has unveiled the scientific enigma of mortality. I am destined to become the greatest scientist in the world, Kowalski murmured to himself. Skibr, observing Kowalski's reverie, interjected, Kowalski, snap back to reality. Upon hearing his name, Kowalski surveyed his surroundings and noted that everyone, including Jason, was regarding him with peculiar expressions. Kowalski feigned composure, clearing his throat twice, and typed on his calculator. Let us proceed. I require some sample information to ascertain that your body has not been adversely affected by this resurrection. Do not misconstrue this. It bears no relation to my aspirations of becoming a scientist. Please, carry on. Jason shrugged in response. The equipment at the new base was inadequate, allowing for only a rudimentary examination of Jason. This is truly remarkable, Kowalski murmured, gazing at the data displayed on the instruments. while Ski BR urged Rick and Privet to retire for the night. Rick, if deprived of sufficient sleep, would become irritable the following day, often exhibiting explosive outbursts. As for Privet, still a child, he required ample rest. They had already stayed up late. Ski BR, on his third cup of coffee for the day, felt it inappropriate to leave Kowalski to labor alone, as that was not the conduct of a capable leader. Before Ski BR could speak, Kowalski dashed toward him, prompting Ski BR to lift his cup to avoid spilling coffee all over himself. Incredible, Ski BR, Kowalski exclaimed with enthusiasm. I have observed that Jason Todd's bodily mechanisms were restored merely hours ago, and they are growing at an astonishing rate, exceeding 100-fold to reach their current state. Could you possibly use less technical jargon? Ski BR inquired. What I mean is that Jason Todd has indeed returned from the dead during the resurrection process. His body swiftly caught up to the time he was deceased, aligning his physical age with that of others, Kowalski elaborated. Wow, that is quite impressive, Ski BR offered dryly. Just as Jason rose from the apparatus, Kowalski rushed to him again. There is more I need to uncover, but I require more sophisticated equipment for a comprehensive analysis. Kowalski informed Jason. Your condition is not entirely stable. Negative emotions are a lingering aftereffect of death. I cannot ascertain if there are additional repercussions. Until we return, it is prudent for you to maintain emotional equilibrium and refrain from seeking memories or engaging with individuals or matters related to your past, as this may exacerbate your emotional turmoil. Kowalski cautioned. Before you return? Jason furrowed his brow and inquired, where are you headed? Skipper glanced at Kowalski, instantly comprehending his intent. We must make a trip back home to New York. Most of our equipment, along with the television and the sports car, were left behind. To conduct a thorough examination on you, we will need to retrieve those items, Skipper explained. Jason nodded in understanding. I will strive to keep my temper in check until your return. However, as soon as the Penguins departed Gotham, Jason lay on the bed in the safe house. Upon seeing the bat signal illuminating the clouds outside the window, he found it difficult to contain the surging anger within him, and he stepped outside with a gun in hand. At that moment, the Penguins clutched a train ticket concealed within the luggage compartment of the train, embarking on their journey back to New York. Little did they know that as they left, the rebellious Jason had forgotten Skipper's admonition and set forth on a path to reclaim his memories. New York, the familiar Central Park Zoo. Skipper felt a sense of weakness and reluctance as he approached this place. He frequently mentioned wanting to buy a slushie or visit their squirrel neighbors, doing anything to avoid stepping foot inside the zoo. Privates expressed his concern. Is Skipper suffering from some sort of home anxiety? He seems overly anxious. Even his feathers have begun to fall out. Kowalski picked up a feather that Skipper had dropped, observing its shape. No, Skipper is not afflicted by home anxiety. Rather, his lemur anxiety has flared up. The clinical symptoms manifest as a fear of returning to a place where he might encounter lemurs, distraction tactics, and excuses to postpone facing them, Kowalski articulated. As anticipated. The next moment, Skipper declared, upon reflection, the items in the base are not that crucial. Kowalski, I have faith in your technological prowess to recreate the instruments and perfectly replicate the files and other research inventions. As for the extraterrestrials and monsters we have imprisoned, we can simply recapture them. Kowalski responded calmly. That is precisely the case. Skipper's eyes were already tinged with red. He was exhibiting signs of nervousness. No, I must venture to a place where no lemur could ever find me. Nabani? Nepal? Mars? Skipper muttered anxiously, contemplating that if it were possible, he might embark on a journey to Mars at that very moment. Calm down, Skipper. Kowalski grasped Skipper's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. We are merely here to collect our belongings. If all goes smoothly today, we shall never encounter lemurs again. Skipper took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Very well, let us return and retrieve everything within half an hour to transport to Gotham, and from henceforth, no more lemur encounters, Skipper resolved. But I still wish to bid farewell to the other animals, Privates interjected. Skipper gazed into Privet's yearning, round eyes, and ultimately yielded. One day, my friends. Just one day to resolve these matters.